Good morning, everyone. Welcome to last day of our forensic summer finishing school. As last three Sunday, we had wonderful speakers in summer finishing school organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, where we have a esteemed number of speakers. So in the first week, we had the very learning talk from our esteemed speakers like Dr. Kapil Kumar, Yogesh Kumar, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Sudhir, and Dr. Deepika. On the second week, we had the wonderful talk by Dr. Mandeep, Dr. Navpreet, Dr. Tejasvi, Dr. Shahid, Dr. Kirti, and Dr. Shruti Gupta. And on the third week, we had the wonderful talk by Dr. Anita Yadav, Dr. Tilak, Dr. Om Dubey, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Amit Chauhan, and Dr. Komal Yadav. And with proceedings on our last Sunday, that is a fourth Sunday. So welcome you all in the day 4 of this summer finishing school. And today we have our esteemed panel of speakers like Gaurav Gill sir, Dr. Manu, Karan Sharma, Dr. Tanru, Dr. Nasir, and Dr. Priyanka Baru. So with this, welcome you all on the 4th day of this forensic summer finishing school organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science. I welcome you all along with my co-host Aarti in this 4th day of the forensic summer finishing school. And with this, let's start with our first speaker. And our first speaker is Gaurav Gill. And sir is going to talk on the topic body language and deception and detection in forensic setting. So I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce our esteemed speaker of the day, Dr. Gaurav Gill sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, I would like to take this privilege to introduce Gaurav Gill sir to our audience. Gaurav Gill sir has served as a guest lecturer at prestigious institutes like National Forensic Sciences University in Delhi and Rashtriya Raksha University, RIU in Gandhinagar, which is India's pioneering in national security and police university, falling under the Ministry of Home Affairs. He takes pride in being a statement analyst and has obtained 2 certifications in body language, including a specialized certification in body language of liars, killers, and cons. His expertise in this field has led him to conduct workshops and training sessions for various organizations. Some of his notable clients include the Indian Chamber of Commerce, a prominent beverage giant, and law enforcement agencies like the Delhi Police Crime Branch, Anti-Human Trafficking Unit, and the Delhi Police Special Police Unit for Women and Children, formerly known as CAW. He has recently made appearances on News 18 TV channel, where he spoke about the relationship between mental health and associated body language. Additionally, he had the privilege of being interviewed by the France TV New Delhi in his capacity as a body language expert. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. We hand over the session to you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit and Aarti ma'am for extending an invitation. So it is an honor and a privilege to deliver the session. So without taking much of a time, we'll start off and I'll be asking questions. So whoever can probably drop a message in the chat, whatever is your observation. It is about observation. The entire session is about what do you see in a person's body language? What is it that you observe about what is it that the person is saying or not saying? I'll be showing you videos, I'll be showing you cases. So let's start. I've been a big and a huge fan of Sherlock Holmes. Even when I was in school, I would read a lot of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the British doctor, who had an eye for observing people. He would just look at 1 or 2 spots and he'd be able to figure out, okay, there's a problem. And he'd always say, as always, John, you see, but you don't observe. So taking it from there, a few images. So this is when I was training at Delhi Police Crime Branch in 2019 and or 20, because everybody's wearing a mask. So they were surprised that there's so much of technicality to body language. When I asked them that, what do you think about the body language? They said, when we look at someone, we know this person is a criminal and we go by it. So nobody apparently was into too much of nitty-gritties of it. This is the AHT unit, the Anti-Human Trafficking Unit. It is an anti-kidnapping section wherein anybody or anyone who gets kidnapped. So these are the crime branch officers who deal with it. This is my recent session at Rashtra Raksha University. So we had scholars from law, criminology. In the front, you can see faculty who's sitting, and then you can see students sitting at the back. So we had quite a few students who were already working inside the prisons. And then this is again with cops, again cops. I'll start off with the first case. And you'll have to tell me, what do you see is good, or if you feel there's something missing in it. I'll give you the background before I play the video. So this case is of this lady that you see, and she had two sons. One was 14-month-old, the other one was 3 years old. She decides to go to the market in America. This is a case of 1994. She wants to go and shop something. She goes inside the market. She comes back. Both the kids have been strapped inside the car's seat belt. She comes back and she notices that the car is no longer there. There is nobody inside the car, as in the car is no longer there. She comes and makes a public TV appearance and pleads out to people, can you go ahead and help me in finding my children? So this is a very short clip of 25 seconds. I'll play it twice. Let me know what is it that you observe that you think is good with the video, or what is not congruent when somebody is making a missing plea, especially when it is for their children. I'm going to start.
More than 8 days since Susan Smith claimed a carjacker stole her 2 babies. What everyone hoped would be a joyous appearance by Susan and David Smith becomes yet another anguished plea.
I would like to say to whoever has my children that they please bring them home to us where they belong.
Okay. Anybody can write or say, what do you think is good or missing in the video? So this is a mother who's making a very, intense appeal to find her 2 missing children. And she comes out and makes that plea. So what do you think is going right or not going right in the video? You can write it in the chat, or you can say it. I'll play it again just in case if you've missed it. Anyone who picked up anything?
Participant, you can use the chat box, else you can unmute also.
All right. Maybe she was well dressed for the occasion. Okay. Sadness is missing. That's right. There seems a smirk on her face too, maybe. Okay, Shikhar. Harshini, maybe she was well dressed for the occasion. Okay. All right. Well, that's an interesting point. Let me show it to you once again, then I'll explain. If there's anything anyone would have missed. Now you have to look at her, the man who's holding her hand, that is her husband. Also look at the people in the crowd. She didn't seem that worried, which is off, right? Imagine you just lost your mobile phone. You've kept it somewhere. The kind of panic and anxiety that you'll have on your face will be way more than what you see over here when she's apparently talking about her 2 missing children. And 8 days have gone by. Maybe she's not that much sad and she's speaking with full of confidence. Could be. I'll play it again.
More than 8 days since Susan Smith claims a carjacker stole her 2 babies. What everyone hoped would be a joyous appearance by Susan and David Smith becomes yet another anguished plea.
I would like to say to whoever has my children that they please bring them home to us where they belong.
Okay, I'm sure you would have seen more. Okay, Shivani says there's nothing that can show that her kids are missing. People are interested to listen to her, but she's probably more prepared for the media. Her husband looks stressed. She seems under pressure. Okay, all right. All right. Anybody else before I explain? A lot of you have said a lot of valid points. You have to think and put yourself in that situation and imagine what kind of emotion. It's not just, see, father probably would exhibit less. And of course, the culture has a role to play. But what about the mother? Mother has a lot of more of emotions when it comes to children. And these are two young children. Okay, I'll play and I'll explain.
More than 8 days since Susan Smith claimed.
Number one, look at her gait. So GAIT, the walking pattern. It's a quick, rapid gait. Look at the husband. The husband walks a little slow. See, there are 20 types of gait. There are 20 types of walking style. The way that a person opens the door and enters the clinic and sits down, or the way a person comes and sits down in an investigator's office, everything speaks about him. The man is walking slow. He's holding her hand like this, but she's not holding him. Okay, she's not holding him. She's doing okay. All right, so she's not apparently doing anything in terms of clenching the husband.
A carjacker stole her 2 babies. What everyone hoped would be a joyous appearance by Susan and David Smith.
Before she speaks, there's a tongue protrusion. But the tongue comes out, if you see. Here, right here. Now, there is a difference between lip licking and there is a difference between tongue protrusion.
Susan and David Smith.
There. So whenever, now think of a child or an infant, whenever you try to give him or her something which is not very pleasant in taste, you try to give them that food to eat, they will immediately spit it out. They will protrude it. They'll spit it out. If there is anything unpleasant that a person feels, there's a quick tongue protrusion. Now, if a person is caught in the middle of the act, were you the one, if you have a child around you and you ask them, were you the one who ate from that cookie jar? Immediately you will see that the tongue will come out like a snake fork. It will come out. Okay. Similarly for her, even before she's about to say something, she'll say something that she'd not like. But let's see.
Becomes yet another anguished plea.
Before she says, she watches the audience. There is a concern for how am I being perceived. The whole time, watch her forehead. The forehead is all flat, nothing under the eyes, nothing on the chin. And in contrast, watch this person who's there in the audience or the husband. Even when they're not crying, you'll see more emotions.
Another anguished plea.
I would like to say to whoever has my children,
this is like a well-rehearsed script. I would, because you're coming for the media, so she's written a script. No, I would like to say, whoever has my children, tongue comes out. We don't know the names of the children. She never. So, in the criminal investigations that I've seen, if a person has done crime, they will not be able to take the names of the afflicted or the possible victim, because that causes them a lot of distress. And immediately their blood pressure, their heart rate, everything goes up. I'd like to say, whoever has my children, lot of ambiguity getting injected. There is a tongue protrusion happening right there. And there is a lip compression. Remember, when the lips disappear, the stress is near. Okay. So there's a tongue protrusion right there, nothing in the forehead. If I put it on mute, you'll not be able to figure out that, what kind of stress is she going, or if she's going through a stress or not.
please bring them home.
She has more of concern in comparison to her, which is all flat face.
To us where they belong.
Nothing at all. Susan Smith, case of 1994, she took the car to a lake, she jumped out of the car, and she ensured that both her children would get drowned in the lake with their seat belts on. A very infamous case of 1994. So she fell in love with another guy, and her boyfriend said that if you really want to come with me, you have to get rid of both of your children. So Susan Smith ended up killing both of her children. So this is a case from 1994. You can go ahead and read it up. She recently applied for her bail once again. It did not go through. She's still behind the bars. Susan Lee Smith, very popular case of 1994. There is a lot that a person gives as subconscious signals. It's just that we are not trained to see it. Lot of it, even in cases of very popular cases, like the recent one, wherein Sakshi was killed by this man in Delhi's Shahbar Dairy, brutal killing. Right before that, there's a footage of the guy where again you can see some body language. Of course, I'll come on to it later. Now, these lines that you see etched in the forehead, these are frontalis muscle. Okay, the complete lines. But there's another difference. Right here in the center, you would see a lump of small muscles. Okay, lump of small muscles, 2 to 3. That is called Duchenne's grief muscle. Sometimes when a person is sad or grieving over something, immediately in the center, you'll see 2 to 3 muscles getting clumped together. It is not necessary that a person has to cry. Sometimes you can see it from the chin. This chin, there are 2 names for it. One is the mentalis muscle that you see right there on the chin. The other is the chin boss. If a person is going through a lot of grief or sadness, the chin starts quivering. Okay, or you'll see a Duchenne's grief muscle. My next question to you is, how would you distinguish between the real tears and the fake tears? Because when you're investigating or when you're trying to take out information, people would not want to give you information. They would not want to tell you the exact story. One of the ways that I've found that people want to derail the investigation is they start crying. And then it is very difficult. Either you'll get empathetic, you'll say, okay, come talk to us next time. How do you distinguish if a person is actually crying or not? Are those tears for real? Those tears not for real? Or they're trying to do something else? Anybody? You can write it in the chat or you can say, how do you distinguish if a person is genuinely crying or not crying? There are multiple ways. Anybody? Because you just end up believing and end up empathizing, and the person may take advantage of it. The eyes tell the truth. Okay, we'll do a test on the eyes also. Okay, since you mentioned that, Rudrakshi, about the eyes tell the truth, there's a lot of cops and a lot of people believe that the people who do not make an eye contact, they're lying. But I'd like to tell you, the recent research says if you make too much of eye contact while talking, there are good chances that the suspect can be potentially lying, because that's a part of threat tracking. Threat tracking. So when they make a lot of eye contact, they want to see if you're believing my story or not. They'll not break their eye contact. They'll keep looking into your eyes. I've seen that in a lot of that in police investigations. Rather than seeking attention, yes, that's true. Thank you, Ekta. So people apparently do not try to see who all are seeing me or what is the kind of attention that I'm getting from the audience. Sneezing a lot makes it fake, eyelid movement, chin muscle contraction. Okay, yes. All right, I'll tell you one more thing. So if there is a lot of tears happening and the person has gone into intense emotion, so the tears would also come down the nasal passage. It will go down as a phlegm, it will come this way. Another way, if a person is just faking it, and then I ask them next question, do you think you were also a part of this? The person immediately stops crying and turns their ear towards you because they really want to listen to what you have against them. So watch out for if a person is alert to your questions and has not completely zoned out. Okay, so that could be they cough instead of getting choked. Okay, you'll get to know through a lot of things. The tears also, there's a redness that comes over here, or it comes through nasal passage. Strong emotions are going. Then a person may hold on to a table or a chair right next to them. Also, eventually, you'll also see that people, they get alert to your questions and they will pretend they're not listening, but they listen to a lot of it. Now, since Rudrakshi, that you mentioned about the breathing pattern, how many times do we breathe in a minute? The voice cracks, right, Nikita? How many times do we breathe in a minute? Not the oximeter thing, not a saturation thing, but how many times do we breathe in a minute? 50 to 70 is a lot. So we're going towards the heart rate. So okay, good, Harshini or Taranjeet. That's right. So the window is between 12 to 18, the number of breaths that you take. Now, if a person gets stressed, now imagine an infant. When an infant is sleeping, his or her abdomen rises and falls. Whenever you're relaxed, you breathe through your abdomen. But whenever you get stressed, you start breathing through your shoulders. You'll be able to see the stress in the shoulders. The person's breathing rate would go up, and you'd easily be able to calculate it. Just observe the person's breathing rate after you ask them a difficult question and multiply 15 seconds and multiply it by 4. You'll be able to see, that the stress levels have got amped up. There's so much. So we did it for even at GB Road for the pink police jockey, and it got covered. So the cops. Okay. Can you tell me, out of these 3, 1, 2, and 3, which one is the senior most cop? We have 2 ladies and 1 gentleman. So which one do you think is the senior most cop? So 1 lady is in a cap, 1 lady is without a cap, and there's just 1 man. Or 3 people in uniform. This is Delhi Police pink jockey. Lady officer with a cap is what you're saying? The cap lady? Okay. And why would you say so? You're very close, but why would you say so, that the lady in a cap, the cap lady? She looks more confident. Thank you. Yeah, she looks more confident. Okay. All right. Ranking stats. Okay. All right. Interesting. Good. I enjoy when you give answers. Red belt police senior officer. Okay. All right. Somebody said it. Man at the center. That's right. Ume Kalsum and Rudrakshi. All right. Good. So the man is rank 1. But for those who said that she's more confident, that is true. If you Google Delhi Police Lady Singham, so her name will appear. That is Sub-Inspector Kiran Sethi. Now, always remember, inspector and above, they will wear light brown shoes. They will never wear black shoes. Okay? She's a sub-inspector. You can't see the stars on the shoulders, so you can't really determine. But she's feeling more territorial. Look at the distance between her feet. Can you see that? That's very territorial. Now look at the man. The distance between his feet is less. Despite the fact he's an inspector, she's the one who's in charge of this pink police jockey. So that is Kiran Sethi with a black belt and black shoes. The man is the SHO. And of course, this is a lady constable, which is very much evident from a body language. The distance between the shoes also. The hands at the back. It means I fear no one. Hands at the back means I fear no one. My heart, my kidneys, my lungs are exposed. Second, it also means I'm giving respect to my senior officers. Third, I could be hiding an object. Okay. All right. So this is in, I think, 2021. This is in 2021. So this is me and this is another colleague of mine. And this, okay, out of these 2, can you tell me which one could be the senior? Out of these 2, the man and the woman, which one do you think is the senior officer? The man or the woman? Woman. Okay, for those who say it is the woman, why would you say that? And for those who say that the man, okay, that's a divided opinion. brown coat is me, and the man, I'm talking with the man in the black coat. Okay. All right. So for those who said it is a woman, it is the right answer. The woman is the DCP. She's an IPS officer, Monica Bhardwaj. And the man is Assistant Commissioner of Police, SK Gulia sir. So this ma'am and I, we solved a kidnapping case. So we got felicitated back then. So, but she exudes a lot of confidence. She's a very young IPS officer, Monica Bhardwaj. Okay. Show you a kidnapping video. That's the next one. The kidnapping video. Future thinking gate. Okay. So here in the kidnapping video, you can see that what is when the person is making and a petition to his parents saying that please come to rescue me.
मैं police
Okay.
complaint ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ
So,
ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ weapons ಇದೆ.
You might not understand the language. I'll also not understand the language, but you'll get the subtitles. And with body language also, especially in our Indian context, because we know the culture, you don't need to understand the language. You'll be able to understand and decipher a lot from non-verbal cues. Can you see the video? Okay, all right. So I'll give you the background. This boy has been kidnapped. This is the case of Bangalore. The boy has been kidnapped and he's making a video for his father. Can you come and rescue me? I'm being kidnapped. So you tell me again, as I say, what is right and wrong.
ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೆಪನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಟೆರರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೂ ನನಗೂ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕನೂ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು ಡೇ ಬೈ ಡೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೇ ಇದೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಜೊತೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಬೇಗ ಕಾಸು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ಸಿಗಾಕೋಬಹುದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನಿಂದನೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಹಲೋ ಅಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿರೋರು ನನ್ನ ಕಿಡ್ನಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕಂತೆ ನಾಳೆ
Okay. What do you think is right and what do you think is wrong? This is just 32 seconds. Let me see. And imagine again, I'm telling you, you'll have to put yourself into that situation. Stress is not visible, right? Might be a prank. I think one can't make a video after being kidnapped. Kidnappers are on that flower cell phone. So this was a genuine kidnapping video. He's not scared at all. No fear, no tear, no muscles. Contraction looks like he's cool enough to speak. Yeah, he looks like cool enough. Scripted. Maybe lie as confident. He has no facial expression. Plus, he said he was being tortured. But he had no fear of crying. Speaking with confidence. Okay, very good. No eye blinking, not even looking around for kidnappers. He's wrong because the kidnappers will not give that much time to talk with family. Okay, Nikita, seems like scripted, pre-planned, not kidnapping. Okay, all of you are on very good conjecture. I'll take it. He said they are torturing him, but we can't hear fear in his voice. Looks like he's with his friends. Okay, Himanshu, you've hit the nail on its head. Looks like he's with his friends. That's what you're looking at. Let me play. And I'll tell you what do you think. Okay, sitting in a closed chamber, lighting in front, closed hands. Okay. Okay. Where do you think his right hand is? Where do you think his right hand is? Right hand. Selfie mode. He's not holding the phone. Somebody else is holding the phone for him. He's sitting in the back seat. Okay. Watch again. And this time I'll explain.
ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೆಪನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇವರು
Number one, look at where his spectacles are placed. That is so casual and relaxed. Okay. There are no tear trails on his face. Nothing on the face. Okay. The hand is stretched. I'm sitting like this, very territorial, which means I feel confident. See, if I go to a new house and I don't know the person, I keep my hands to myself. I'll not become territorial. But if I go to my house, I'll just jump around or I'll touch the things around. It is very territorial. Speaks of familiarity with the boy. You hear the sound in the background on the shoulder of another person. Yeah, he gives too much of information. Just following, etc. Cover up. Yes, Revati, that's right. Okay, somebody else also said somebody's shoulder or car seat top. Right. Okay. Okay. Do you hear the sound in the background? Tuck, 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 tuck. Can you hear that? What do you think that is? That sound in the background.
ಬಿಡಿ, ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೆಪನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಇವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಟೆರರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೂ ನನ್
Dogs barking is one thing. There is a car parking light which is going on. Car parking light. Whenever you park your car, to tuck, 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 you have to listen to everything possible. Okay. Everything possible. So there is a car parking light which is on. It could be indicators also. Also,
ಟೆರರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೂ ನನ್ಗೂ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಡೇ ಬೈ ಡೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೇ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಜೊತೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಬೇಗ ಕಾಸು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ.
there is no change in expression of the face of the boy. He's looking straight in the phone. There is no fear, nothing. He's relaxed, he's stretched, he's feeling territorial. That definitely speaks of the fact that he knows people. He knows people. As one of you said, it could be his friends. It could be his friends. Okay. Basement car parking area of building and making video. Okay. There's another car at the back.
ಇವತ್ ನಾನ್ ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ಸಿಗಾಕೋಬಹುದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನಿಂದನೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Then he looks at someone, itna kafi hai, or should I say more? And there's somebody else who says and says, okay, go ahead and make more of plea. Maybe it's near to road because we can hear horn. You can hear horn. You can see a light in the back. Tell me this. What do you think would have happened after this? That's the next question. He's demanding his father. His father, I don't know if he's still serving, but he was an income tax officer in Bangalore. Income tax officer in Bangalore. What do you think will happen after this? Any guesses for the boy or the situation? The boy is demanding 50 lakh rupees. Think he'll get it? Or do you think he gets caught? Any guesses? Oh, the father did give a police complaint. Yeah. Usually people do involve police. No? There were no loans. He was a school student. Okay, all right. Chill with his friends and now the plan is successful. Okay, now since the video is out, he can wait, chill. But I'll tell you what happened after that.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿರೋರು ನನ್ನ ಕಿಡ್ನಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕಂತೆ. ನಾಳೆ
They are torturing me. The t-shirt looks perfect. Nothing has happened to the t-shirt, which means there is somebody who's a rookie in terms of committing crime because the presentation is very poor. Doesn't look like signs of torture, doesn't look like signs of somebody building a lot of stress on him, and he looks also very comfortable.
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ನೆವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತವ್ರೆ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಾನ ತಂದ್ಕೊಡಿ.
And then of course you see his shoulders also going up a little. If you see, they're going up, torso breathing, stress levels have increased because he's making a video, and father is a government officer. The father will get up or will find him. Who was money? I'll tell you what happened.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಾನ ಬೇಗ ಆದಷ್ಟು
And then he says, in Ghana, I don't know what, but it says, I'm going to stay with them. And he does this. I don't know if you noticed one corner of the lip going up. Did you notice?
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಾನ ಬೇಗ ಆದಷ್ಟು
And in Ghana, when he says, one corner of the mouth going up, that's a sign of contempt. That's a way of disdain, smirk. I'm smarter than you. Okay. I'm going to stay with them. I'm going to stay with them. You know, you see the language. Staying is when I go and stay in a hotel. Of course, this is a translation, so you'll have to give that benefit of doubt to them. But still, I'm going to stay with them. Look at the words, look at his face. Nothing is congruent in terms of a kidnapping case. Nothing. It has to be someone known. Anyways, again, is very casual. Thank you, Revati, for translating that. It's very casual. So anyway, there is no fear.
ಬೇಗ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಇವ್ರ ಜೊತೆನೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ತಂದ್ಕೊಡಿ.
They killed the boy. And it was his own friends and classmates. They killed the boy. Now the boy made this plan. He wanted to buy a new bike. He knew that his father was getting a lot of money. He wanted to extract money from his own father. So you can find the case if you Google Sharath and the son of an income tax officer murdered in Bangalore, you'll be able to find the case. The boy wasn't expecting that his own classmates and friends would murder him or kill him. They killed him, dumped his body because they never wanted to leave a trace behind. And they did not even wait for money. They just wanted to get rid of the evidence. A very sad case. Okay. So even earlier he thought it will not be a crime, but later on it turned out to be into a heinous crime. A research from University of Massachusetts by Professor Robert Feldman, he says on the sample on which he conducted his study that in a period of 10 minutes, 60% of the people from his sample lied on an average 3 times in a period of 10 minutes when they're talking to other people. So 3 times in a period of 10 minutes, the number of lies that people tell you, sometimes they're harmless, sometimes they're white lies, as in doesn't make much of a difference. It is not to damage you, but just to keep the life running smooth. I like this definition. Personality comes from the Latin word persona, which means a mask. Everybody wears a mask. When you're at home, you wear a mask. When you're in college, you wear a mask. You're out on road, everybody wears a mask. Now, the important thing is, can you see beyond mask? Can you guess what the other person apparently is? Okay, take a guess about this guy. What do you think this guy's profession would be? Beggar, driver. Okay. Mind wash criminal. Beggar, fruit seller, daily labor, security guard. Okay, all right. Thank you for everyone who's answered. For those who said beggar, that is correct, but there is a difference in it. Somebody did answer. He is the world's richest beggar with a net worth of 7.5 crores. 7.5 crores. Bharat Jain. The kind of property that he has is beyond your imagination. You think that whatever that you see is true. Whatever that you see is not true. There is more to what meets your eye. As one of the interrogators say that a man, when I say a man, I'm talking about the genders. A man or a person is like an onion. The more layers you take out from that person, the more tears you'll have. Because the more layers that come off, they're very hurtful and they're very painful. You'll not be able to see the core of it. He's a rich beggar and has a lot of flats in Bombay. Yeah. There are a lot of people who exist like that. Okay. My next question, you'll have to identify rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Look at it carefully before you say the obvious. So you can say it like this: the man in the suit, the man with the hands in the pocket, and the man whose hands are out. Okay. I want to know who's ranked 1, who's ranked 2, and who's ranked 3. So the center one is rank 1, somebody saying. Okay. And on his left is rank 2. Somebody said, I have to see somebody's writing. Suit is 1, pocket is 2, and then outside pocket is 3. Okay. Rank 1, man in pocket, second 2. Okay. Rank 2, hand in pocket, black strips. Okay. Rank 1, man in suit, and rank 2, hand in pocket. Rank 3, hand outside pocket is rank 2 ones. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's answered and has been very good with their responses. I'll answer. As Mansi said, that is rank 2, the hands outside pocket. So we have a common notion that people whose hands are in the pocket, they're very confident. That is lacking confidence. That is why you try to hide. So how do? You put your hands in the pocket. So that is a way of showing that, they lack confidence. Now, evidently, the man in the center is rank 1. Is rank 1, he's not wearing a uniform. The chin is slightly up. That is confidence. There is an evident smile. And that's an IPS officer. That's a DCP. Okay. And that is Dr. Joy Tirkey. Another important thing is that the thumbs are visible. Whenever thumbs are visible, it is a sign of confidence. Okay. Sign of confidence. If the thumbs are not visible, then it is lacking confidence. That's a gentle posture. That's right, Himanshu. He's a doctor. So the guy in the gentle that you see, he's a doctor from AIIMS Hospital. He's a very interesting fellow. So first he did his MBBS, and then he was practicing for some time in AIIMS Hospital. Then he did his MBA. Then he did his LLB. He's also a lawyer. And then he cracked UPSC and he became a DCP. I think now he's posted with Delhi Police Special Staff. A while ago, he was with CID, and prior to that, Crime Branch. I met him 2 to 3 times. He's a very intelligent guy, very soft-spoken and very sharp. Okay, that is rank 1. And for those who know about the Buradi suicide case, wherein 13 or 11 people, they committed suicide at the same time. The whole family committed suicide. So it was this DCP, Dr. Joy Tirkey, who conducted the murder investigation or the suicide investigation. And it was first time in India that a psychological autopsy was done. It was done at King George Medical College. So this was pursued by Dr. Joy Tirkey. There's a Netflix movie also, I think House of Horrors, in which you can see Dr. Joy Tirkey. Okay, all right. On your left, you have Assistant Commissioner of Police. You see there is a difference in the color of the rope. This is black. This is black. This is not black. This is khaki. Both of them have 3 stars, but there's a difference in the color of the rope. The belt is same, but where are the thumbs? In ACP, this is Assistant Commissioner of Police. His thumbs are visible. This is an inspector, Inspector Manoj Kumar. He's the same guy who worked on the case of Shraddha Walker and Aftab Poonawala, which happened in Mehrauli. So the case was getting investigated in Delhi Police Mehrauli. And ribbon for, yes, and a ribbon for him. So there is a difference over here. But are your eyes trained to see the difference? That is also very important. Okay. So he's definitely not very comfortable with his hand. Look at the number of crease on his trousers. Okay. Also, you see one leg is in front or probably the other one is at the back. He's not comfortable while standing over there. While you see for ACP and DCP, both of them are pretty steady with their legs. Just, very minute observations. So I'll tell you, no matter how good a person is with body language, knows a lot about body language, they'll never be able to fake it. You can have a poker face, but you can never have a poker body. I can be very stoic with my face, but still there'll be signals that I'll be leaking out through my body. So there'll be a lot that I'll tell you that you'd have to find out. Okay, some of you were saying eyes, and let me know if you're still sticking with the answer. Which is the most honest part of your body? By which I mean is when I look at that body part, which is your eyes and probably your nose or your ears, that will be a good indicator of leakage of deception or your true emotion. Eyes, lips, the gait, the heartbeat. But you can't see the heartbeat, no? So what I mean is just by looking at the person. Thumb, maybe, the way we breathe, okay? Eye contact, the facial expression, the hands, the hand gestures. Okay, eyes. I see a lot of people talking about eyes and hands. All right. So the facial expression. Again, I'll tell you that your face and my face, or anybody, two people's face, they have a social contract with each other. So we can control our facial expressions. So one thing, when you were growing up, and let's say your relatives came over to your place, so your parents would always tell you, you know what, your uncle is coming over, ensure that you do not reveal anything through your face. Okay, smile as if you've come out with the flying colors. So we learn a lot of facial controlling from our own families. We learn how to control our face, not to smile in an awkward situation, not to give away a lot from your face. So we learn from our face. So face is very difficult. Eyes could be, but it is not the first thing. So Bhargav has said legs. So that is the closest thing. The answer is feet. Feet is the most honest part of your body, because as per zoologist Desmond Morris, any body part which is the furthest away from your brain is the most difficult to control. Now think of it. Whenever you're excited and there is your favorite song playing in your car, what happens? Your feet start tapping, or you're anxious about the fact that, your exams are supposed to happen next month. They've got preponed to next week. Your legs will start moving. Another thing, if you want to run away from a situation, so one foot will be towards the person and one foot will be towards the door. It will not be towards the person. It will be away from it and it will be towards the door. The feet are a good indicator. If you like a person, both the feet will come towards the person, but you start asking difficult questions, the feet will get withdrawn under the chair. So if you are in counseling, talking to a patient, talking to a client, talking to a suspect, it is very important that you should not have a table in between. You should see Oprah Winfrey show. Even if she's talking to Barack Obama, even if she's talking to Priyanka Chopra, whosoever, she never keeps a table in between. The table is always at the side. Another good tip could be you can keep a glass table so that you can see how feet are moving. Feet is the actual sentiment through which a person talks. Then it will be very difficult. That is why I'm giving you tips on that. How do you have a person to, reveal? It is very important that you keep their feet visible in your view. You should not be missing them. Otherwise, it will be, a big problem. You'll not get to know their actual feelings. Another one, look at the girl. The toes are almost coming like this. This is called pigeon feet. Pigeon feet. Here, a person is ready to surrender or submit to the other person. So it is a good indicator. You can work on this person in case if you're counseling, again, a suspect or a patient, the person can talk. Oprah Winfrey I was talking about, she doesn't keep a table in between because you don't know what is happening with the feet and you miss all the possible responses. That's what they teach in FBI. For American law enforcement agencies, never keep a table. You'll miss a lot of things that is happening under the table. Metaphorical also. Again with Priyanka Chopra. Look at this picture. Whenever a person is not interested in talking to the other person, so 1 foot towards the person, 1 foot away from the person, that always gives away the other person's intention. This person wants to leave. And I have seen it several times, and the man is not interested, wants to leave. If you have a 3-year-old child, I have a 5.5-year-old daughter. If my daughter, my niece is 3, and my parents are 70, so I'm giving you that wide range. I see all of these signals in all of them. You'll be able to see that they are universal, and only if you have an eye for them. Okay, I'll not play this video. There's very less of time left. We are already on a stopwatch. So in this Salman Khan and Jacqueline video, no? So you see there's a child. Salman Khan was forcing the child to go and hug Jacqueline. And apparently the child never wanted it. So what happened? You see the foot of the child. 1 foot away from Jacqueline and 1 foot also not completely towards Jacqueline. And of course, they were slammed big time for forcing a child to hug an actor. The feet is the true indicator. Okay. If not, then this is from my internship. So this internship that I was taking, I took students to this police station and you see my students standing. So again, going back to this Lady Singham, cop of Delhi police. So she was demonstrating that how a stalker comes and tries to tease a girl and what all you should do. And in this process of it, she ended up banging his nose, hitting into his stomach. She was displaying on a lighter note. But this guy got so stressed. Now he wanted to run away from the situation. So I clicked a picture of his feet. You see, the student of mine wanted to run away. He never wanted to stay in that space because he knew that again, there's another shot that is coming for him. The feet will always give you an answer, but you've always been looking for them in the eyes. See, body language is huge. For all those people who say that you cross your arms and you block, that's not the thing. It's very contextual. Very contextual. It has a lot of meaning. It's just that it has not been spoken about it in such a way. It has a lot of scientific evidence, a lot of science from the perspective of ethology, zoology, primatology, psychiatry, neuroscience, a lot of it. It's just that in our country, we don't see it. I solve quite a few cases on the basis of it, and then I submit the report to police. And we're able to find a lot of people, especially when the suspect has kind of come clear on polygraph at times. Okay. I'll not dive too much into detail, but would share a thing or two. So whenever you're observing someone, you have to see where the person is sitting, the environment. Is he sitting at home or is he outside? You have to baseline a person. There are some people who always have a restless leg. So probably that's how they behave. You have to baseline. How do you baseline? Talk to a person, make them comfortable and speak to them for like 40-50 minutes till the time that they reach that comfort zone. The context of the situation is very important. What is happening around him or her? You cannot look for just one signal. There are multiple signals that come. You always have to look for their comfort and discomfort. You've seen Rocky movie? Rocky Balboa, Rocky. Has anyone seen it? So this is the closest that they could have come to a face-off. Okay. Now, interestingly, if we inject body language in it, how it changes. Just put a hand. The whole meaning of it changes. Just put a hand over there. Now, oh, that was just to show. Okay, this is the last thing that I'll talk. We'll bring it to a close. Whenever Pinocchio lied, his nose would become longer. However, that doesn't happen in real life. But whenever you're feeling a lot of stress, when a person is not sure about his answer, when a person feels a little dithery around it, they'll touch their nose. like this, like this, like this, something on those lines. Okay. Nose touching is an indicator of high stress because catecholamines get secreted in your nose. And when catecholamines get secreted in your nose, you want to do a gentle rub to it. So this research was done at Chicago at the Smell and Taste Treatment and Research Foundation, where they found that, the catecholamines come, and when catecholamines come, a person would like to touch their nose, but always give them benefit of doubt. People like Salman Khan, they keep touching their nose. So that's his baseline. You can't really say that he's lying every now and then. Or somebody has a cold. So again, you have to give that exemption to the person because the person has cold. So this is the last video that I'll end with. This was put on YouTube about a recruiter who was taking an interview of a guy who appeared and on Skype. So when he appeared for that interview, the recruiter kind of caught him. And how did he catch him? That is something that you'd see. It's also on YouTube. If you'd like to see it sometime later, you can do that.
Are going to be converting into the textile aspect of textile design, and in some cases I am working on it and to the team members textile design.
As you see it, let me know what you think is wrong.
And in some cases I am working on it and to the team members who are reporting to me.
Okay. So have you worked on any triggers in your experience?
Yes, I'm using triggers, but if using a trigger, so
What do you think? He's mimicking. Okay, Aarti? Anybody else? Voices in the background. Okay, Reepti, let's play.
I'm just analyzing how to use this trigger.
Man,
Are we going to work
hold on.
If these two are not achievable, I'm going with the trigger, and we used many events in trigger like before, after.
Hold on. I think it's not you who is speaking. I mean, someone is speaking, someone else is speaking here, and you're just lip syncing. I can also hear your voice, the candidate who is sitting.
Okay, now you caught him. It's a problem. Now, since you've caught him, there's a lot of stress happening. Catecholamines are getting secreted. He cannot escape the fact that he has to rub his nose now. He got caught right there. People, it's not always when they're lying that they touch their nose. As I said, very contextual. It also happens when apparently they are going through high stress. And also, when he was caught, he did not deny. Now, ending it with this last video of my nephew and niece, who are 3 years old and who are the other boys 5.5. So when I say that the body language cues can be seen everywhere, this is what I mean. I just showed you for nose, and this is what I'll show for the kids for nose. Both of them go to taekwondo class and they practice over there. That's my niece and that's my nephew. So he told her, kick, and she kicks.
Run, pay attention.
So of course, she knows it's yes, sir, and whatever she's learned in the class.
Shortcut between the two bases that
Kick.
famous people would run back and forth. Service road.
She didn't get it. She gets stressed. She starts scratching her nose. What did he say? She didn't understand.
John Burroughs is a patrol patrolman in his department.
The stress comes similarly. 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatnot. It comes 70, 80. It comes similarly in everyone. So that is it from my end.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a elaborative talk on body language, which is description and detection in the forensic settings. So, and I'm sure that it was very well taken by all the audience, and they have learned a lot. as you can see the response, 130 plus messages you have received in your interactive sessions. So thank you so much, sir. And on behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to present this e-mementos for your wonderful talk.
Okay. Thank you. That's very kind of you, sir. And
Thank you, sir. And also this e-certificate for imparting your valuable insight and inspiration, body language and reception and direction in the forensic setting. Finishing school.
okay. Thank you. I hope all of us had a good time, and thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. I had a great time.
Thank you so much, sir. And sir is very active on the LinkedIn, so you can connect on LinkedIn. And I request sir kindly send your LinkedIn, profile ID here, URL, so that they can connect with you for the future interaction and the learning. So as we study the body language, so in the month of August, we are launching something similar to analyze the individual personality through the handwriting. So this individual personality through the handwriting science is called graphology, which is again the session taken by the very eminent experts, where we are going to learn about the psychological theory about the graphology, insight of the handwriting and personality, graphology, and the psychosexual stages of the development, analysis of the graphological data, and the graphotherapy. So those who are interested, kindly join this course. It is going to be very interactive and the fall learning 1 month program. So with the permission of our first speaker, Gaurav Gill, we are moving to our second speaker, and our second speaker is Dr. Abhimanyu Harse from University of Lucknow. And sir is going to talk on the topic forensic science in search of truth, forensic physics, decoding the silence of the crime. And I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce Dr. Abhimanyu Harse.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so Dr. Abhimanyu Harshi is currently providing his services to the Department of Anthropology, University of Lucknow, as an assistant professor, forensic science. He conferred his PhD in forensic science from Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. He completed his bachelor's and master's degree in forensic science from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Institute of Forensic Science and Technology, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi, Uttar Pradesh, India. His area of academic and research interest include forensic physics, forensic ballistics, and instrumentation. He has published several research and review articles in several journals of global repute, and also had book chapters to his credit. He is a life member of Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, and has presented several papers and posters in various national and international seminars, workshops, and conferences. He is also the reviewer of several prestigious scientific journals. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhimanyu. I welcome you to the platform.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I am extremely thankful to you and your entire energetic team for giving me this opportunity to interact through your this esteemed platform. And my session's greeting to all the participants attending this session. I'm sharing my screen to show you this presentation. And during this session, is visible to you, sir, and every
yes, sir, it is visible.
Is able to see my screen.
Yes, sir, it is visible. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, my humble request. I think there is some network issue from your side. So, if as the voice is lacking, if it is possible, you can continue with the video turn off. If it is internet is good, you can continue in the same.
Okay. So I'm stopping my video.
Yes, sir. That will be perfect, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So in this today's lecture, the central theme of this lecture is to identify the scope of forensic physics and ballistics to decode the silence of crime. Indeed, in this the entire series of these expert lectures, you all must have gone through with the various aspects of forensic and the various domains of forensic science. So forensic physical science also cover us very significant prospects, and it have a significant interventions of in the forensic investigation. So you all are familiar with the basic meaning of forensic science, that it is the science for the purpose of justice. It is just an application of the well-established scientific methods and the technology that are used to investigate the evidence on the scientific ground, and it will provide the information of evidential significance that will offer evidence beyond the shadow of reasonable doubt in the court of law. So forensic science is not only applicable in the criminal investigation or to apprehend the actual culprit or suspect, but it is also helpful to exonerate the innocent or to save the innocent from being wrongfully convicted. So it means we can say that it is strengthening the path of fair justice. So as I told previously, that it is the application of science for the purpose of justice. In the crime investigation, in the criminal investigation, we are utilizing the scientific methods. So in general language, we can also say that it is the fusion of science with law. So as that of basic science, we can say that by utilizing that basic science method, whether it is physics, chemistry, zoology, botany, and others. So what is the principal portfolio of a crime scene, of a criminal investigator or a forensic investigator? It is basically, he analyzes the physical evidence, he provides the expert testimony to the court, as the court can ensure the fair justice to the court of law. And also to assess the admissibility of the evidence. Actually, the admissibility of the evidence is another most important concern that is frequently pronounced in the legal and forensic fraternity. And amid all this forensic investigation, the crime scene investigation is also an important perspective that is crucially associated with the crime scene investigation. So here, these 4 points denotes the major portfolio of a forensic investigator. So these are the feature of scientific investigation. It is the precursor of a fair trial. There is a famous dictum is there that facts do not lie, man can do. An eyewitness may be hostile, but the facts, the scientific facts cannot lie with the person. So therefore, we can say that it is the precursor of fair trial. We are investigating with the help of science in the search of truth. Each evidence, each allegation is duly supported by the cogent evidence. It means it is imparting the transparency in the criminal justice system. Also, the accused is provided with the opportunity to defend himself. And in the history, there are several examples are there, just like the Project Innocence was there, in which the accused were later acquitted when the forensic investigation was done. So this is the Project Innocence that I am saying here. So forensic investigation plays an important role in the criminal justice system. So here I have mentioned a word that there is an analysis of physical evidence. So friends, in general terms, we can say that evidence could be anything that can provide an informative link of evidential sequence by which we can add something in the criminal investigation. So everything, any tangible object that can help an investigator to link between the crime, the culprit, and the victim. So this can be a physical evidence. There is a very famous principle of a very eminent forensic scientist, Sir Edmund Locard, who said that every mutual contact leaves trace, and these traces help to generate. Actually, these physical evidences are created as a consequences of that mutual the contact between the entities. Just give me an example to you that just imagine that you are walking through agriculture fields. So on that field, your shoe impressions will be transferred. Subsequently, the soil from that agriculture field will be transferred to the sole of your shoes. So the correlation between that soil and that agricultural field will help to establish that that person has visited that place and or he was walking through the field. So this is just between the linking, it is just like the puzzle system that we are linking the two events through the help of physical evidence. So there is another word that is called trace evidence we use. It is a special category of physical evidence, and we can say that these trace evidence are present in the very trace amount. Let me tell you one more thing is that that is very interesting as well as to essential to understand the basics of forensic physics. Actually, the thing is that every interaction, as I told you, that the physical evidences are produced as a consequence of the mutual exchange of traces. When the two entities came in contact, so there is an exchange of traces. It is the basic principle of exchange that was given by Sir Edmund Locard. So it is well established that when two entities come in contact, so they causes some changes in their immediate environment. And these changes are taken place in a systematic way. Therefore, they can be studied systematically and scientifically. Actually, the science is the systematic study of anything. So if there is a pattern of anything, if a system is there, so we can study it scientifically. So here, this is the basic foundation of forensic investigation. That is, if I am sitting in my office, so then I will use to touch the belongings of my office. So it is very obvious that the sweat, the perspiration in my hands will be transferred to my belongings, just like that is my pen, mouse, computer, laptop, etc. So it means that transfer of the traces, some soil and dirt particles will be transferred to my hands. So this, I'm giving you some basic examples. So all these changes are obvious and these will occur in a very systematic manner. This is the reason that we can examine them scientifically in scientific manner, and we can draw some evidential conclusions through this one. So actually the evidence, the forensic investigation of any evidence, it gives us the investigative edge. It provides you some links to associate, to establish the links between the crime, culprit, suspects, and the other person or objects that are directly or indirectly associated with that particular event. Ultimately, we are able to reconstruct the crimes. Actually, the entire forensic investigation is associated and it is concerned with the reconstruction of a crime scene. If we have enough information extracted from the evidence, then we will able to imagine that what could have been happened here. It is called the reconstruction of a crime scene. Just let me give you one example that that in the cases of that shooting where the person have been shot dead by using a firearm. In that case, the investigator tries to establish at what range the firearm could have been fired, at what angle it could have been fired. So all the assumptions are made on the basis of what evidence are present there and in what condition they are there. So it means that scientific investigation, that forensic examination of that evidence is playing the crucial role, important role in the reconstruction of that crimes. So in all that forensic work, just like whether it is the crime scene investigation, whether it is the scientific examination of any physical evidence. So what is the role of forensic physics? Actually, what is forensic physics? This question is very important. What is the role? What is the scope of physics in the forensic science? So we are going to observe all these things in this session. So as you all may have got familiar that forensic science can be classified into three major branches, that is physical sciences, chemical sciences, and biological sciences. Forensic physical sciences include forensic physics, forensic ballistics. Right now, in some forensic science laboratory, they also consider the digital forensic as a branch of physical sciences. Somewhere voice analysis, and this is also part of that physical science domain. Chemical science include the chemistry, toxicology. Biological science include biology, serology, DNA analysis, wildlife forensic. So these kind of branches are there. So in this lecture, we are especially concerned with the scope and the utility of the forensic physical sciences, especially forensic physics and the ballistics in the investigation of crime. That what is the role of the physics and ballistic to investigate the physical evidence as well as to reconstruct the crime scene, and what are the prominent cases where it have been contributed well. So we are going to observe this one. So friends, you all must have studied a lot of physics at your +2 level, 10 +2 level. In intermediate section, you have studied the various branches under the subject of physics, that is mechanics, thermodynamics, electronics, and that optics. These kind of basic branches are there that we usually study in the physics. So the classical theory of physics says, as per the philosophy of the Aristotle, the Aristotle, he said that the physics is the study of the relation of energy and matter. Initially, the physics was concerned with this. Later on, with the progress in the field of physics, the several subdomains of physics were introduced, and with the progress in the science and technology, now there is a blend of several disciplines, what we call it the interdisciplinary, that we will observe in this lecture itself, that there are several places where the physics is getting that is, it is intersecting with the chemistry itself, somewhere it is intersecting with the biology itself. So that is another thing, we called it the multidisciplinary style. So here, superficially, we are going to that I am trying to say that initially we were concerned with the energy and the matter relationship in the physics. Later on, we identified that every matter contains some intrinsic physical properties, and these physical properties can help to identify as well as characterize to that particular matter or that object. So here in forensic physical sciences, we are concerned with that analysis of particular physical properties, because let me tell you one thing, identification is the most prominent question, that it is the most prominent task to the forensic investigator. Sometimes that we got some that any object as a question, so we have to identify that what is this, and other associated questions we have to answer them. So to identify something, there is a very basic way that we should analyze or identify the physical and the chemical properties of that evidence. So physical properties are the functions of the several factors. Here, as I told you, that there are two concerns are there in forensic science: just to identify something as well as to compare between the two objects. Just give me an example that I have been encountered with the two bullets at the crime scene. Murder crime scene is there, and I have got two bullets. So the first question is that how can I identify that bullet, that whether it is correspond to the .22 pistol, or it is correspond to the 7.65 mm pistol, or whether it is correspond to a revolver. So I am trying to identify that bullet. Now further question is that the two bullets are there, whether the bullets correspond to the same origin. Let me give you another example. Just like there are two soil samples are there. So first of all, we will identify that what characteristics that soil sample possesses. On the basis of that, we can identify that from where it could have been came. And the another thing is that whether these two samples are same or different. So these kind of assessments are prominently performed in the forensic physical sciences or that forensic physics that forensic physics investigations. So here I am giving you the glimpse of routine work or the most prominently that most prominent physical evidence that are frequently encountered in the forensic science laboratory for their investigation in the physics section. So friends, let me tell you one more thing. Keep one thing in mind, that forensic physics is concerned with the exploration of a physical property. Chemical science is concerned with the exploration of the chemical perspectives of certain element or certain object. So in forensic physics, whatever object is there, we will try to identify their physical properties. So at any violent scene of crime or any kind of scene of occurrence, these are the common kind of physical evidences are there. Some glass pieces are there, soil sample may be there, paint chips are there, some tool marks, just like in the housebreaking or theft cases, the broken locks are there, or any window grill, we got some tool marks are there. In the cases of that hit and run, road accident, so we got this kind of evidence together, just like the exchange of paint chips between the two vehicles at the site where they have been collided. So at that site, the mutual exchange of traces between the paint between these cars, you can observe that paint chips have been transferred mutually. Glass chips, just like that windshield may have been broken, you can see. So these kind of evidences are most routinely encountered in the forensic science laboratory for the investigation. So what is the basic approach of the forensic physics? We should acquire the basic knowledge of the physical and the chemical perspective of the special species of interest. If we have to investigate the glass, we must have an adequate knowledge about the composition of glass, the basic properties of the glass, what is the behavior of glass on some external characters, external factors. Then what techniques, what methodologies can be applied to investigate that particular species or for the analysis of that particular physical property. So this is what I am trying to say, that this is the application of physics for the forensic science. And these analytical results will be interpreted to link between the two incidences. So this is the roadmap of forensic physics that we follow in our routine investigation. The basic principles of physics are being investigated here. Look how. Just have a look on the glass. It is the very common entity that we also see in our routine life. Window panes, automobile glass are there, drinking water glass is there, in laboratory glasswares are there. So we are surrounded with lots of glass structures. So it is very obvious that if any incident is there, so it will be that there are the heavy chances that it will be present at a scene of crime, especially in the cases of violent scene of crimes. So the examination of its physical properties will help to reconstruct the crime. Along with its physical property, we also do the fracture analysis, that just throw a stone, the piece of stone on a glass pane. So it will make a fracture pattern on that pane. So in that instances, can we assess that from where that stone might have been hit at that glass pane? Actually, in forensic science, the friends, see one more thing. Most important thing is there, that in forensic science, everything is observed with a question point of view. We have a question mark in the last of every sentence, that the glass has been broken. So how it has been broken? How could it have been occurred? From where the force have been applied? These kind of questions are asked to establish the sequence of any event. So just observe this screen and just don't see that caption where what I am showing on the screen. Just observe these figures A, B, C, and D. Actually, these all the figures, especially B and C, are the experimental findings of one of the research from my self laboratory. So friends, what you can observe using the figure B and C? Can anybody respond? What you can observe by, what you can infer, what you can conclude by observing the image B and C? Lots of, yes, lots of correct. Bullet entry and exit hole, maybe, yes, they are bullet hole. Point of contact is different. Okay, scattering is different. C. Okay, let me tell you. Just observe the figure A. You will see a point is there from where the cracks are seem to be originating. Just observe the figure number B, where you can see a hole in center, and from that point, some cracks are radiating outwards. Similarly, in C, a hole is there, some cracks are radiating outwards, but there is a heavy branching of the cracks. The density of the crack is more as compared to B. So in all this, in the image, in the figure ABC, you can say one thing confidently, that some external impact have caused these fractures. Now, what was the nature of the fracture? So we can clearly see that there is a heavy branching in figure number C. So it is denoting the some heavy stress was applied. And as compared to that of C, there was a less stress was applied in this case. So this is a logical reasoning, and I am just applying the basic knowledge of physics of that fracture mechanics, what it is called. The principle of mechanics are being applied here. That is, when the bullet or any stone is hitting the surface, it will transfer its energy to the surface. That energy will release in the form of cracks. The greater the energy, the greater the cracks will be there. And on the basis of that energy surface, that the transfer of energy to that surface, the fracture pattern will be formed. And this will help to establish the several things, that what was the nature of that force, what was the intensity of the force, if the something was hitting, so for what range it might have been thrown. So these all kind of assumptions we can made by using this figure. So this is what we actually this is a very deep and very broad thing. So I am just trying to give you some glimpse of this work, that what we usually do here. Similarly, in the figure number D, what you can see is that some wavy pattern is there and no special point of contact you can observe. So it indicates that it might have been this glass fracture may have been occurred due to the heavy exposure to the heavy heat. So this is nothing is there just like rocket science. This is just the basic knowledge of science, basic knowledge of physics, and we are observing that we are observing any evidence, any incident, and we are trying to interpret on the behalf of the basic principle of physics. So this is the one perspective that I have tried to explain you. Similarly, there is another, the most common type of forensic evidence is there, soil. Yes, friends, let me explain you one more thing. So this is the grass structure analysis is one perspective of a forensic investigation of a glass evidence. In the previous slide, I told you that we also compare and identify the materials. So I told you there in forensic physics, we are concerned with the physical properties. So in glass, we are concerned with the physical property, namely that is refractive index and that is density. Every glass, whether it is automobile glass, whether it is flint glass, whether it is window pane, whether it is borosilicate glass, each glass have different composition. Therefore, it will possess different properties and it will have different refractive index. So on the basis of the comparison between the two refractive indexes, the comparison of the refractive indexes of the glass sample, we can identify whether these belong to same category or not. Got my point or not? What I am trying to say, if the two questioned sample out there and we have found that they both have different refractive index, it means the two different kind of glass entities were present at the crime scene. Because the glass may also be present in the very small shattered pieces. So in that case, we may have to identify the source of origin. If the glass, if the glass pieces possess the similar refractive index, similar densities, so it means they could have been come from the same origin. Just give me another example in this case to you. There is a case of road accident, and on the road we are encountered with the several pieces of glass. So if the cases of if this is a case of road accident, the two vehicles have collided, it means in that case there will be the at the crime scene we will get encountered with the glass of both of the vehicles. The headlights from the headlight or windshield may be there. But if the vehicle is there and someone has deliberately broken the glass, so in that case we will not get some other pieces of that glass of other vehicle. So it also helped to establish the nature of the crime scene, that whether the statement of the victim is truth or not. भाई विक्टिम तो ये कह रहा है कि जो दो गाड़ियों के बीच में दुर्घटना हुई है, लेकिन आपको क्राइम सीन पर देख के ऐसा कुछ नहीं लग रहा है, दूसरे व्हीकल में कुछ कांच नहीं टूटा या उसके आपको कांच के पीसेस नहीं मिल रहे हैं. It means the something is wrong with the crime scene. The something is not going smoothly. So this is very important perspective, and it is based on the observation capabilities and the experience of that forensic investigator. Similarly, in the soil, we do perform the microscopic examination of the soil to assess its physical properties. We also do its color assessment. In the soil, there is an important parameter that is particle size distribution. As you all may have familiar that there are various types of soil, black soil, laterite soil, and some other kind of things are there. So each soil possesses a different particle size, and it owes different physical properties. So in that case, we can also assess the density of the soil, for which we have a different method that is called density gradient method. And we can classify the different soil sample according to their density, and we can identify their origin, and as well as we can compare between the two soil sample. In the several cases, the soil evidence has contributed as a crucial evidence in the criminal investigation. The paint is another physical evidence that is frequently appeared at a violent crime scenes. As I have given an example of that hit and run case where the paint chips of the two vehicles may be there. So we can compare we can identify their physical properties, and on the basis of that, we can assess that for which category this paint chip correspond, whether it is architectural paint, whether it is automobile paint, or whether it is wood varnish. This is whether the two samples are correspond to the same source or not. So this kind of investigation are performed here. One more important perspective that we do in the forensic physics is the restoration of the tool mark. Friends, you all may have heard about the vehicle theft, the stolen vehicles. Every vehicle have its own identity that we called it the chassis number, or some marking is imprinted on its engine and silencer that help to establish the identity of that particular vehicle. So in the cases of stolen vehicles, sometimes we observe that that the perpetrator has attempted to move its identity. So therefore, they grind the surface, they rub the surface with some pointed object or anything like grinder to remove that surface. So in that case, if we have to establish the identity that this vehicle is stolen and it belongs to that particular person X. So that person X will claim that my vehicle was bearing the chassis number 3777. But now on that side has been rubbed with grinder and we do not observing any chassis number here. So now we have to restore. Actually, this is the principle of material sciences, surface sciences. So we treat this surface with some chemical, we can use laser treatment, we can use some electrochemical treatment to remove the upper surface of that material, and then we can observe this. These images are also images that are outcome of my few experiments, in which you can see that image A, in the both of the images, there are some numbers are imprinted on a surface. Later, these surfaces were grinded and we are unable to observe that any marking on the surface. Now again, these surfaces were treated with some reagents, in some cases use some electrochemical treatment, and in that you can see that carbon image is revealing here, that what was the written here previously. So this is called the restoration of tool mark, and this is also one of the most frequently used this is the very frequent practice in a forensic physics laboratory. Another thing, as I told you, in the cases of road accident, various physical evidences are there. Most common thing is there, that is skid mark and tire marks are there. So in that friction mechanics, you may have observed some basic formulas. By utilizing the length and width of this skid mark, we can assess the speed of that vehicle. We can estimate that at what speed the vehicle was going on. Mu is the friction constant, and you can assess the g, small g is the acceleration due to gravity, and L is the length of skid marks. So students, I am giving you just a basic introduction that how the basic physics, how the basic fundamental principles of physics, the established method of the physical property analysis of physics are being applied in this criminal investigation. So this is how that I am trying to show here. There is a case study. We did a case in the state FSL Jaipur. This carrier vehicle was submitted to the FSL for its investigation, and it was allegedly fired on it using a country-made firearm. So you can see that on the windshield, a prominent fracture marking is there. You can also observe two entrance point and one key-like structure is also there. So by observing this, the pattern of fracture, we were able to establish that which is the entrance side, which is the exit side, at what angle the shooting was done, how many rounds might have been fired in that case. So these all the things, just like you can see that in this second image, where I am, where the mouse cursor is there, you can see the hole is there. This hole was made by that bullet impact. The bullet hit to this surface after passing through that windshield.
Manu sir, we are not able to hear you. I think there is some technical glitch. He might join now.
Hello. Hello. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now audible. Please continue. Thank you,
Actually, sir, some network glitch was there, so I
Yes,
got
yes.
disconnected.
Yes, yes, sir. No problem, sir. Thank you, sir.
My screen is visible to you, sir?
Screen is not visible. You can reshare again.
Okay,
Yes, sir. It is visible. You can make this as a full mode.
okay, sir. So
Perfect.
this is how that basic principle of physics are utilized here to decode the silence. That it is very that it is possible that someone have thrown a stone, a pointed stone on this windshield, and now he's claimed that someone have fired a weapon. So how can we assure that the person is saying right, this someone is saying truth or not? So we are in search of truth, and in the search of truth, that physics is a tool. We are using the principle of physics, the methods of physics, to search the truth, that what is correct thing. Apart from physics, there is another important prominent branch of forensic ballistics. As the name shows, ballistics, it is associated with something firearm and ammunition. Actually, it is the branch of applied mechanics in which we study the motion of projectile, especially when the word forensic is there. So it is especially concerned with the investigation of the firearms. Students, this is very interesting branch. It is very interesting to analyze the firearms for the criminal investigation. Here you can see that in India, I'm showing you some data. Why the forensic ballistic is one of the prominent branches of forensic sciences. See this data. You can observe the huge number of the firearms and the ammunition that are seized under Arms Act. And especially the ratio of the country-made firearm, that is also called Desi Katta, and licensed firearm. And this number is increasing day by day. So this is a major challenge to the law enforcement agencies to deal with this firearm related offenses. Actually, firearms are getting involved in almost in every kind of heinous crimes. So we have a great number of firearm and ammunition that are get deposited in the forensic science laboratory for ammunition, for examination. So forensic ballistic expert analyze the firearms or analyze a crime scene with aim to answer usually the 6 questions. First question is whether the gun is fired or not, the most prominent, just like in this case. By observing this bullet hole, the first question that came to my mind was that whether the gun has fired or not. The first question is there. So you can see here that what I am trying to say is that first question is that whether the gun has been fired or not. If yes, who was the firer? At what range the gun might have been fired? Whether the particular injury has been met by gunshot. And if yes, so what is the entry hole? What is the exit hole? In that response, the few candidates have mentioned about the entry and exit hole. Yes, it is the very important perspective of forensic ballistic investigation. Further, the most important thing is that the arm ammunition linkage, whether the particular bullet have been fired from that particular firearm or not. Just like a firearm has been found at a crime scene and some bullet shells are there, blank cartridges are there. So we have to assess that these blank cartridges have been fired with this particular firearm or not. This is the most prominent question and one of the most frequent practices in the forensic ballistic lab, and this estimation of range and the angle of fire. So entire forensic ballistic investigation moves around these 7 queries. Actually, these are some case exhibits that I am showing to you. By utilizing this revolver, this was a service revolver and a police personnel committed suicide. So in that case, we had to establish whether it is suicide or homicide by observing the crime scene and the mutual positions of the evidences. And you all are familiar with this. These are desi katta. This is a major problem in India because there is no standardization of any katta and we have to analyze them. Further, there are 3 branches of forensic ballistics. I am not discussing here in detail. This is what I am trying to say. You all must have heard about the projectile motion at +2 level, and you all have did that derivation that the path of projectile is parabola. Just see what is here. And in reality, we do it. At the point of origin, we will break the 2 factors, v sin theta, v cos theta, and by utilizing that, we will help to establish it maximum range, apex height. So entire forensic ballistics, that's why I called it, this is the branch of applied mechanics. So this is how we are utilizing the principle of physics in the estimation of range, in the estimation of the bullet trajectory, in the estimation of the angle of fire. So these all things are here. And this is major part of forensic external ballistics. Further, you can observe that this bottom image shows that this is what happens when the bullet strikes any human or living object, whether it is human or animal. So it causes it some effect. So I am not going to discuss this in very detail because we are in shortage of time. Previously, I told you one thing, that arm ammunition linkage, that whether the particular bullet has been fired with a particular firearm or not. So this is very important question. It is based on the very basic principle of fundamental of forensic science, that is called the principle of individuality. Everything in this universe is individual. Everything in this universe is this individual, whether it is natural or man-made. So each firearm will possess some individual characteristics that will be transferred to that bullet. And this mark, the comparison of this mark, you can see that a sharp distinction is there. This is our questioned image. Sorry, this one is the standard image, and this is a questioned image. And we were established to the positive linkage between the marks. You can see that this is the continuity marks. We can compare that these both marks are similar. So that's why we can say that both the bullet have been fired from the same firearm. Further, I told you that this point is there where I told you that this is the interdisciplinary, where the physics meets with chemistry. So that the components of ammunition and their burnt residue are referred to as gunshot residue. And these are present on the surface where the bullet have been struck, also present on the hands of the shooter. Just recall in my previous slide whether I told you that identification of a shooter is a most prominent question. So therefore, if the person bearing the gunshot residue on his hand, he can be considered as a shooter. But after the ongoing research, it is difficult to identify someone as a shooter. But we can consider him that he was present in the vicinity of the shooting range at the time of firing. So this is the evidential values of these things that are being investigated on the behalf of the principles of physics, and their interpretation is helping to reconstruct the crime scene. So that this GSR helped to establish these assumptions that this is the evidence of firing. On that windshield, we confirm the presence of GSR. It means, yes, this hole is made by bullet. If the person bearing the gunshot residue particle on his hands, on his cloth, he may be identified as a shooter. It is also useful in the estimation of range, and as well as to establish the entry and exit hole. On the entry hole, it is usually present, and on exit hole, obviously it will not. So after this my presentation, you can see that forensic science is a subject of common sense. We have to observe that things that are not observable to others generally. In general, we have to be specific. We have to consider that what is the science behind this? We have to understand that how can we decode this puzzle? What scientific method can be applicable here? So these all things are there. And at the last, I would like to recall our former president, Bharat Ratna Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, his famous quote that all of us do not have equal talent, but all of us have an equal opportunity to develop our talents. With these words, I rest my presentation and I am open for your questions. Please, if you have any questions, then you can ask and I will try to resolve your queries and confusions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an elaborative talk on the topic forensic physics and their usage in the forensic science. I think there is no question. If anyone have any question, you may ask your question. So I think sir, I think there is no question from participant. So
okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you once again, sir, for delivering such a wonderful talk on the topic Science in Search of the Truth, Forensic Physics, Decoding the Silence of the Crime Scene. And on behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to present this e-mementos for your wonderful talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I also extend my good wishes to all the participants for their bright future ahead. I am looking for more collaborative activities with you, sir. Thank you.
And also, I would
Thank you
like to present this e-certificate for your valuable insight in imparting your knowledge on the topic Science in Search of the Truth, Forensic Physics, Decoding the Silence of the Crime Scene.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So with your permission, moving further, we have our third speaker of the day, Karan Salma, sir. And sir is going to talk on the topic Forensic Anthropology, its uses in crime scene investigation. And I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce our speaker, Karan Salma.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to introduce Karan Sharma, sir, to our audience. Karan Sharma, sir, is an assistant professor of forensic science at School of Allied Health Sciences, Jaipur National University, Jaipur. He holds a postgraduate degree in forensic science from Bundelkhand University and a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Delhi University. Throughout his professional career, he has been dedicated to enhancing his expertise in the field of forensic science and has received valuable training from the State Forensic Science Laboratory in Rohini, Delhi. This training has equipped him with practical knowledge and skills. In addition to this, he has successfully qualified for UGC NET, which is a national eligibility test, and forensic aptitude and caliber test, FACT, in forensic biological sciences. These qualifications reflect his strong theoretical knowledge and proficiency in his specialized field. Furthermore, he has pursued his passion for photography by completing 1-year diploma in photography from Uttar Pradesh Tandon Open University, Prayagraj, which showcases his diverse interest and commitment to continuous learning. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting this invitation, and we hand over the session to you now.
Thank you, sir, for accepting the invitation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ranjit sir, Aarti ma'am, for this brief introduction and inviting me for this talk. Thank you so much. So I would share my screen with you all. Visible to everyone? Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Perfectly fine, sir.
So today we are going to discuss this topic named forensic anthropology. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the uses of forensic anthropology in crime scene investigation. So before starting the talk, I would like to share the contents that we are going to discuss in today's lecture. We are going to have some introduction of the field, then the roles of the forensic anthropologist, and the question arises after collection of skeletal remains, then determination of demographic characteristics from the skeletal remains, and we're going to discuss some famous cases and case studies related to the field of forensic anthropology. Okay. So anthropology is a very you can say fascinating field, fascinating discipline in the science, and forensic anthropology is a sub-discipline of this field of anthropology. Though before talking about forensic anthropology, we'll discuss about the anthropology. So this word anthropology basically came from the Greek word anthropos, which means humans, and the word logia, which means study. So basically anthropology concerns with the study of humankind, its characteristics, and the evolution of humans through the ages. As you all know, the creation of humankind is not a single day process or a process of a short span of time. It has taken a long time period, or you can say the humans in the present status, they have taken a long time of development from its non-human ancestors. Okay, so in anthropology, we basically study all the gradual changes, all the gradual developments that has been happened to the human or the mankind in through the entire time, space and time. So anthropology is that discipline. So if we talk about the sub-discipline of anthropology, there are 4 sub-disciplines, that is socio-cultural anthropology, archaeology, linguistic anthropology, and physical or biological anthropology. And forensic anthropology is a subfield of the 4th, that is the physical and biological anthropology. If we talk in brief, social cultural anthropology, as the name suggested, it involves the study of the social and the cultural diversity of the humans in space and time, like how basically the society or the cultures of the human basically developed, how they basically formed the civilization and came into the present time. Next is the field of archaeology. Archaeology is basically the reconstruction of the history of the past human civilization on the basis of the artifacts or ecofacts that has been left behind the previous civilizations. Artifacts basically includes the utensils, the tools, which we basically excavate through during the excavation, archaeological excavations. And ecofacts are the fossils, the skeletonized fossils. Okay, so by using all these things, we try to find out the how the past populations they usually used to live, and how they basically communicated and how they migrated from one place to another place. All these things are basically studied in the archaeology part of the anthropology. Then we come to the linguistic anthropology. Linguistic anthropology is basically, as the name suggests, it relates to the language. Okay, so in linguistic anthropology, we basically discuss about the how humans communicated with each other, and what are the influences and how this communication or language basically influenced the past societies. So we discuss in the linguistic anthropology. But our area of focus is physical and biological anthropology, where we basically study about the biological origin, adaptation, and diversity of the humans in time and space in an evolutionary context. Forensic anthropology is a subfield of this physical anthropological field. Okay, now we come to our main topic, that is forensic anthropology. Forensic anthropology, as per the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, which was a subsection of American Academy of Forensic Science, it was formed in the year 1977, and they defined forensic anthropology as the application of the science of physical and biological anthropology into the legal process. So anthropology, when we use it in legal process, okay, as it is a sub-discipline of the physical and biological anthropology, so the use of the application and knowledge of physical and biological anthropology in legal matters is basically the forensic anthropology. Or in short words, if we say, in forensic anthropology basically is the study of human remains in a legal context. So the forensic anthropologist, they utilizes their knowledge of this physical and biological anthropology, these concepts and interpretation for the identification of the human remains. So if we talk about the role of forensic anthropology in crime scene investigation, the fundamental role of forensic anthropologist in a crime scene investigation is the identification of the person or the individual through his or her skeleton remains. Okay, so once we, let's say we got a skeletal remain from a site or crime scene, which is highly decomposed, that a normal professional or a medical professional is not able to recognize the body, then a forensic anthropologist, on the basis of his knowledge of physical and biological anthropology, he tries to find out the identity of the skeletal remain by thoroughly observing the corpse or the skeletal remain. So if we got this information, that the identification of the person, then it plays a crucial role in solving a crime. Another thing that forensic anthropologist does is that they also helps to find out the cause of death or the manner of death. It is basically with the help of studying thoroughly the skeletal traumas that they find on the skeletal remain, which was excavated or we have recovered from the crime scene. Okay, so the forensic anthropology field, the major disciplines are basically two major disciplines the forensic anthropologist basically works on. First is the examination and evaluation of the human remains. So the very first thing that the forensic anthropologist has to do is to identify the person and identify the person from the skeletal remain. So in cases such as mass disasters, or which includes natural disasters such as earthquakes, as you have heard, the recent earthquake in Turkey, or a flood, flash flood in the Uttarakhand, all these type of mass disasters, in such cases, we got lots of human remains. And it is very difficult to find out the number of person or the identify the person from those commingled or mixed remains. So the forensic anthropologist basically, with his knowledge, he tries to discriminate the people or try to identify the person on the basis of the skeletal remains that are there as a collected evidence. Another important thing that a forensic anthropologist do in the modern scenario is identification of the living. Okay, so basically, let's say a theft has been done or a burglary has been done, and the CCTV footage records a person's movement through the area. So from that CCTV footage or image, a forensic anthropologist basically try to capture the images from the CCTV and try to match it with the image of the suspect. Okay, so through the facial superimposition process or video superimposition process or gait pattern analysis, the forensic anthropologist can help to identify the suspect or the perpetrator. Okay, so forensic anthropology, if we say that it is a multidisciplinary field because it utilizes the knowledge of disciplines such as anatomy, osteology, odontology, entomology, taphonomy, archaeology, etc. Anatomy, osteology, you might have heard. Entomology is a science where we study the insects, and taphonomy is the science of events that we study, the events which occur after the death of a person, like the post-mortem changes and all other things. So a forensic anthropologist uses all the knowledge of these sub-disciplines and try to connect the information which is gathered from these findings to give the identity of the person. So this is the basic, you can say, definition or briefing about the subject forensic anthropology. Now, if we talk about some famous personality related to the field of forensic anthropology, these are few famous Indian or as well as American or abroad scientists who have contributed who have contributed for the development of the field. First is Mr. Paul Broca. He was a French anthropologist, and he is contributed by founding the first official organization of physical anthropology in Paris. And he also initiated the study and training in comparative skeletal anatomy. And he developed instruments like the goniometer, the osteometric board, and stereograph, which our anthropologists basically use for measurements of the skeletal remains. So Mr. Paul Broca has contributed a lot to the field, or you can say he is the founding member in the field of forensic anthropology. Next person is Mr. Thomas Dwight, Dr. Thomas Dwight. He is known as the American father of forensic anthropology. Thomas Dwight is basically a Harvard University anatomist who has worked in the field of identification of skeletal remains. And he have published many books, and one of the important published paper which contributed to the field is the identification of human skeleton, a medico-legal study. So in this paper, he basically initiated the study on the topic of human skeleton identification, and he researched various methods in determining the age, sex, stature from the human skeletal remains. So Thomas Dwight, also known as the father of forensic anthropology in American or United States. Next person is a very known person. I hope you have all heard about him. Dr. Alfonso Bertillon. He is a well-known criminologist, or he is also dedicated with the title of father of criminal identification, because he has devised a method of criminal identification by measuring the by taking the bodily measurements of those criminals. That science or that method is basically known as anthropometry. which later is called as Bertillonage. And this anthropometry or this technique of bodily measurement, taking of body measurements for identification is widely used by the French prison in the 1884s, and this also helps in criminal identification in very much manner. Okay, so Alfonso Bertillon is a very known person, and he is the father of criminal identification. Next person we can say is the Wilton M. Krogman. He is basically an American anthropologist who is a student of very famous anthropologist Thomas Wingate Todd, and he is basically a paleontologist, and he has given the first textbook of forensic anthropology, The Human Skeleton in Forensic Medicine, in the year 1962, and his books and the knowledge from the book is used by the FBI till now even. And he also taught about us the application of osteology in forensic science. So he has also contributed in very much manner in the field of forensic anthropology. Next person is Alice Hrdlicka. He's a Czech anthropologist or a physical anthropologist working in America, and he is known as the founding father of physical anthropology. And he has worked in the racial discrimination, or you can say he has worked in differentiating the races in the international population. So he's also contributed to the field of forensic anthropology. Now, if you talk about Indian scientists, I hope you have all heard about Professor Surendra Nath. He's an Indian anthropologist, and he's popularly known for his osteological knowledge and forensic contribution. Professor Surendra Nath has also worked in the CFSL CBI Delhi, and he has published many papers related to the field of forensic anthropology, and he increased the you can say increased the Indian data in the field of forensic anthropology. So okay, and he has a specialization in forensic anthropology and fingerprint and somatometry. Next is B. Radha Shankar Guha. He is physical anthropologist who is the first director of the Archaeological Survey of India, and he basically classified the Indian population in various races, and he is popularly known for his scientific idea of the vernacular system that he has given. And one of the important current you can say anthropologists who represent India in international level is Dr. Keval Krishan. He is Indian forensic anthropologist who has worked in many aspects of who has worked in Indian scenario in Indian scenario for development of forensic anthropologist. He has ranked the only anthropologist from India in the world's top two scientists. And sir has worked on the topic of identification of persons from the body weight, footprints, also worked on stature estimation, sex determination, and many other things related to the forensic anthropology. Next, if you talk about the role of forensic anthropologist, so as I told you, the fundamental role of a forensic anthropologist is to find out the identity of the person from his skeletal remain, and also find the cause of death or manner of death by studying the skeletal trauma. So these are the following roles of a forensic anthropologist. First is the evaluation of demographic characteristics. Demographic characteristics are basically characteristics which give a biological profile of the person: age, sex, stature, ancestry. These are the demographic characteristics which a forensic anthropologist can find out through thorough examination of the skeletal remains. Okay. The next important function is to establishing the cause and manner of death. As I told you, by observing the skeletal trauma, forensic anthropologists can easily tell about the cause or manner of death. The next role is the estimation of post-mortem interval. Post-mortem interval can be established by studying the taphonomic processes, or by studying the stages of decomposition, or you can say by entomological studies. Entomological studies basically by studying the insects which are feeding on the corpse that we have recovered from the crime scene. So by studying the stages of the insects which are feeding on the dead body or the corpse, we can also find out the post-mortem interval. And also through the taphonomic process, we can find out the postmortem interval or the time since death. Next important thing a forensic anthropologist perform is the locating and recovering of the skeletal remains. Okay, so using the knowledge of archaeology, he or she can recover the, he or she can find out which place is better for the recovering of further skeletal remains. Okay, another important thing is identification of deceased person. Once the forensic anthropologist find out the demographic characteristics related to the skeletal remain, then after studying the individual characteristics or peculiarities, or you can say unique features of the skeletal remain, he can finally deduce or he can finally identify the person in real. As every person's skeleton has a different or unique characteristics. So on the basis of that, a forensic anthropologist can also identify the deceased person. Next is identification of victim of mass disaster. So disaster victim identification is another thing where a forensic anthropologist plays his important role, because as I told you, in case of mass disaster, so many bodies are there, so many coming-led skeleton remains are there, which we have to find out, from which we have to find out the number of persons and finally the identity of the deceased. So that also is performed by a forensic anthropologist. Now, in case of living person, photographic superimposition, facial reconstruction using a CCTV footage can also be done by a forensic anthropologist. As I told you, the photograph or the image from the CCTV is matched with the photograph of the suspect, and if the matching is done properly, then you can say the suspect is the culprit or the perpetrator. Similarly, there is a process of craniofacial superimposition in which the cranium or the skull of the dead body, or you can say the skeletal remain, is superimposed with a photograph. And if there are similarities between the two, then you can identify the person as or you can basically identify the person. Then another is the gait pattern analysis, in which the walking pattern of the person who is walking inside a CCTV footage or in a video is basically matched with the suspect person. And if both the walking pattern matches, then the positive identification can be done on the basis of that. So these are some roles of a forensic anthropologist. Now, few questions that arise after collection of skeletal evidence that we are going to discuss. There are the few questions that arises once we collect a skeletal remain. The very first question is whether the collected evidence is a skeletal material or not. Let's say you have collected a sample and you are saying that it is a bone. So how you can say that it is a bone? It could be a different person. It could be a different material. So we have to find out whether the collected evidence is a bone or a skeletal material or not. We will discuss it in the further slides. Next question arises whether the collected evidence is belongs to a human or non-human origin. Once you have find out that the collected sample is a bone, next question arises the origin of the bone, whether it is from an animal origin or from a human origin. That too we have to answer. Next question which arises is whether the collected evidence belong to a single person or more than one person. Okay, so this is a probable number of individuals that we have to find out from the coming-led skeleton that we have recovered from the crime scene or scene of excavation. So these are few questions that a forensic anthropologist have to answer, and we are going to discuss in the next slide. So the first question is that whether the collected sample is collected evidence is a skeletal material or not. As you know, forensic anthropologists have a thorough knowledge of this field of osteology, odontology, or anatomy. So by thorough visual examination of the morphological features of the bone, a forensic anthropologist can easily say that whether the collected evidence is a bone or not. Okay, because every bone has a recognizable morphological feature on the basis of what a forensic anthropologist can give you the answer whether it is a bone or not. As you can see in this image, there are two bone. This is a real bone, and this is a bone-like structure, bone-like wood. So by observing the morphological feature, anthropologists can easily tell that this is not a bone, but this is a bone. But it becomes difficult in certain scenarios when the recovered sample or evidence is in the fragmented form, because when it is a fragmented form, then the the morphological features, they basically vanishes. So it is difficult to find out whether this fragment is a bone or not. Another scenario is where, due to taphonomic processes, let's say you have find evidence or you have find a material which is highly degenerated, and it is looking like bone, but the skeletal morphology is degenerated due to taphonomic processes. So again, it is difficult to find out because the morphological features are not visible. Next, in the case of burning, in the case of burning, mostly when it is indoor burning, or you can say confined burning, let's say a house fire. In the case of house fire, when a person dies, then the things around the person also burns, like any wood furniture, or any plastic material, or any mineral material, any shell or anything else, something like that. So due to burning, these kind of materials, they get incorporated on the bones or the skeletal material. So in such cases, the skeletal morphology again deteriorates, and it is very difficult to find out whether it is a bone or not. So in certain scenarios, we have to use other things. We have to use other techniques to find out whether it is a bone or not. Okay, so other technique basically includes the microscopic analysis. Okay, microscopic analysis, in microscopic magnification microscope, and using that high magnification microscope, we tend to find out the microscopic characteristic of a bone. For example, the bone has a Haversian system of arrangement of layers, or it has a spongy bone, or cancellous bone, or trabecular bone inside it. If you find out these spongy bone or cancellous bone or Haversian system through a microscopic examination, then you can say that yes, this evidence, which is not looking like bone, but having these microscopic features, it can be considered as a bone. So this is through the microscopic analysis. Second is radiography. As you know, the bones have higher mineral content, and this higher mineral content, it basically becomes radio opaque when you take the radiographs. So by a radiography process, or by observing the radiograph, you can find out whether the collected material is a bone or not, because bone will show a higher radio opacity as compared to a non-mineral element or any material. Next is the elemental analysis. Again, elemental analysis is the most accurate method to find out whether it is a bone or not. How? Because elemental analysis uses these higher end equipments like SAM-EDS or XRF. These are basic. The SAM-EDS is an accurate instrument, but it requires it is a destructive method for finding out whether the bone is whether the material is bone or not. So it is also used. Another is alternative light source. As you know, bone has the collagen protein. Collagen protein will fluoresce under short wavelength lights. So we can also find out under short wavelength lights whether the collected sample is a bone or not. So these are few other techniques of identification of the material to be bone or not. Okay, so first we can do by a visual examination. If it is not possible through the visual examination, then the following techniques we can utilize for finding the finding whether the material collected is a bone or not. The next question which arises after this is the whether the collected sample is human or not, or basically you can say what is the origin of the collected bone. Okay, so everyone knows due to the locomotion or growth or development processes, there are remarkable differences between the human skeleton and an animal skeleton. Okay, some of the differences are mentioned here, and in these pictures also. Like if I say from this table, the bone that is skull. This skull in human, the skull is rounded and non-projecting face, having an anterior foramen magnum. Whereas in case of this non-human bone, the bone is basically elongated from front to back, has a posterior foramen magnum. So you can, by the visual examination, you can easily tell whether it is a human bone or not. Similarly, a vertebral column, if we talk about vertebral column in the case of your humans is S-shaped, whereas in other animals, which are four-legged animals, it is kind of straight. So you can easily tell the difference. And if we talk about the thorax, human being a two-legged animal has a broad and shallow thorax, and the ribs has higher degree of curvature as compared to animal ribs. Yeah, and in case of your non-human, the thorax is narrower and deeper, and they have features like non-mammalian skeleton. And very important, another bone is the long bones. You can say these are the two different bones. This one is for human, and this one is from the non-human, or you can say the deer origin. So you can visibly see the differences, that the shaft is longer, and the long bones are more gracile and smoother, and they have a less complex fusion surface or joint surface, you can say, and they have larger heads, larger femoral and femoral heads. So these are certain visible differences that you can check between the human and non-human bones, and on the basis of which you can decide whether it is a human bone or a non-human bone. But still there are few bones which are similar in looking with the animal bones. Okay, like these are some of the examples of the bones of the human and non-human origin which resembles each other. Like in the first image, you can see this is the raccoon baculum or penis bone of the raccoon, which is similar in looking with the clavicle bone of the human, of a young child. And in the another image, you can see that these are the long bones of the birds, which are similar in looking with the metacarpals or metatarsal bone, or the long bones of the infants of human. And in the third image, you can see this is the tortoise shell, which is similar in looking with the infant or child cranial bones. And the fourth one, which has higher similarities, this is the bone of the hindpaw of the bear and bone of the human foot. They have remarkable similarities in between them. So in such cases, we have to use another methods for determination whether the bone is of human origin or not. So we will discuss these methods. As you can see in this image, these are certain different methods for assessing the origin of the bone. First, again, is the microscopic method. If we talk about the microscopic method, again, we require a high magnification microscope in which we will see the microscopic the macroscopic structures in the bone. For example, in case of human and non-human bone, the macroscopic structure is the spongy bone, you can say, or the cancellous bone. In case of human, the cancellous bone is not very homogeneously distributed throughout the bone. But when we see an animal bone, this spongy bone or cancellous bone is, or you can say it is homogeneously distributed in the whole bone. So this is one difference, one microscopic difference between the human and non-human bone, on the basis of which we can tell whether this bone is human or not human. Next is the microscopic examination. Microscopic examination, again, we will use a high magnification microscope in which we see the microscopic features of the bone, like the Haversian system or the bone layers. So in case of human bones, they follow the Haversian system of bone layers, means they have a concentric circular layers throughout the bone, whereas in non-human bones, they follow the non-Haversian system of bone layer management. As you can see in this image, these two images are having these Haversian system of bone layer management. So these are the human bones, microscopic image of the human bones. And these two images are from the bones of an animal, which are not following the Haversian or concentric circle structure system of bone layers. So this is a microscopic or histological method which you can utilize for finding out whether the bone is human or non-human. Next, other is a biochemical method. Biochemical method, again, these are basically radioimmunoassays which utilizes antigen and antibody reaction methods. What you do, basically, you take out the protein from the organic matter of the bone, and then you combine it with the antisera, having the antibodies of different animals. And if the protein reacts with the antisera and give the precipitation, then you can say that the bone is related to this species. For example, if you take antisera of human and you combine it with the bone and the bone show precipitation, then you can say that it is a human bone. Similarly, you take antisera of other animals also, human, bear, goat, dog, etc. And with which antisera it shows precipitation, the origin will be that only. Okay, so this is the biochemical method which we can use for identification of origin from the bone. And the very most accurate method is the DNA analysis. You all know every species or every human or animal have a different DNA, and by using the DNA analysis you can easily find out the origin. But DNA analysis, you can show it is a very complex procedure and it is not so economical. So forensic anthropologists basically they rely on the visual observation, and if they are not able to do it with the visual observation, then they follow the following methods for determination of the origin of the bone from the skeletal remains. So after finding out the origin, the next important thing that we have to find out is whether the bones or the skeletal remains belong to a single person or not. Okay, whether it belongs to a single person or not. So for this, again, there are following methods. First is an anatomical method, in which what you do, you collect all the, you basically arrange all the collected skeletal remain into anatomical order. As you can see in this image, the left side bones the left side bone are arranged in this manner, and the right side bone in the right side. Okay, so this is the first step that we do, and the process is known as determination of minimum number of individuals. So after the arrangement, the second step that you follow is identifying the duplicate bones. For example, if you find out two right femur bones, so you can easily say that a single person cannot have two right femur bones. So the second femur is belong to a second person. So finding the duplicate bones is another step. And the third step is basically the checking the size of the element. For example, you find two femur bones, one of a larger size and one of a smaller size, then you can easily say that these two femur bones belong to two different people. Okay, and the final step that you do is the compatibility check. You will check the compatibility of each bone with the arranged skeleton, and if you find any bone not compatible with the skeleton, then you will say that it might be from a different skeleton. So this is the anatomical method of finding out the number of individual. Apart from this, there are two people, West and Giles. They give a formula in the year 2001 on the basis of the Lincoln Index approach. And this formula is basically for the probable number of individual. Probable number of individual are basically found out using this formula, R into L divided by P, where R is the number of right side elements and L is the number of left side elements, and P is the number of matched pair of the elements. So by using this formula, probable number of individual can also be find out. And if you get small samples or small number of pair, then this formula will be in use. And if you find no pair, like no ribs or pair or no femur or long bone pair you find, then you will use this formula, that is PNI equals to R plus 1 and L plus 1. This will give you a probable number of individuals. So these are the major three questions that are asked just after the collection of the skeletal remain from the scene of crime. Apart from this, the very important questions are the characteristics, the demographic characteristics. So basically finding out the demographic characteristics from the skeletal remains. The demographic characteristics combinedly give the biological profile of the person. So this includes ancestry, means the skeletal remain belongs to which race. किस race से वो person belong करता है, whether he is a Caucasioid, he is a Mongoloid or a Negroid. So finding out the race is one question that arises. After finding out the race, the second question arises the gender or the sex of the skeletal remain, whether the skeletal remain belong to male or a female. After finding out the gender of the skeleton, next question which arises, that is the age, whether the person, what is the age of the person at the time of death. So this can also be can be estimated from the skeletal remain, and we have to find out using following method. We will discuss in the further slides. And the final statement is the stature, or you can say what is the natural standing height of the person. So if we get all these information, then we basically generate the biological profile of that person, and the pool of suspect or pool of person basically narrow down to these information, and you can finally get the person of interest or the person who's related to that, or the deceased or the victim who's related to that skeletal remain. So we are going to discuss these in the upcoming slides. So let's start with the ancestry. So as you all know, the human population can be classified on the basis of geographic region. Okay, and people from different geographic region, they have significant morphological changes because of the environment or the climate they are living since ages. Okay, so which is living in a cold environment will have a different morphology. A person who is living in very hot climate is a different morphology. So on the basis of these morphological difference, you can easily find out the person's race, or you can basically find the ancestry, because all the people get these traits from their ancestors only. So in a broader sense, forensic anthropologists have divided the world population on the basis of three major groups. Okay, the first is Caucasoid people. As you can see in this image, Caucasoid, they are the Europeans or the inhabitants of the Southwestern Asia or North Africa. Second are the Mongoloids, which includes the inhabitants of the Asia like Chinese, Japanese, Korean people, etc. And the Negroids, which includes the inhabitants of the continent of Africa. All these people, they have different morphological features because of their habitat in which they are living. And these morphological differences are also present in their skeletal morphology. So these morphological differences can be in the skeletal morphology, basically, they can be studied into two different types: non-metric variation in the skeletal morphology and the metric variation in the skeletal morphology. Metric variations are those which can be measured using certain indexes, and non-metric variations, which are the basic, you can say, the things that you can observe through visual examination. So we are going to discuss that also. So here in this slide, you can see certain non-metric variation in the morphology of people from different races. As you can see, these are the element of differences. These are the various important bones which show these morphological differences, like the skull. If you talk about the skull, the facial profile of Caucasoid and Mongoloid are orthognathic. Orthognathic means they are not having this protrusion of the lower or upper jaw, whereas in the Negroid, they have a prognathic facial profile having a protruding lower or upper jaw. And the nasal aperture is narrow elongated in case of Caucasoid. It is medium rounded in case of Negroid, Mongoloid, and Negroid, it has broad. Or if you talk about the skull shape is rounded in case of your Caucasoid people, and it is skull shape is rounded in case of Caucasoid, and it is square in case of your Mongoloids, and it is narrow and elongated in case of your Negroid people. So these are a few important features which are different in different people of different races. Then if you talk about the dentition have also differences between different races, like the maxillary incisors. They are blade shaped in case of Caucasoid and Negroid. You can see here, this is the Caucasoid incisor having a blade shaped maxillary incisor. Whereas in case of your Mongoloid people, they have a shovel shaped incisor. And if you talk about the maxillary molar are have a Carabelli's cusp, that is an additional fifth cusp, which is present in the case of Caucasoid people, and it is not present in case of other people of other two races like Mongoloid and Negroids. As you can see in this image, this is the Carabelli cusp which is present in Caucasoid, and this is the shovel-shaped teeth which is present in case of Mongoloid. And there are various other differences also which you can find out through the table. So by using these non-metric or morphological features, you can differentiate between people of different races. If you talk about the metric variations, as you can see in this image, metric variations, they comprises of certain indexes, like the very important is the cephalic index, which uses the measurement of your head or the skull, head breadth by head length in 200. And these are the measurement for different people of different origin. Like the Caucasoid are having this 70 to 79, 75 to 79, and they are known as the mesocephalic, or you can say the medium-headed person. Mongoloid are the brachycephalic. Brachycephalic means they are having a broad or short or broad-headed person. And negroids are dolichocephalic, which are basically the long-headed persons. Okay, so these are the cephalic index. If you talk about the skull height index, it comprises of height of the skull, then length of the skull, and these are the measurements measured here. Then then the nasal index is there. Nasal index is basically the width of the nasal aperture, then the length of the nasal aperture, and the measurements are here. If the measurement come near to this, then you can conclude that the person or the skeletal remain belong to person of these races. Then there is brachial index, which is the measurement of index of radius by humerus into 100, and the measurement is given here. Similar to that, there are various indexes using which you can find out whether the skeletal remain belong to a negroid race, a mongoloid race, or a caucasoid race. So these are the metric variation that you use while determining the race. Apart from this, the next important question which arises after race estimation is the sex estimation. Sex estimation, as you all know, the male and female of the same species having different body morphology because of sexual dimorphism. And you all know sexual dimorphism is a thing which basically tells you about the differences in the morphology of male and female of the same species. And this is basically there. The major reason of this sexual dimorphism is that the female, they gave birth to the infants, and the male, they do the hard work thing. So they have a different morphology and different body structure also. So these are few, you can say, non-metric differences between male and female body, which is mentioned here. Like an adult male has a larger size of the body and has a strong build. And the difference between size of male and female of a similar age group, and the difference in the skeleton will be of 8%. Like means the female skeleton will be of 92% of the size of a male skeleton of a similar age. Okay, and the male skeleton exceeds the female skeleton in height, weight, and breadth. Okay, these are another differences. And the bones of male skeleton are longer, thicker, and they have more prominent attachment of the muscle. And one of the main reason, as I told you, that the female have a wider pelvis because they give the birth, and the male have a narrow pelvis because they do not do the same. And you can see in this image, the skull is larger in male, smaller in female. Male shoulders are wider, and higher. The female shoulders, they carry a little hanger, and the legs are also longer in case of males. And if you talk about these non-metric variation, so there are few bones which give you a very high accuracy estimation of sex. Like few bones are there, like pelvis, skull, and long bones. You can use these. Bones for estimation of sex. Okay, because they show higher morphological differences. Okay, so as you can see in this table, if you talk about accuracy in sex determination, if we only have long bones, then we can say that about 80 to 85% accuracy that the person is male or female. If we have a skull, then we can say with 92% accuracy that it is a male or female. Pelvis gives the highest possibility of checking whether the person is male or female, 95%. Then if we have a combination of skull and pelvis, then 98% accuracy is given. Then if we have long bones and pelvis, again 98%. And if we have an entire skeleton, then we can 100% surely we can say that whether the collected skeleton is from a male or a female. Okay. So as you can say, pelvis is the most accurate bone for determining whether the skeletal remain is of male and female, because it shows higher morphological differences or with 95% accuracy. As you can see in this image, there are few features which are different in male and female pelvis. And again, it is due to the female give the birth and male do not do that. Okay, the general appearance, as you can see, the male has a massive and rougher pelvis as compared to the female. The female has a wider pelvis as compared to the male. And the body of pubis, if you observe, in case of male, it is narrow and triangular, and in case of female, it is broad. It is broad and square. And the very important aspect here is this pubic angle, subpubic angle. Subpubic angle in case of male, it is 60 to 70 degree, or you can say V-shaped angle. And in case of female, they have a larger angle of 80 to 90 degree, that is U-shaped or rounder or broader, or having a broader angle. Similar, again, because they give birth to young ones. The pelvic outlet is smaller in case of male, and it is larger in case of female. Okay, and the pelvic cavity is heart shaped, you can say, or funnel shaped, or it is a circular or elliptical shape in case of female pelvis. So these are certain morphological differences on the basis of which you can tell whether the collected bone is of a male origin or a female origin. Okay, so the next important bone is the skeleton. As you can see in this image, there are certain features which are different in male and female skull. The general appearance of male is large, heavy, rugged, and in female it is small. The forehead is more retreating in case of male, and it is vertical in case of female. The mastoid process, this part basically, it is large, round, and blunt in case of male, and it is pointed in case of the females. Inner capacity is higher in case of male as compared to female. The palate is U-shaped in case of male, and it is small and parabolic in shape of, and the foramen magnum is relatively large and long in case of male, and it is small and round in case of female. So these are certain visible morphological features on the basis of which you can tell whether the collected skull is of male origin or the female origin. Again, we have discussed the non-metric variation. Now the metric variation, again, there are certain indexes using which we can tell whether the collected bone is of male origin or female origin. As it is mentioned here, the ischiopubic index, length of pubis AB by AC. If it comes in this range, then it is a male. If it is come in this range, then it is a female. Then sciatic notch index, width of the sciatic notch, depth of the sciatic notch. If it comes under this, comes under this value, then it is a male. Then if it is this, then this is female. Then the sternal index. Sternal index, this is length of manubrium divided by the length of the body. Again, the measurements are mentioned here. Then the chilotic line index related to the pelvis, sacral segment chilotic line divided by the length of the pelvic part of the chilotic line. And if it is more than 100, then it is of male pelvis, and if it is of less than 100, then it is female pelvis. Then sacral index uses sacrum, again this measurement. And the third one is then again is the Kimura based wing index, where you take the measurement of the width of the wing divided by the base of the wing. If the values come near to them, then you can find out whether it is male or female. Then corporobasal index, which uses this sacrum, which is the breadth of the first sacral vertebra divided by the breadth of the base of the sacrum. So these are few metric methods to determine whether the collected bone is of male origin or the female origin. Okay, so next important question that arises is the age of the person from the skeletal remain. Okay, there are various methods to determine the age from the skeletal remain. Okay, but only by the visual examination you cannot tell the exact age. You can tell the age only in a range. Okay, and that range also changes for different people. Like for a younger person, the age range will be narrower, and for a old person or a person who is adult or above the adult age of 40 or 50 years, then the age range of accuracy will increase to 5 to 10 years. This is why, because till the juvenile phase, there are many bodily changes or many developmental changes in the skeletal morphology which is happening, and by studying those morphological differences, you can easily tell the age till the juvenile period. Once the person reaches the age of 35, 40 or above 40, then these developmental changes ceases to exist. Okay, no development changes are occurring. So it is difficult to find out the exact age or correct age for a person of a older age. Okay, because but you can also tell the age from that, because after developmental changes in the adulthood, the changes, the detrimental changes or degenerative changes start to occur in the body. Okay, so for age estimation for adults, the degenerative changes are considered, and for age estimation for a sub-adult, or you can say a juvenile person, then the developmental changes are basically considered. Okay, so there are following criteria that we use for age estimation from the bones. Age estimation from the dentition. It is a very, you can say, most accurate method for age estimation. Basically, it requires on the basis of the number of deciduous and permanent teeth which are there in the body, we can tell the whether the person is of which age. Okay. Next is the on the basis of the ossification of bones, or you can say fusion of the joints or closure of the skull sutures. These are another thing that we are going to discuss in the further slide. As you can see in this image, there are the age of bone fusion. The elbow joint fuses at 14 years, the clavicle fuses at 28 years, the shoulder fuses at 20 years. Okay, so if you find a skeletal remain and it has a fused clavicle, so you can tell the person is above the age of 28 years because it has a fused clavicle. So this is how, on the basis of these changes or these morphological visuals, you can tell whether the age of the person is this or that. Okay, so let's move on to the age determination from the dentition. Okay, so as it is mentioned here, so determination of age from the teeth is a very accurate method. As you can say, the growth of the development of the teeth, it starts from the 6th fetal week and it does not complete until the adulthood, or you can say the age of around 21 years or 25 years, somewhere 30 years in some people because of the wisdom teeth. Okay, so on the basis of the number of teeth present in the skeletal remain, you can tell the person's approx age. Okay, let's say if you find a skeleton of a smaller size skeleton and the age, and you find all these upper teeth, then you can tell the person or the infant or the skeleton of a person is of age of 25 to 33 months. Similarly, if you find permanent teeth and you find third molar or wisdom tooth there in the denture, then you can say the person is above the age of 21 years or above that year. Okay, so this is the first method that you utilize by counting the number of teeth present in the mouth of the skeletal remain, or you can say in the denture. And there are other methods also which you can utilize for estimation of age from the dental remains. First one is the Stacks method. Stacks method is basically a method where you estimate the age of fetus or infants on the basis of the weight of the dental tissue which is present in the skeleton. Okay, like if you find a fetus and it has a weight of 60 milligram, weight of the dental tissue is around 60 milligram, then you can say that the fetus is around 28 weeks older. Okay, and if you find a weight to be 530 milligrams, then you can say the infant or the baby is 2 weeks older. Okay, so this is the method where you utilize the weight of the dental tissue to find out the age of the fetus, that is an unborn baby, or the infant. Next is the Boyd's method. Boyd method, again, it is utilized for the dead infants age estimation on the basis of the incremental lines or the cross-sectional lines which are present on the teeth of the infant. Okay, then there is a Gustafsson method. Gustafsson method is basically a method which is used to identify the age of around 25 to, you can say, 60 years, because this method utilizes observing the wear and tear which is present on the teeth. Okay, so as the age of the person increases, there are wear and tear such as secondary dental increasement, loss of the gums and periodontosis, cementum opposition, attriation, these kind of features are basically considered. And on the basis of these detrimental changes, Gustafsson method is able to tell the approx age of the adult person. Then there will come the Miles method. In Miles method, what we do again, we found the age of the death person on the basis of the basically measuring the thickness of the dental thickness of the enamel and dentin. Okay, so as you know, the thickness also increases and decreases at a certain time. So by measuring the thickness of the dental enamel, the age of the person can also be determined, which is determined using the Miles method. Another method is the radiocarbon analysis of the tooth enamel. As you do the radiocarbon analysis of trees to find out the age of the tree, similarly radiocarbon analysis is done for the tooth for estimation of the age. Again, there is another method, that is chemical analysis of tooth. There are certain chemicals which are present in the teeth whose you can say the concentration increases and decreases with age. For example, the concentration of nitrogen, it increases in the teeth with the age. And if you find higher concentration of nitrogen in the tooth enamel, then you can tell the age is of the person is adult. Similarly, there is a chemical known as carbonate. The carbonate content it decreases with age. And if you find a dental sample having a higher carbonate content, so you can tell that this person is a subadult or a juvenile person. Okay, so these are certain methods that you utilize for finding out the age of the person through the dental remains. Next is the identification of age through ossification of bones, through fusion of joints, and the skull suture closure. Okay, as you know, these the bones, they start losing their elasticity, or they start becoming brittle, or you can say the elasticity decreases, or they start ossifying at a certain time. Okay, so the ossification of bone is helpful in estimating the age until the age of 25 years, because up to the age of 25 years, all the bones, major bones they get ossified. Okay, and if we talk about the females, the ossification occurs 1 year earlier. Okay, and another method is checking the fusion of the joints. As you can see in the in this table, elbow joint fuses at 16 years, ankle joint at 16 to 17 years, the wrist joint at 18 years. So if you find a skeleton having fusion of all these joints, then you can tell the approximate age on the basis of that. Okay, so this is how you can tell the age from the fusion of the joints. Another important thing is the closure of the cranial sutures. These sutures are basically a reliable method of age estimation. Okay, and you can tell whether the person is adult or subadult by the basis of these cranial suture closure measurement. Okay, the person has endocranial, ectocranial sutures. Endocranial are on the outside, ectocranial are the inside. Okay, and they have different age, different time period for their permanent closure. Like metopic suture closes at 2 to 4 years, sagittal at 30 to 40 years. And if you find the skull having the closure of all these sutures, then you can tell the age on the basis of the skull sutures. Okay, and then stature estimation is the last thing that we are going to discuss. First, it is based on the anatomical method or fully skeletal method. In anatomical method, what you take all the bones which contribute to the stature or height of the person, like this skull, vertebra, scapula, long bones. You collect all these. You collect the measurement of vertical measurement of all these bones, and then you add the measurements. And by adding certain correction factor for the soft tissues, you can find out the stature or height of the person. Then there is a mathematical regression method or Karl Pearson regression formula. In case you are not able to have all the bones of the skeleton, you have a single bone only, then you can use measurement from this. You can use this mathematical regression formula. where you required only a single bone measurement. Like in this image, you can see if we have a femur bone, we can divide into 4 segments. And if we have entire femur bone, by using this formula, we can get the stature. If we have two shaft segments of the bone, then using this formula, you can find the stature. Okay, by adding this correction factor for the tissues also. So this is how you can find out the stature also. Okay, so this is for the humerus. I think the time is over, but I'll try to. This is the last slide I'm going to discuss. So these are the few cases, famous cases, which contributed, or which you can say, which are solved using the science of forensic anthropology. The very famous Parkman murder case. It is the first case, you can say, which utilizes the forensic anthropological analysis. It is a case where the Harvard professor is killed by another Harvard professor, and the Harvard Mr. George Parkman, basically, he was killed by Mr. Webster, and Mr. Webster was a chemistry professor. He killed the person and dumped his body in the furnace and burned the body. The person who basically find out who killed Mr. Oliver Wendler and Jeffrey Wains. They investigated the case and they find out these body fragments in the furnace in the chemistry lab, and by measuring the length of those fragments, and also by comparing the denture that they find in the furnace, they find out that the bones belong to the deceased, that is Mr. Parkman. And by using forensic anthropological methods, they finally find out the identity of the deceased. And Mr. Webster, he got jailed. Okay. Another important case is the Lutgert case, where is this person who is a sausage factory owner. He killed his wife and he burned his wife in the potash vat. In the potash vat, the investigator, Mr. George Dorsey, he find out the ring and certain small bones fragment in the potash vat. And by investigating from those bones, we find out that the bones and the ring belong to the deceased Mrs. Lutgert. And in this manner, he disposed the case, and Mr. Lutgert, Mr. Adolf Lutgert, he got caught. Another important case is John Wayne Gacy murder. He is a American serial killer and sex offender who has killed around 33 young person, and he disposed the body in the basement of his house. And the investigator George, basically Mr. Dr. Clyde Snow, he found out the skeleton from the basement and compared the skeleton morphology with the missing people's information, and they identified the person. And this is how they caught the Mr. John Wayne, who is a serial killer. Then World Trade Center attack, again disaster victim identification is done there. Many dead bodies were there, many human skeletons were there, and the skeleton were investigated by using the forensic anthropological methods, and they basically helped to decipher the number of people and the identification of people. And very important case is Sheena Bora murder case from India only. Sheena Bora, who is killed by her mother, Indrani Mukherjee, and his stepfather, Peter Mukherjee, and then his body was burned and disposed in a forest in Maharashtra. And Dr. Mohite, who investigated the case, he investigated the skull of the deceased, and they find the morphology similar, the facial morphology, like the chin and the muscle attachment, and basically the angle of the jaw. On the basis of these factors, and which compares or which matches with the features of the Sheena Bora, they finally find out that the diseased body is of Sheena Bora only, and the father and Indrani Mukherjee, they basically get caught for this case. So this is all from my side. Actually, it is a very long topic to discuss in a single hour. So I try to cover as much possible. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I hope everyone have understood. If anyone has any questions, they may ask, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Karan sir. And there is a few questions in the chat box. So as we have a time constraint, so I request you if you can answer in the chat box. Is it possible, sir?
Yes, sir, surely, surely.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for delivering such a elaborative talk. And I agree with you that explaining such a vast topic in 1 hour is very, very difficult. So thank you for delivering the talk on forensic anthropology issued in the crime scene investigation, and you explained a very extensively about the contribution of our own forensic anthropologists like Professor Surendranath, Keval Krishnan sir, and the cases in the India. So thank you once again. And on behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to give you this e-mementos for your wonderful talk, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. And also this e-certificate for imparting your valuable insight and inspirational on topic forensic anthropologist uses in crime scene investigation in this forensic summer finishing school.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again for accepting our invitation and delivering wonderful talk. So moving further, with your permission, we have our next speaker, and our next speaker is Dr. Tanrup Das. And sir is going to talk on the very relevant topic, automation in forensic science, the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning in crime scene investigation. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tanrup Das.
Thank you so much, sir. And I take this privilege to introduce Dr. Tanrup Das to our audience, who is currently serving as an assistant professor of forensic science in the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, Kolkata, India, and also working in a project on digital forensics in collaboration with Amity Institute of Information Technology, Mumbai, India. He completed his doctoral degree research work on vibrational spectroscopic analysis of forensically relevant body fluids in combination with advanced statistical techniques supported by machine learning techniques. He has rendered his research services to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Institute of Forensic Science and Criminology, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi, as a research fellow for more than 3 years. He has authored and co-authored more than 15 research articles in nationally and internationally acclaimed scientific journals. He has been awarded with Junior Research Fellow by UGC MHA India, which was further upgraded to Senior Research Fellow. He has also been awarded for the Best Oral Presentation and Best Poster Presentation in several national and international level conferences. He has delivered invited talk on forensic science subjects in colleges and international conferences, and also been a part of the organization committee of several national and international level conferences. He's also a listed reviewer of several internationally acclaimed journals and member of several prestigious science societies. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Dr. Tanrup sir, and we hand over the session to you now.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly audible.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let me share screen. Is it visible, the PPT?
Not now.
I think there is a share screen option in Zoom. So it is already activated. I've clicked on participant can share at a time. Like this is the option, no?
Yeah, so one participant, so you just click on the share screen and select your presentation.
Sure. Is it now visible?
Yes, sir, it's now visible. You can make this as a full mode, sir.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon to all the participants present here. I'm delighted to present this topic. This is a very current, or I can say contemporary topic to discuss. And although 1 hour is a very short time to speak on this topic, but I will definitely try to emphasize on the major points like automation in forensic science, the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in crimes and investigation. So most of the participants all are students, I think senior secondary. So you have heard about ChatGPT, DAL-E, OpenAI, all these things in recent times. Since the November, December of 2022, since last 6-7 months, it has taken a serious, I can say, severe boom around the world, and people have started to shifting their, work work process habits and all those daily routine based on artificial intelligence. So whoever they have started their jobs in different facets of their own work, so they have started updating their knowledge on artificial intelligence. So in forensic science also, artificial intelligence and machine learning. First of all, let me clear that machine learning is a part of artificial intelligence. So moreover, artificial intelligence, it has, included in forensic science for more than decade, more than 1.5 decades. So my focus is on crime scene investigation. So first, I will briefly give an emphasis on what is crime scene investigation exactly. Yeah. So in crime scene investigation, we have the crime in the center. So these are the main aspects of crime. So first is the physical evidence. This is the most important aspect if I talk with respect to a forensic expert or a forensic professional, because evidence can't tell lie. Okay, so you can give conclusions on the basis of different physical evidence. So collecting evidence at a crime scene is one of the most important tasks for an investigator who reached the crime scene. Second, the timeline, which is also known as the alibi. You may have seen so many movies. Okay, so there the lawyer asking witness that at particular time you were present at that particular place or not. This is called timeline. So this is used for reconstruction of the crime scene as well as to validate or cross-validate the alibi or the statement of a person who is present there as witness. Next, the witnesses. Yeah, obviously, if there is any live witness present at the crime scene, so that person can be very important. Then the victim. If we find any body of the victim or a live victim, then it will be easier, or I can say the most easy way to solve a crime, find a live victim. Or if we at least find a dead body, several things can be found from that. As Dr. Karan Sharma told in his slides that from skeletal remains is actually a part of the dead body, remaining part of the dead body. So you can find so many things from there. So these are the major aspects. So now the crime scene. Okay. So the crime scene, it is basically the place where a crime is basically occurred. So it can be classified into two parts, like primary as well as secondary. Primary crime scene is the place where actually crime happened or actually crime occurred. Secondary is like an alternate location where additional evidence may be found. May be possible that some person killed a guy or a person and then dragged his or her body to another place, and that place can become the secondary crime scene, and the whole area through which that person has been dragged, that can also be a part of that secondary crime scene. Okay, so we can have the probability of finding evidences there also. So these are the uniqueness in the crime scene. You can see the classification. Location, it can be sequence. Oh, okay. Based on the sequence, we can divide it primary, secondary, I've just told. Okay. So based on size, macroscopic and microscopic. Like we have a macroscopic scene. We all are living in the macroscopic world, okay, including the microscopic world. So microscopic is included in the macroscopic world. We can't see it through our naked eye. That's why called microscopic. So in macroscopic crime scene, the whole crime scene as a whole, it is called microscopic. And in microscopic, if we see some small evidences or small traces which are not apparently found through naked eye, those are in the form of microscopy. Okay, so in case of location, we can say indoor, outdoor, and maybe crime scene can be occurred in a transportation device like in car or in a train or plane or something like that. Okay, condition of the crime, it can be organized or disorganized. Like organized crime it is a planned kind of a crime, and disorganized maybe some mass violence or something like that, which is not previously organized, that can be considered as disorganized. So on the basis of criminal behavior, we can also say active or passive. Like active, it means that that person is present at the scene or around the area, or is very much active to that particular crime scene to manipulate something regarding that. And passive is like that person is not present at the crime scene, or maybe left over the crime scene few days or hours ago. Okay, so the basically the uniqueness of the crime. So you can see commonly we can find crime scenes: murder, sexual assault, road accident, arson, mass disaster. These are commonly found crime scenes. Like uncommon or complicated. Why I'm discussing these two types of crime, like crime scene, like common crime scene or uncommon crime scene? Because when we reach the uncommon or which are not very much usual crimes, so we will have a extended application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in those scenarios. So in case of uncommon, like you can recognize this image. This is a recent disaster train accident, railway accident near Odisha in the Coromandel. So this is a train railway accident. This is one of a crime scene which is not very much common. You can't see here and there day by day. So next is plane crash. Again, it is not very much commonly investigators can find this kind of crime scene. Third one is underwater crime. Underwater crime scene, although very less discussed throughout the years, it is one of the most challenging crime scenes still now in the present scenario when we have advanced technological things. Because underwater, the potential of degradation of evidences and the stagnancy of the overall crime scene is very much difficult to maintain. Because it is a flowing water. If it is in the closed body like lake or pond, then comparatively it is easier to investigate or find this. But in a flowing water body like ocean or river or stream, it is very difficult. So these are the basically crime scenes we can see around us. Okay. So these are the major steps. Identify the scene dimension. First, you have to identify how wide a scene is. Maybe you have reached a crime scene of some explosion. Okay. So at first instance, you have no idea how much it is, distributed or how much, wider it is. You have no idea about the radius or diameter of the crime scene. Why I'm talking about the radius or diameter? Because exploded in the circular or I can say spiral manner. Okay. So first you have to identify, at least you have to estimate the dimension of the crime scene. Second, establish the security, securing the crime scene, then create a plan and communicate. And two, do documentation, evidence collection, first the evidence, then collection and all those things. Conduct primary survey, then documentation and processing the scene. You can see the tags 1, 2, 3, 4. You can use these tags to, locate the specific identified evidence. Okay. Then conduct the secondary survey. If something left behind during our survey, you can conduct the secondary survey. Then record and preserve the evidence for further analysis or to send to the forensic labs or wherever the concerning authority. So recording and preservation of evidence. Recording is very much important to maintain the chain of custody. Chain of custody means, the meaning of custody. It means the possession of something under some authority. Okay. So the chain of custody means this evidence, this exhibit box or exhibit packet, whatever I can say, or exhibit polythene bag, it will be transferred. It is used to transfer from one person to another person, depending upon their authority and the goal which we want to, extract from that particular exhibit box. Okay. All the law enforcement agency authorities, they will, transfer the exhibit packet according to the need. So in every node, I can say those authorities through which those exhibit boxes are passing, those authorities are marked as nodes. Okay. They are the places where the exhibit box will be opened and it will again be closed. Okay, so they will open and close during that period. They have to maintain the chain of custody, means they have to prove that it was under their safe custody and they have not violated anything to that particular exhibit. Okay, so later on we will see that how artificial intelligence can help to maintain the chain of custody and keep a track for that, which will be very much clear without any biasness. Okay, so major issues with crime scene investigation, what we see, these are the major issues like gap between occurrence and arrival of the investigating team. In India is a very large country, you can see, and the law enforcement professionals, although they are in sufficient numbers, but reaching remote places, you can't control the place where crime will occur. So in remote places where crime has been occurred and someone informs nearest police station that you have to come to the crime scene, there's something happened here. So most of the time what happens in our country, that the local police station, either they don't have the facilities to investigate the crime scene, or the facilities is far away, that if until they reach the crime, several important aspects of the crime scene is already lost. Okay, so this is the reality, and this is not only in our country, in other countries also, but as our country has large number of population, this problem is very much evident. So if we reduce this gap, gap between the occurrence and arrival of the investigating team, so we can identify so many evidences, so many important aspects of the crime scene, which are usually we lose without knowing about those. Okay, second one is the multiple tasks. I have already mentioned the 7 steps. So after reaching the crime scene, you have multiple things you have to do simultaneously. It's not like that first you will do the photography, then you'll stop documenting all the details, then you enter the crime scene. The things will parallelly, like one person or two person will document each and everything, will record all the things. One person or two person will do photography and videography. A few persons will enter the crime scene. They will, after entering, they will locate the evidences. And when you locate the evidence, you need that photographer to enter the crime scene with you to, take the close-up photography for that. So multiple tasks sometimes may create some kind of mess. Okay. So if that crime scene is a very, sensitive crime scene, so it will be difficult to do the things systematically. Third one is enormous dynamics of probable evidence. As maybe you, in your previous sessions, you may, or I can say you that evidence can be found in any form. Like you can see it through naked eyes. For example, you can see the blood spots or pool of blood or something like that through your naked eyes. But if you see any latent fingerprint, you can't see. As I already iterated that latent word, that means it is not visible through naked eyes. You have to, reveal it, decipher it from its latentness. Okay, so you can see visible evidences or latent evidences. So both kind of evidence you find at the crime scene, and you have no idea what you will find. So without the dynamics of the crime scene, several times it happens we may unintentionally destroy partially or completely some evidence of the crime scene. May be possible, is a possibility. And fourth one is unusual location. Like for example, I've told you about underwater crime scene. Underwater crime scene is not very much common. Another scene, for example, there is a forest, big forest. You have no idea where you have to start. Okay, you found one blood spot or a part of some dead body or something at the edge of a forest. So you have to investigate the forest, but you have no plan because you have no idea about the forest, how far it is distributed, where to find it. So it is very difficult to search these kind of areas with manpower. Systematic organized experts can be very much get very much irritated or face so much problem regarding these kind of crimes in investigation. Another kind of unusual location is like hilltop or at the edge of the cliff or hill where maybe some accident happened, some exhibit or evidence of some maybe things or evidences are present there. So immediately you can't reach that place if it is at the edge of that particular hill. So at that situation, the crime scene investigation become very much difficult. Okay. So I have discussed this thing. Enormous dynamics, macroscopic to microscopic, patent to latent, physical and chemically unstable evidence. Yeah, this is another point. Okay, so at the crime scene, you can see body fluids like blood, saliva, or urine, or semen like this. These are chemically unstable species or chemically unstable substances or evidences. If you don't collect those evidences immediately and preserve it under controlled environment, it will get degraded, maybe contaminated. Okay, because there are several natural factors which can work on those and degrade those particular evidence. So this is again very much important to find out those evidence, locate and find out and identify that this is blood or this is saliva, this is semen. If it is possible at the crime only, then it will be very, very easy or can be easier for the crime scene investigator as well as for the forensic professionals who are present in the lab for the procedure and for the rapid investigation particular case. It will be very much easier. Okay. So these are the unusual locations I've told you: underwater crime scene, place, public place. Okay, public place again. It is it is a place which is not under your control. Okay, public place, explosion scene. Explosion scene. I've already told you that it is a very wide, vast scene. So identifying the range of the explosion, it is the first duty, and it is very difficult to investigate the whole crime scene because you find small pieces or particles of explosive remains throughout the scene. So to finding out that particular thing, or maybe some radioactive substance remaining, to finding out that particular radioactive substance in traces, it is very difficult. The explosion occurred. Okay. So now, as I have explained the brief about the crime scene, so how can artificial intelligence help crime scene investigation? Okay. So like machine learning and artificial intelligence, these both the things which are introduced by human. The capacity given by the human to machines to memorize and learn from experience, to think and create, to speak and to make decisions. All the things are based on data. So whatever data we produce to the particular machine or particular system, it will process that data in a specific manner. We have to create that system or logic. What I say, that is the logic. We have to create that logic. By using that particular logic, it can be memorized and the system of the machine use that particular data in a systematic manner, give some decisions to do some work. Okay, so these are very famous quote, like machine intelligence is the last invention humanity will ever need to make. Like Nick Bostrom, he was a famous computer scientist. He made this statement: success is creating AI would be the biggest event in human history. So we are currently experiencing this thing. Inventing AI and implementing AI to different aspects of our life has changed the things drastically. Okay. So artificial intelligence is the whole topic. As I told you, that machine learning is part of artificial intelligence. Machine learning is nothing but, like, from our childhood. I'm giving you a small analogy of that. From our childhood, what we have done, our parents, our elder ones, they have taught about several things. When we first saw something, we had no idea of what it was. Someone told us that this is an apple, this is a train, this is a tree. So when someone entered that particular information to us, since then we have started to recognize that, okay, this is a tree. You can distinguish between a tennis ball and an orange. How can distinguish? Someone told us that this is tennis ball, this is orange. So our brain can process that particular information and it can give the decision that, okay, this is ball, this is orange. Okay. So artificial intelligence is also a similar kind of thing. Instead of giving information to human mind, we are giving information to a complex computer system. We are giving that in the form of several types. We can give audio data, we can give text, we can give visual, we can give image, video, whatever we can have, what type of media we have, we can enter that particular data. So entering the data and make the machine learn those information, this is the process which is known as machine learning. To make that machine learn and on the basis of its learning to give the decision, that is called machine learning. These are several advanced topics or aspects. I've just given the name chemometrics, artificial neural network. Maybe you have heard somewhere about artificial neural network. Okay, like in our brain, we have a natural, neural network that works. Okay, that gets information, store information, and produce that information to make decision whenever it's needed. So artificial neural network is just a simplified analogical mimic of that natural neural network, which again work in the same way. It proceeds in the same way. We give information to that. It stores the information, process the information, and on the basis of that information, it gives some decision. Okay. The difference is that in human brain, we take or gather the information by our own, but machines cannot gather the information. It needs some human interference to give some data or to give some input to it. Okay. Okay. So artificial intelligence, you can see that these are the three major aspects of artificial intelligence: cognitive science, robotics, and natural interface application. Okay. So why I marked this natural language first? Because the ChatGPT, which you may have already have used that ChatGPT, this is based on this natural language model. Okay. Neural networks, I just told you, neural networks, I can say the face recognition you have used, generally use in your mobile phone. Whenever you switch on your camera, it automatically detects your face. Okay. So that is a part of neural network. Learning systems, neural network is a part of learning system. And robotics. So in crime scene investigation, robotics has a very major involvement, which I will describe in the next slide. Visual perception. Visual perception is nothing but seeing, watching something and identifying that either it is some specific object or not. Tactility, it's like moving its, whatever hand or whatever appendages it has, the robot. Locomotion, it can go roam from one place to another. Navigation, it can navigate a particular direction or whatever range, a particular area or object it has. Okay, so it can be used. I will show you. Decision making, these are the salient features of artificial intelligence. Decision making, solving complex problems, increased accuracy, perform high level computation. Okay, all these things human can also do, but the problem is that human have several interferences which artificial intelligence doesn't have. Okay, complex problems we can also solve, but we will take comparatively more time than a particular computer system. We will get errors, but it will not. Okay, so minimum human error. Whenever human do something, there must be some error. It is also associated with machines, but comparatively it has less amount of error. Unbiased decision, because it has no emotion. Till now, we have not introduced any kind of emotional aspect to artificial intelligence. So it will give the decision whatever data it has. It would get biased through any external factor. It is available 24/7. Okay, so it will not need kind of rest or sleep or something like that. Minimum risk. Here I can say for crime scene investigation, there is a principle that is called Locard's principle of equity, which is the inception when forensic science, inception of forensic science is based on that particular principle. Okay, it principle says that whenever two entities comes in contact, it leaves traces, mutual traces. Okay, so if a person, for example, if I am the crime scene investigator, if I enter into a crime scene and I start to identify or start to search for some evidences, definitely I will leave some trace at the crime scene. Okay, so there is a possibility that maybe unintentionally I may disturb some existing evidence. So if we use robotics and artificial intelligence crime scene investigation with the help of the humans, obviously human will control all those devices, so we can minimize that particular aspect. Okay, ever updating technology, obviously this is the major thing, that the technology currently we have, it can be upgraded to a very advanced form in less amount of time, while humans cannot update themselves rapidly. Okay, it will need an extensive evolutionary process of millions of years, but technology can be upgraded very soon. Okay, so how can artificial intelligence help? The teleforensic, the first topic I've introduced here, teleforensic. Next is object recognition, real-time sensing, real-time identification and discrimination, tagging the exhibits. These are the 5 major aspects which I will discuss in my slide. Teleforensic, like since COVID, our habits have changed. Now currently what I'm doing, you people have joined to this meeting. So we are wherever we are throughout the world, we can join the, we can join a particular meeting, we can communicate with each other, we can see each other, we can share our thoughts, knowledge, without going to that particular place. So accessing facilities remotely, that is the new normal after COVID or since COVID. So teleforensic, as you know, it has came out as the boom after the COVID-19, because at that point of time, the public interactions were very much limited. Whatever crime happened, only minimum amount of professionals can reach a particular crime scene. Reaching a particular crime scene also became very much difficult. So teleforensic is like to be present at a crime scene from a remote location. Or I can say, for example, suppose I am an expert of XYZ, whatever topic. So I have to go to the crime scene, but I am far away from that crime scene, and I am the nearest one also to reach the crime scene. But I need at least 2 to 3 hours to reach the crime scene. Till that time, 2 or 3 local persons, local professionals who have reached that person, they can connect me to that crime scene, and I can see the crime scene, and I can direct them, I can instruct them to investigate the crime scene from a remote location until I reach the crime scene, so that my expertise can be used remotely. So this is a very fascinating thing which has started in crime scene investigation also. Okay, so how can I do that? Like, I am the expert. Those 2 or 3 persons, they are not that much acquainted with the crime scene things and not expert of specific evidence analysis or something like that. If I am the expert and I connect to those persons who teleforensic mediums, like drone is one of the teleforensic mediums, so they can show me the particular scene of the crime, and I can give them instruction to, okay, take this drone to that particular place. I think there is evidence. Okay, so they can click the photograph. Until I reach the crime scene, they can at least start and proceed the process to investigate the crime scene. So as well as drone, it is a aerial vehicle, as well as drones can be found for ground purposes also. Ground vehicles are also there. So both types of drones can be used at crime scene investigation, equipped with advanced camera as well as sensors. Those sensors which are inbuilt in those cameras or those drones, those are very much AI based. Okay, drone itself is a part of AI because it is a part of robotics. Okay, so you are giving some instructions to it, it will follow the instructions, means you are controlling it. Okay, so it can investigate the crime scene, it can go to close up to particular microscopic evidence. Okay, it can use alternative light sources to locate particular evidences. Okay, so as I told you, investigating underwater crime scene is also very difficult till now. So this is an example of underwater drone. I can say underwater small or miniature submarine kind of a device with a very high throughput camera, and it has all the sensors inbuilt in it. It can go deep dive in the water and bring some information detailed about the underwater crime scene before the actual human or investigator enter the underwater crime scene. So it can be used to at least locate the area, at least fix the area, how much wider the crime scene is. Okay, that drone as well as this underwater drone, both the drones, aerial drone and underwater drone, both the drones are capable of roaming around the specific places and decide how much wider the crime scene is, so that further planning can be done. So it is a very fascinating and important tool, or I can say equipment, to be used nowadays and also in future for crime scene investigation. So there is a case regarding this. as I can tell you that Indian police system, they have also started using basic kind of drones. Like this was the case during that COVID period, July 2003. It was the first instance of using drones in Delhi. They used a drone in a murder investigation while looking for a body in a forest area in Mehrauli. Okay, so I've told you about the unusual crime scene. They found one dead body at the edge of that forest, okay, near a very narrow stream, and they were suspecting that there was another dead body, okay, because they have found some lead regarding that. So they have used one drone to, comb around all the forest area by aerial view, close-up view, whatever angle they can get the view. So they have found the body by using that drone. So you can see that because that crime scene was very huge, okay, the whole forest was a suspected crime scene. So they have found a particular body. Now you can proceed to that particular place because they have the drone. It has already navigated the whole map up to that particular body, so they can easily take that particular path. So it has reduced the time taken to investigate the crime scene, as well as the probability of finding evidences were very much higher. Okay, so this is one of the examples I've used here. Sorry. Yeah. So second one, object aggregation. Most of you may have used that Adobe, that scanner, Adobe scanner in your mobile phone. So that is a very basic example of optical character recognition. What is this optical character recognition or object identification? Is that you have to give some data or some information regarding specific objects or alphabets or photos to your computer system or whatever system you have, whatever artificial intelligence system you have. It will store those information systematically, and whenever needed, it will scan a new image or new object, and from its previously stored information, it will find out, or it will give the decision that, okay, this is that object which I have stored in my system. This works like that. You may have used this Adobe scanner. So these scanners are also included in the drones, so that drones can identify specific objects which are maybe suspected evidences, maybe some weapon, maybe some knife, or some or maybe they found, maybe some other objects they can found at the crime scene, which are not easily visible from far distance. When you put the drone for the 360 aerial scanning of the crime scene, it can easily be located. So what happens then? You can easily go to that particular place by taking the smallest route, because you have the idea about whole crime scene, the area of the crime scene, at the place where the evidence is actually present. So it will make the work easier for you. Okay. So as I've told you, weapon trace evidences, these things, anything printed or engraved on the exhibit, measurement of the exhibit can also be done. Okay. At the airports, this particular sensor, it usually what it does, it actually measures the particular object. So similar kind of algorithms, USA and Europe Police Department, they have started including these kind of algorithms to the drones they are using for crime scene investigation. So those drones equipped with this measurement facility, navigation facility, as well as object identification, they can ease out the hectic work of the crime scene investigator at the crime scene. Okay, so this is another promising and very good thing which I want to share with you. That Trinetr, it was introduced in UP in 2018. AI is being used. Trinetr is an AI-based mobile application powered by Stackers Expert. Stacker is a company which provides these kind of mobile application based on facial recognition, visual search, machine learning, and deep learning. As I told you, deep learning is a part of machine learning. Deep learning includes several additional layers of information and several additional layers of decision making. Okay, so that's why, because it has multiple layers, so that's why it is known as deep learning. Okay, mathematical algorithms are used. So what does Trinetr actually it is doing in UP? So it has the access of all the criminal records, including their facial features, okay, from different angles. Low quality images are also there. So if anyone see any CCTV footage where these kind of criminals who escaped or maybe released and they have repeated some criminal activity, so you can easily locate persons. So from this Trinetro project, UP Police had been benefited so much, and currently they are benefiting. They are using this project to locate criminals. So you can see that how AI can be used, that kind of thing. Suppose some kidnap happened at a particular place, and the CCTV camera of that particular place from where a child or a person had been kidnapped, you can see the CCTV footage, and the person, some of his or her face is visible there. So from that Trinetro database, you can compare. Maybe possible that you can find that person, because that person has no idea that these kind of things are going around. Okay, so this is another example, very good example of how AI can be used. Okay, for more details you can visit this link. Okay, the detailed news is present there. Okay, so now go to more details. Like as I told you, drones are using the object identification potential and all these things. In case of explosion, you have no idea where the evidences have been scattered or something like that. So how can you identify? Maybe you want to identify some trace of radioactive material which was used for that particular explosion. So sensing that radioactive material, if you want to sense that radioactive material by using human resource, it is very difficult. But nowadays, these drones equipped with radioactive sensors, thermal sensors, so you can send those drones to those specific places so that it can easily identify those places where the radioactive materials or remains are present, because radioactive decay is continuously going on. They're still going on. Okay, so if you have multiple drones, you can simultaneously or parallelly investigate different places of a single crime scene so that you can locate that particular place where the radioactive remain is present. So now you can understand how technologically add this technology so that we can use. So the sensor which is used in that particular drone, that sensor is actually using artificial intelligence. It has previous information regarding the radioactive decay. So I assume that most of you are from science background, right? So you have learned that radioactive decay, gamma emission is going on. So gamma emission, it has a specific energy. That specific energy can be recorded by the sensor which is present in the drone, and that energy which is recorded, it can be compared with the existing database. That I have already told you that previous information you have to put to that particular system. That is machine learning. It has the previous information that, okay, if I have this kind of graph that is for gamma, and if I get similar kind of graph, I will recognize that particular graph is coming from a gamma radiation. So from that you can easily identify. Okay, so you can see that I've told about the ground rovers also, ground vehicles also. This is a ground vehicle. It is used by the government to diffuse the bomb, or as well as to identify if there is some radioactive material still remains, which has possibility to explode. Okay, at the crime scene. So these also be used. As I told you about the sensor, so that radioactive sensors which I was talking about, that is a part of chemical sensor. I will not go to the deep because these are individually topics which will take several of hours to explain. Chemical sensors, there are several kind of chemical sensors. We can use electrochemical sensors, biochemical sensors. Okay, so these chemical sensors, what does they actually do? I'm giving you the basic analogy for that. They will collect some scans or some sample they will get, and from those samples it will generate some graph. So that graph generated from that unknown sample, it will automatically be compared as it is already inbuilt in that algorithm, that whenever you receive some graph or you generate some graph, you have to compare it with your existing database. The database what I'm talking about, that is the part of machine learning. So it will compare with the database, and on the basis of that comparison, it will give the decision. It has some threshold also. to up to which threshold you have to give the decision, like more than 80% match or more than 90% match. Okay, so when you have all maybe many of you have taken that COVID-19 kit. Okay, so you have used that particular kit for COVID-19 identification, and you have heard that word, particular phrase, that false acceptance rate or false rejection rate. Means it is 70% sure or 75% sure that you had that particular disease, but the chance of error of 25%. So these sensors, they also have the probability of these kind of errors, and people are working on that, doing some research to upgrade those systems and reducing those errors. Okay, so these are the evidences which I've already discussed. We can find at the crime scene. Okay, so the challenges I've already told you. If you have no idea about the evidence of the evidence at the crime scene, so you have to collect n number of things from the crime scene. Okay. For example, if you see any red colored substance at the crime scene, is it always true that blood? You have no idea. It maybe seems like it is blood, maybe it is some color or some other thing. So if you can confirm it at the crime scene that it is blood, so the workload of the forensic professional, workload for the further those who will do the analysis, that will be reduced, and the investigation will be rapidified, and so that the verdict will come very soon. Okay, so increasing with increasing crime rate, we have to deploy, we have to explore advanced technologies. So this artificial intelligence and machine learning based technology or sensors can be used to identify or analyze the evidences at the crime scene only. So what are advantages of those sensors at the crime scene? Like, it has on-site detection potential, it is rapid, it is cost effective, as well as it is easy to use. It means it is a technology, it is not science. Science is the details and theoretical thing behind it. Technology is which anyone can use. This is the difference between science and technology. The mobile we use, that is technology. To use a mobile phone, you don't have to know the background hardware and software thing which is going through that particular mobile phone. You only have to know the gestures, you have to know the SOPs, operating protocols, to operate the particular mobile phone. That is technical. So a minimally technically equipped person can also use those sensors or those devices at the crime scene, which will again ease up the investigating procedure, which will again manage the human resource deployability at the crime scene. Okay, you need minimum amount of experts at the crime scene if you have these advanced technology. Less technologically equipped persons can also do the analysis and generate the report and send it to the lab or the police officials or police station for further advanced aspect. So this is a very important aspect. So this is the basic schematic diagram of machining, which I have told you in a raw or very crude manner. This is the systematic thing which is mentioned here: raw data, pre-processing, structured data, learning algorithms. All the things are having the similar analogy. Like raw data is the data which we have captured from a place. Then you have to process it, make it to understandable to the particular system. Then you will save it. Okay. Then you can use it for further analysis, like application. This is a model, golden model, or the most suitable model with minimum amount of error. The golden model is like that particular model for database. Here model is which I am talking about, that is the database. Like if you have database of 90 or 100 or 250, 300 different chemical substances, you have the database for those chemical substances, and you take that particular database and inbuild that to a particular portable device, sensing device, and go to the crime scene. It will be very easier for you to identify if some similar kind of chemical substance is present in that crime scene. Okay, so that is the machine learning part. Okay, so this is the portable devices we have told you. This is one of the examples. This is X-ray based portable device. It is called X-ray fluorospectrophotometer. So what does it do? It will give the elemental profile. You all have learned about the periodic table. You have elements, there are metals. So X-ray based technique or X-ray spectrophotometers, they are capable of identifying metals. Okay, different kind of metals which are present in the soil. You can identify, or any other object, any pen, any ink. If you have some metal, you can identify. Most of the time, these are used for identifying soil samples. Like for example, someone has killed some person, and some soil is sticks to that person's soul. Okay, to that grip, and the dead body has been dragged and put at some other place. As a crime scene investigator, maybe someone reached that crime scene and found those soil samples and try to identify that those soil samples, the origin of the soil samples, because the quantity of those metals or those elements in that soil sample is very much specific to specific places. It is based on the geographic region. So if you can locate that particular soil, at least you can locate the place at where the crime has been occurred. Okay, so this is a very good example of machine learning based portable devices. Laser based device like Raman spectroscopy use laser technology to analyze and identify different chemical substances. You can see that this is a bottle, maybe it is having some alcoholic substance or some other substance. You can use this to identify the purity of the sample, how much purity. If there is some mixture with that, you can also easily identify by using this portable device. And the best part of these devices is that you don't have to use your advanced laboratory setup. You don't have to use heavy instruments, benchtop instruments. You don't need so much, and you don't need sample preparation, sample degradation kind of thing. You can easily do all the things at the crime scene. And these equipment can be handled by a less technically equipped person also. You don't need advanced scientific knowledge because these are technology based. You will see all this in the screen. You have to generate the report and you have to send it to the lab. Further work lab will do. Okay. At the crime scene, you can at least confirm that, okay, this is cocaine. Okay, this is alcohol. Okay, this is ethanol. This is methanol. This oil. This is blood. You can identify these things. If you can identify with confirmation at the crime scene about these evidences, it can easily be analyzed, and the analysis will rapidify very easily. Infrared based equipment, these are used in excise department. So currently forensic people, they have also started this. They are using to identify different drugs, which are commonly, used for trafficking throughout, cross-country trafficking or cross-state trafficking. We can use IR-based spectrophotometers to identify those drugs. Okay. So this is the basic, analytical steps used to create that particular database which I have told you. Okay, pre-processing, classification. The similar thing I've shown you here. This is the algorithm in a complicated way, and this is in a simplified way. I've simplified it for your understanding. Okay, so first you have to put the sample or whatever you have, so it will pre-process the data. It will classify the data that these graphs are from blood, this graph are from semen, this graph from saliva. Okay, it can classify. So that is classification. And after classifying, it will validate it also, that I have classified it correctly or not. Like for us, when we understand something, when we learn something, we want to verify our learning, that have I learned that thing correctly or not. Similarly, in machine learning, we use the similar kind of thing. And inter-validation is like validating or cross-verifying with the existing samples, external means from unknown samples, which we will get at the crime scene. Okay. So I think you have seen this movie Drishyam 2, where I have quoted this movie here. Like I have an interesting fact about it. Maybe you know that this is the loophole. Vijay Salgaonkar replaced original exhibit that had consisting the bone with another person, were able to trace it. Why they were not able to trace it? Like in real life scenario, obviously this is a movie. Things were very much scripted. But the possibility of manipulating or replacing exhibit box you can't deny it. Okay, because there may be some person with ill-minded, or they have criminal mind, try to manipulate something. So to show this thing, or to track the particular evidence or exhibit box, you can use like these kind of tagging, barcode or QR. I've seen these things. When we go to shopping malls, we use these kind of things. Okay, they used to identify the object by scanning that particular barcode or QR code. Okay, so if we equip our exhibit box these kind of barcodes or QR code, and we register these barcodes and QR codes at every terminal wherever the exhibit box opened, we can use these kind of codes to justify that okay, it has reached a particular place. When it is going to another place, we can use that scan that particular barcode when it reached there, so that say that we can just say okay, it has safely reached that third place. It can be processed for multiple steps, wherever or whoever handling that particular exhibit box will scan, and a trail of chain of custody will be generated. It's a very common technology, but it can be used very efficiently for maintaining the chain of custody in a country like India, where the pendency is very huge. To keep track of things is very difficult. Okay, so these are the limitations. Although I told you about that in India, different police departments, they have started using. I've told you about 2 cases. Things are very much promising, but yes, this is promising, not that much 100% validated. Training data is available, performance is limited. Okay, we have not explored to extensive scenarios. And the fourth thing, when you are using some artificial intelligence or computer related technology, there is a possibility of hacking. Vulnerability of those data is a very big concern. So first we have to think about those things also. Okay, so how can we do further in that? Minimizing the error, enhance the robustness. It means that we can enhance the existing technology, validate the technology, validate the technique with different concerns of legal admissibility, because the final concern of technology in forensic science is to serve the justice system, criminal justice system. To convince the criminal justice system, it is a very difficult thing. Okay, so we have to make the technology that much robust, that much easily accessible, so that the legal professionals, they can also understand it. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you, Dr. Ranjit Singh sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic. Although I know that this is a very a vast topic and 1 hour is a very length, still I have given some emphasis so that students may have they generate some interest on this topic, maybe they get some output from this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So there are a few questions in the chat box. Can we say having a 3D scan of primary crime scene can give us many advantages of detailed investigation?
One second. What is the question? Can we say having 3D scan of primary scene can give us many advantages? Yeah, definitely. Currently, what we do till now in India, primitive techniques we use, sketching, photography, and all these things. Photography is till now most of the cases is 2-dimensional, but 3-dimensional photography or scanning means 3-dimensional scanning will give you a real-time exposure of the crime scene, so that you can easily reconstruct the crime scene. What happens that when we in person reach the crime scene, we are present at the crime scene, we can't we can possibly miss some small details at the crime scene, but after revisualizing that 3D scan of the crime scene again and again, we can see some important aspects and we can give the emphasis on that. So yeah, obviously it is very important. It is very helpful also, 3D scanning.
Very right, sir. And there is another question by Dr. Rakhi ma'am, that what are the lawful implications?
So till now, the thing is artificial intelligence law is not that much advanced in India. People have started doing extensive research on that. Ministry of Justice, they have started some projects on that how we can empirically apply artificial intelligence for legal purposes, not only for forensic. I want to share you something regarding that because I am in a law university. Because people have started using artificial intelligence and exploring to give judgments on by using artificial intelligence. So if law enforcement agencies keep in mind this thing that law department department they have started artificial intelligence to give or to take help in some decisions, some decision making from their judges. So if they start taking help from AI for their judgments, so why not for crime scene investigation and forensic things? So yeah, near future it will be implemented, and yeah, we have to keep the basic protocols or legal admissibility regarding different sections. We have to keep those things in mind. Okay, like in case of digital forensic, we used to compare the hash value. That kind of thing we have to do here. Wherever we generate some data, because all the data is obviously wherever you are using AI or ML, that the data is in the virtual form. So we have to create some hash value kind of unique things to that particular data so that it can be validated in legal courtroom trial. That someone cannot say that you have manipulated it in the by using AI and things like that. So yeah, obviously it has legal implications, but people have started working on it.
Very rightly, sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you for explaining all the things about the automation in forensic science and the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning in crime scene investigation. On behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to present you this e-mementos for your wonderful talk.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. And also this e-certificate for imparting and your valuable insight on this topic, automation in forensic science, the era of AI and ML in forensic science and crime scene investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So moving further, we have our next speaker, and our next speaker is Dr. M. Nasir Ahmed. And sir is going to talk on the topic skeletal examination and forensic anthropological technique add in the criminal cases. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and agree to delivering the talk in this forensic summer finishing school. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce our speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to introduce Dr. Nasir, who is a forensic anthropologist learner by passion and an associate professor by profession at Yenepoya Medical College, Mangalore. He has done his PhD in forensic anthropology from Dr. H.S. Gores University in Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, and possesses extensive expertise in the field of forensic anthropology and molecular forensics, research ethics, tribal study. He has actively participated in numerous conferences and seminars, showcasing his commitment to staying at the forefront of advancement in this field. His scholarly contributions have been recognized and also been published in prestigious publications. He is associated with esteemed professional organizations, including the British Association of Forensic Anthropology, the Chartered Society of Forensic Sciences, the Indian Academy of Forensic Medicine, the Indian Academy of Forensic Sciences, Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Nursing Science, Indian Science Congress Association, the National Association of Study of Traditional Asian Medicine, and the Indian Red Cross Society. He is also the online member of the Amnesty International Human Rights Society. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation, and we hand over the session to you now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You people have dig out at good things. Our Sherlock sir is here. Ranjit sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm not going to take too much time because it is already second last lecture, and I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, sir, it's coming up.
Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. Even for all the participants, we can say we both are anthropologists, forensic anthropologists, but Ranjit sir is more than us. And now it is visible.
No, sir, it's not coming.
Okay. I will again stop sharing.
Can you share again, sir, as it is not?
Yeah. I will stop sharing and then I will share it.
Sir, please try to reshare the screen.
Yes.
It is coming now, sir. Can you put
Yes.
it in a full screen mode?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks to all the participants for being patient, having patience to listening us, and thanks to Ranjit sir doing a great job. So today, actually, I had to discuss about and deliver about role of forensic anthropology in crime scene investigation and all those things. So I hope my slide share is visible to you.
Sir,
And
it's
it is
not coming.
right
Yes,
now.
perfectly fine, sir. Thank you.
So we, on the behalf of SIFS and all the people who are attached with this forensic anthropology profession, welcome to our world. In the disclaimer, I can say a few images may disturb and viewer discretion is advised. So skeletal examination, there are three components for my talk, and I thank Dr. Karan who make my things very easy because I don't have to talk too much about those things. And hope you people also enjoyed his talk. It was extensive and it was in too much detail also. So going further, because in many of the times when we were learning, most of the time when we go out and we have an upper collar that we are learning forensics. So sometimes, these silly names are very nice because we feel that whatever we are learning and whatever we expertise are can do anything. But in reality, there are some limitations. We also have some limitation. So that is why when you learn something, it is a tip of the iceberg. There are huge to be explored. And most of the things, as forensic anthropology is under one domain where we deal with skeletal examination, and there are certain facts and certain things which we are going to discuss, which we are going to explore even in that investigations also. So just like boarding to a plane, the same announcement was going on one by one. Same, if you will a frequent traveler, you will find why it is too much things which is going to be repeated. But we assumed, as in forensic experts, when we deliver anything to any audience, we believe that at least there are someone who is traveling first time, who is listening first time. I would like to cover this backgrounds, skeletal examination, anthropological technique, and some criminal cases. So the backdrop, whenever the term forensic anthropology comes, people think that it is only related to, crime scene investigation and all those things. But as a forensic anthropologist, we have a broad umbrella, and you have confronted these types of news in your daily WhatsApp, in your daily newspaper, in news and all those things. Several bodies were exhumated. Several mass disasters happened, either natural or man-made. Whenever these bones come in the picture, then the role of forensic anthropologist starts. And India is also not exception for those things. If you turn the page 5th, 6th, 7th in any local newspaper, you will find such type of news that there are certain one bones are recovered, 2 bones are recovered, some parts of the bones are recovered. And recently, this is the hi-fi cases which came in the media, because right now media is so much extensive. Every fraction of the second we are shared with some new and different types of news. But all those things, if you will see that from a mass grave to a single recovery of the bone, what is the common link which initiated us to do something? The common link is like maybe those are homicidal, suicidal, or accidental. But ultimately what they deserve the justice. And for that deserving the justice, to serve the justice system needs the evidences and the expert opinion. So in one line, I can say the forensic anthropological investigation are unique humanitarian services. As per my personal opinion and many of the forensic anthropologists whom I worked and who are in our circle, we believe that rather to deliver the justice. It is like a humanitarian service. And anthropology and forensics anthropology, as Dr. Karan has delivered in the beginning of his lecture, we all are always have a curiosity to know ourselves, and we want to know from where we originate. What is our culture and development behavior? How we has being a physical being, and these things, when comes under one umbrella, it is nothing but anthropology, where we study biology, where we study the social cultural relationship, linguistic relationship, archaeological aspects. And for a physical anthropologist, from which the forensic anthropologist was developed, I can say, has to know and much familiar about the population variation, growth and nutrition, primatology and evolution. If you have curiosity to learn all these domains, then definitely it is going to help you in any investigation as a team member. So whenever some bones is coming, then it is like application of forensic anthropology and osteology. Osteology is nothing but the learning of the human bones in legal matters is forensic anthropology. And we also learn victims when learns the decomposition processes. Ranjit sir, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you help me? Actually, one taskbar is coming. How we can remove that?
Can come again, sir?
One taskbar is coming to me.
You can just press the escape button.
Okay. No. No, this one is coming actually. It is. But anyway.
Yeah, now perfectly fine, sir.
Okay. So, and as a forensic anthropologist, so called as an expert to read and define the bones, we apply the human variation knowledge within and between different populations to investigate the crime and legal matters. Our goal is to what, who, when, and how. These 4 Ws are always applicable in any crime scene investigation. But here slightly different. If it is not human, it is not our task. And if it is human, who he is, what is his age, sex, ancestry, and stature, and when he died. This is also one of the most important in any crime scene criminal investigation, because if it is not recent one, it will go to forensic archaeology, and that will another spectrum of this investigations, and how the person is died. So in a skeletal examination, we work in a team, and all of us know who are in this domain that all the forensic reports and opinion of experts and opinion of the third parties are submissible under the Indian Evidence Act. And an expert is a person who is special knowledge related to some specific field. And in case of bones, in India, the common practice is that the inquest report is sent to the medical colleges, to the forensic medicine department, where they have to take the help of the forensic anthropologist. So we alone cannot do anything in any justice system. Rather, if we are in a team where some medical legal activities is going on, either you are a forensic odontologist, if you are attached with any forensic medicine department, till now, this is the practice. And also, apart from this, as an expert, we also train the MD people in forensic medicine, whom one objective and one component is there to perform medical legal examination of the bones. So we train them how to identify what procedure they have to follow, which instrument they can use, which formula they can use, like that. And when you are going to examine, if you can see that these types of recovery from the crime scenes happen. If you will see from my left side, one is somehow mummified, another one is little bit recent. Sometimes it is completely skeletonized, and sometimes it is on the advanced decomposed stage. So in such scenario, if you have an opportunity to go in the field, then you have to collect all the evidences, which was earlier told by our previous speakers in the management of crime scene investigation. But we also document each and everything, even the artifacts, even the belongings, so that it can correlate and help to solve this crime. Sometimes the challenges come when it is fragmented, then how you are going to define which side it is. You have to explore any sign of trauma, any disease trauma, what are the different taphonomic processes. And it is very difficult. It is very difficult during you are at a scene of crime, and if it is in a commingled bone, means so many people are dumped together and that decomposition is in advanced stage. But we are not too much focus on structure and function of the bones and all those things, because if you're working in any forensic medicine department, we are not a forensic medicine expert, but we are also not a clinical expert. So many of the times people misunderstood that we are clinicians and we can tell about the bone disease and all those things. This is the 10 key questions which is universally accepted to proceed with any skeletal examination. And in each and every step, you have to define, and the first 3 things are most important to whether you have to go and proceed with those things or not. Like that, if it is bone, it's okay. If it is human, it's okay. If it is modern, okay. If these things checklist, if you will prove with the different techniques, then our duty comes. If it is not, we can refer to that other experts. If it is not bone, it will go to that veterinarian. If it is metallic things, it will go to that chemical person, physics person, and all those things. Then comes more than one bone. What is that ethnic affiliation? Sex and age. This is the sequence, but I always have a counter about this. I prefer to assess the age first rather than sex. First, we will proceed with age and then the sex of the person, and then stature and cause of death, individual characteristics. So these are the 10 basic things as a forensic anthropologist help the forensic medical legal people to identify the unknown. But you know what? Whatever techniques we are studying, either through the textbook, either with the research papers and all those things, it should be validated. And all the tools and techniques defined by various forensic anthropologists are well tested. It means it is not directly we are applying on the crime scene. It is validated through extensive research work. If you will see from the Krogman 1964 till today, there are so many researches going on, and findings of those research are applicable and generalizable. Then only you can use those techniques. Because while writing the report, one has to mention which method they followed and whether it is validated or not. Because in the court of law, if they will call you as an expert, and if the defense counsel will ask whether the technique is validation or not, most people heard about that Sheena Bora case. If you will dig it out, see 10 years back, the superimposition technique was so much validated. They told that this is a validated technique, it was identified. But still, the defense counsel are telling that those superimposition software was not validated, that was not meant for any criminal investigation. That's a matter of discussion in the judiciary. But whenever as any expert, especially in the forensic anthropological context, if some research is there and it is validated, then you have to check it, then only you will proceed and follow those methods. And this is, I'm showing that Dr. Ruma Burkett, whom I worked under her during my doctoral work, her small, if you will see that one small study, this was that one small triangle which she studied, and it was accepted and validated by so many countries. So like that, now this method is acceptable for determining the sex. Like that, there are so many methods. You have to go through it and then you will apply. And when you are opting those methods may be different types, like visual method, metrical, which we call as anthropometrical and osteometrical. It is nothing, anthropometrical is nothing but complete measurements which can be applicable on living being. And if it is going to be applied on bones, it is osteometric. If it is going on only apply on skull, it is craniometrical. Then further is biochemical DNA analysis, isotope analysis, proteome-based investigation. These are some instruments, basic instruments, which we used whenever, many of the times you have seen that, okay, cranial index, but you have to learn which area to which area you have to measure. That is a part of some training, which requires some extensive trainings and all. But these are some basic instruments which are accepted and validated and universalized. It means the instrument which we are using in India, it is also used by some Americans, European, and all those things. That is why this is a part from anthropology. In anthropology, that anthropological association validated and approved these instruments. So that is why whenever you are using, if you are mentioning in your report that skull length is 123 millimeter, you have to also mention which instrument you are using. And obviously, right now, that next level is proteome level and all those things. We are also using those things. But being a forensic anthropologist, you have two things. You have to be focused. One is you have a strong human anatomy base, at least human anatomy, if you know your skeletal anatomy as well as muscle anatomy, because you are going to define male or female. Either he is from Northeast or from that Western India or from that Eastern part of that India or Western countries. Then you know what is their habit, what is their work culture, what is their behavior and all those things. What is the muscular activity? If you know the muscles, you know, many of the times when we see the bones, I always say, see the signature. See the signature on the bones. It doesn't mean no, a person is going to sign on that. No, our muscles are giving some signature on those bones. And those signature you have to learn. Whether it is inserted, how much pulling is there, what is the occupation of that person. So if you are good knowledge about this muscle system, human anatomy, and the variation and characteristics of a lifelong learner, definitely you will are best person for the medical legal people to serve to help them to serve the justice. And we all know this is nothing, it is common things, different types of bones and the function of those bones. If you know the function, then we know which muscles is going to be attached. And female, as we assume that they tend to be matured little bit earlier and as compared to the male. So that is why there is a growth period of a 2.5 years. It was in plus minus 6 months. So that's the puberty starts in female earlier, whereas in male it is little bit later. That is why the growth hormones work on the muscles and those muscles would give the signature on the bones. That is why the height, the comparative height of male and female, male is always larger, and that muscles impression in male, it is so much robust and all. So you have to learn in which bone, which muscle is attached and for what purposes and which type of activity those areas people are doing. If you will go in Northeast, most of the male people are don't prefer to work. Instead, most of the female are working in that field around. So if you know that who is working in which condition more or less, so the muscle impression on the bone will be more or less. And then it will come like you have to identify whether it is bone or not. So if you only focus on this bone, the human bone or bones, if these types of characteristics you have to see. Now you will see. Okay, if you will see the first one, this is look like bone. Whenever that investigation officer collected all those bones from that scene of crime, or he will put everything which is look like bone. Then you have to distinguish. So you have to see the texture, the inner structure, and all those things. And easily you can identify. With the practice, you will be definite to say, no, it is not a bone. And there are several other techniques which Dr. Karan already explored, microscopic and all those things we were using. Then obviously human and non-human. If you know the human anatomy, and we all have the pets, we are daily seeing that, canine, which is dog, cats, and all those things, bovine, which is goat, buffalo, and all those things. Only three things if you know, because these things are abundant in our normal settings. So then you can easily identify. In the cases, as you have heard about Shraddha murder case, in which that Dr. Ranjit sir has given too much extensive detail on that in one news channel. So it is like when they are going to collect those bones, we know there are so many other people who maybe throw their garbages there. And if some non-veg people, non-veg lover people who put some bones and all those things put in the garbage and place in that place, then it is a very difficult task to identify whether it is human or not. And that investigation officer will collect all the bones. Sometimes that rodents, they will carry the bones in the holes. They will carry the small human bones as well as that small other animal bones, and they will put it in their habitat. And when you are going to recover, you have to identify. And these are some basic things which you can get it from any textbook. Many of the research is also going on for each and every aspects. So if you know the dental formula, if you know that how their, especially that facial features and the bony features, you can easily identify, but it needs a practice. And till now, we always suggest and we also prefer to always keep such type of charts whenever you are examining the bones. All the non-human bones, collect that all the animals of that habitat. If I'm working in, suppose in northeastern region, and we know that pig is the common domesticated animal there. So we have to learn about the common features of the skeletal features of the pigs. Whereas in Western India, in Rajasthan and all, people try to domesticate the dog and cattle. So we have to know about those things. So always it will be best to keep those photographs, keep each and every individual's bones of that non-human, that animal, and with the human. And then you will try to match it. And these are certain things, posterior position of the foramen magnum. These are the universally acceptable things. We know that this is, if the first criteria, we know that from the position of the foramen magnum, if it is on posterior side, it is not human bone. That is enough. It is not human, send it to someone else. Veterinarian, take the help of the veterinarian. And daily we are eating chickens, muttons, and all those things, those who are non-veg lovers. We know that even the small bones, if you will see the small bone, and if you are thinking it is a human bone, see it with the help of magnifying lens and see the maturity of that bone. Means the bone, if it is matured in a smaller size, it means it is not a human bone, because human growth span is till 14 years plus minus then 18 years. So we know that all the epiphysis, all the two portions which are from the apart from that shaft are always separate. Whereas in non-human bones, it is always joined. Because their lifespan is less, their growth is faster as compared to us. And as I suggested, these are some domesticated dogs and all those things. We always see, then we will compare. And sheep. Then you have to know which animal is found in which area and from where it was recovered. Even the small animals, many of the times we put the photograph of the squirrels, we put the skeletal images, and then we compare. And here you can see that human and non-human, and you can easily identify. So when some pictures is there and you have get trained, it is very easy. It is nothing, no rocket science is there, but still while writing reports, you have to give the reference. You have to give the reference from which atlas you are referring. Means if the animal that many of the veterinary book, They every geographical areas they provided that which animal is found here and what is their skeletal features. So you have to give the references and all those things. This is canine. You can say dogs. Then coming to the recent and all, obviously, the one if you want to become a forensic anthropologist and doing some research, you have to be beer with foul smells. Then only your research will be robust. And then these skin, hair, dental repair, these things are common in recent. Now, I would like to ask you, which one, according to you, is more recent? Either number 1 or number 2. Do you people have any idea? No? Okay. So 2, correct. So it is like, it is nothing. While seeing yourself, you can easily say. But again, as a forensic anthropologist, before reaching to any conclusion, what we have to see? We have to see the environment condition from where it was found. What is that season? Then only, because decomposition process is always depend upon the local environment, intrinsic factors and extrinsic factors. But yes, here at least you can say that second number. And now here, if you compare the previous one and this one, if you will see, if don't focus on this full body, if you will see only less than this, you will be misguided that from that far away, from that perspective, from the far, it is look like that it is a complete bone, but it is not. His skin is intact. But here you can see skin is only in the form of covering. So these things comes always when you go in the field, when you will see the cases and all. And this, what it is? Any idea? Any idea? These are the 3 dead bodies. It is kept in a medical college and it is a mummified body. And you can't believe that this person died in a closed room. And because of that local environment which was created in that room, not artificially but naturally, the body was mummified. And then we know that in ancient bone, we go for carbon C14 datings and predictable date. That is not relevant to forensic investigation, but yes, in forensic archaeological context and in anthropological context. As you have heard in that previous lecture also, which bones are present. Once you have practiced in human anatomy, it is very easy. And again, I will always suggest, keep the chart and put the body. Practice it and slowly you will be confident. But here as a forensic anthropologist, we always prefer to see the missing element. What is missing? Because many of the times you will get a bag of body. Sometimes the skull is missing, sometimes one leg is missing. To the criminal misguide. They try to misguide the investigations. So that is why we have to focus on the what is missing. Because from that missing portion, if the head region is missing, and we don't find, we cannot reach to the cause of death, how he died. Because from the bones, if there is no impact and all those things, or any injury sign which may be lethal, we cannot say how a person died. And also, if the skull is not there, it is not conclusive to reach that the person is died by natural or unnatural. And these things, with some certain cases, we have to know which bones are present. So when you have to be set in the inventory, then you have to check it, which bone are present. And as you can see, in reality, we never got the complete bone because decomposition process itself have been attacked by so many animals and insects. And also when skull colonization started, that rodents or that carnivorous animals attack those things. So most of the times, even 99%, we never ever get complete bones. And then you have to how many person? Obviously, 3 humerus. It is like it is from 3% or minimum 2% like that. You have to be. See the term race. As an anthropologist, we learn that what is race, but in common practice, there is no more, we don't prefer to use the racial classification because this is not a socially acceptable terminology. We call it as ancestry or population affinity. And just I told in the beginning, you have to be knowledge about that human variations. If you know the variations, you can reach the ancestry. But the challenges right now, the challenge is like that. Right now, inter-religion marriages are going on due to the globalization. Migration is occurring too much frequent, and our limitation, that forensic limitation, is like that. Not more beyond 70 years, and 100% definitely not. So means if any skull is less than 50 years, any skeleton found, and if it is less than 50 years, it may be the matter of judicial investigation. But if it is beyond that, then it is very difficult. And last 30, 40 years, so much of migrations happened. So people are migrated. I am sitting in the southern India, but I belongs to the north part of the India. If I will get married here, my offsprings will be from mix. So the genetic pool will be mixed. So it is very difficult, but still there are certain techniques and tools, and there are certain research which are still to be validated, are used for population affinity. So this is the common things as a basic level. At least you know here my intention to put it here like that, which area you have to be focused. It is nothing like that. Okay, mongoloid having long, or caucasoid having short, or negroid having long. No, you have to focus on the traits. Which area you have to be focused? Skull length. If it is not complete, then you have to see the skull breadth. If it is not complete, if you can measure the height, then you have to see these areas. You have to keep in your mind whenever you want to develop the population affinity. And these are the common things. Just like that, this caucasoid and mongoloid comparison, that slit. That still is very much common in caucasoid. But recent research also told that there are certain populations from Western countries who are having that common seal. Means now if you want to distinguish between Asian and European, then this feature will be more helpful. Earlier it was described for caucasoid and mongoloid race, but because of this trait and area, the further research also developed that, okay, you can distinguish between whether it is Asian origin or European origin. And normally this is for the basics. If you are measuring, then you have to see which type of skull it is. And we have some certain terminologies in that anthropology. You have to be gone through it. So many definitions, just like for this cephalic index, for everything, leptorrhini, or facial features, our eye features, everything is defined. And then there is certain range, and you have to measure and see in which population affinity it belongs to. Then, as I told, that different population affinity, then you have to go for, I prefer to go for age rather than sex, but as the sequence is for age, sex, then you have to see the general appearance. I told you that muscle activity is more in males. It was a journal. It is not universal truth, but it is a journal. And then you have to see that orbits, temporal region, occipital region, and then you have to define. So in the beginning, you have to go through with the practical exposure, see those male and female. Then slowly, that only we will provide you only with that male. And then you have to define which characteristics is showing, which character, which trait is showing the male characteristics. We are not asking that whether it is male or female. That is at the end of the stage. But in the beginning, you have to say which trait is reflecting. And when you will see all these types of traits, just like the supraorbital ridges, prominent in the above one, you will see it is prominent. Here, if you will see that's prominent. Here it is, see that flat. If we go the orbit, then it is, and always this morphological features are subjective. It is not objective. Objective is that if you measure it. Subjective means it may be possible. Whatever I am seeing look like circular to me, it may be oval to you. So that is why you have to do research. You have to do inter and intra variation study. Go with some visual observation. Compare it with someone else. Compare it with your observation 1-2 times. Suppose morning I will see more than hundreds of the cranium, and I will write down, okay, what is the eye shape? Okay, it is circular, circular, circular. And then in the evening, I will again see. And it may be possible that in the evening, I will be subjective to that whatever circular in the morning, it is rectangular in the evening. So you have to see the intra-observer error and then inter-observer. So these regions, and when you will see that forehead, if you see, and if you'll see. So these are the traits and characteristics which you have to be taken care. Glabella, where we put the bindis and all, where we put the tilak. And then this zygomatic arc. And this is somehow that protuberance, the region here. You have to look on that. And when you define all those things, you have to give the score. And when you give the score, it is not going to be average, but you have to see how many are categorized in 4. If it is 3 characteristics are falling in the 4th category, then you can say the probability of this cranium to be a male is more as compared to female. And then after the cranium, then you have to see the palate, and odontology is another expertise area. And if you will learn, that is also helpful in determining the sex of the person, mandible, angles and all. We also draw drawings and all because there are certain angles and certain distances which was derived from robust research which we use to determine the sex of the person. And pelvis is the most common, and most of the people know about that, even in the 12th standard right now. Earlier in our days, it was not like that. We didn't heard about what are the male and female characteristics, but I find there are certain books which was introduced in 12th class standard to define male and female hip bones. The challenges, and these are sciatic notch and all those things, and you have to go through with that validated research and apply in your samples. This is the most complicated task, determining the age, because what happened till the adolescent, it is very difficult to determine the sex of the person, because both if a female athlete is there, and athlete, if she is engaged in so much of good exercise and all those activities, and there is a male who is not a male boy, then it is very difficult to determine the sex. So that is why we have to know the limitations. Okay, 0 to 3 years, which is called as infant, child, and all those things. And this is also helpful because if it is an infant body, that maybe that the case may be something going in some other directions. Infant, suppose a culprit killed a pregnant woman, then obviously that action will be more strict as compared to the killing 2 person. And we know that different areas, epiphyseal, some, every bones having 2 regions, epiphysis and metaepiphysis, like that. That diepiphysis, appearance and fusion, these 2 things you have to know. Okay, in which age it appeared, and in which age it is going to be fused. If you know that, it is very easy to determine the age of it. You can see that in this bone, this diepiphysis, but you will see. And here in the adult, it is completely fused. Okay. And then I told you that dentistry is also, forensic dentistry is also very good and nice applications in justice system. So sometimes to be learning and all those things, we use mnemonics and all those things. At least you know in which age, which tooth is appeared and which tooth is erupted, like that. Then stature, if you know the wrong bones and all those things, there are certain formulas in which multiply. You can simply multiply and you can determine the sex. But it is old age techniques. Right now, people are using regression formula. In Indian context, there are so many studies which is also proved substantial to calculate the stature of the person. If you know how to measure that bone, and you will just put that value in these formulas, you can calculate the estimated stature. It is not perfect one, but at least to narrow down. A forensic anthropologist's role is like that, to narrow down the investigations. And manner and cause of death. You know, it is also many of the movies also showing like that. And we are lucky that we are working in the era where that most of the task was done by the people who are engaged in movie making and serials like that. So that is very helpful to us. In earlier times, in our times, it was like only the CID, and that in foreign series, the Bone series was there. And there are some simple movies where they're the bone collector and all those things. Right now, just like now Ranjit sir is helping a lot to popularize that forensic science, and his movie Forensics, we also demonstrated that movie in our PG presentations and all. We enjoyed a lot. So that cause and manner of the death is like that. From that bullet injuries, from that animal engine scavenging, you have to know about whether it is perimortem or postmortem. If it is perimortem, means cause of death is due to this injury. If it is postmortem, then it is he was died and then these types of activity was happened. These are some real cases like that, stab wound and all, blunt forces. And also one thing I would like to add, you know which type of crime is occurring in which areas. If you will go in Rajasthan, the people are used to Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, mostly they are using weapons, 12-bore weapons, and most of the lecture was also covering to identify bullets and all. You can see that how the crime pattern is there. If you go in Telangana, Southern India, Karnataka and all, they will use the machetes. If you go in the Northeast, they will throw from that hills and all. So it means that crime pattern is also most important. If you know that, then you can correlate. Yes, this was happened here or somewhere else. This is just a simple clue I'm talking about, which is very useful. And these are some cases. Can you tell anyone can define what was the case 1 and case 2? Which type of injury was it is? I will give you one clue. Like you can say whether it is a sharp object or whether it is a blunt object. Only the skull number 1 and 2. The skull number 1 was injured. Axe, sharp object, good. 1 was blunt, 2 was sharp, good. Good. So now you can see that, you know, I always say that forensic science is nothing but a common science. If you use your brain, at least you will try to explore things. So like that, then in forensic medicine, they also in inquest report, they always ask for that, which weapon it was used. So when that recovery was come to us with that machetes or any knife or something like that, and if injuries like there, we cannot say this weapon was used to kill that. We never ever mention, and it is not a good practice to mention that this weapon is used. We can say this type of weapon was used, because maybe that this knife is not the same knife. That is another area that if you will find some traces of DNA of that accused and all those things. But as a forensic anthropologist, we never ever, we can say, okay, this is a blunt, something which is blunted object, which was hit to that skull and damaged the brain. So individual deformities, obviously, as I told, that our muscles always put the signature of the bones, as well as our disease, and those disease which are going to impact the bone is also put the signatures. So in arthritis and all those things, it is a valuable trait to identify the individual characteristics. This is occupational stresses on this humerus bone. You can find that this is teres major. Teres major is nothing, but it is an inserted side of the teres major muscle. Okay. So if a person who is a continuous hard working labor and moving his hand too much, it is going to impact on that. Heavy load workers and all those things. There are so n numbers of the good research, and then you have to see those research and try to find out whether it was validated by someone else. And then you can put in your diary, put in your collection whenever you are dealing with skeletal examination. And obviously, orthopedic surgeries and all those things, it is a very most common. And even that orthopedic surgeries, there are some impressions, marks through which you can identify where it was conducted and whom it was given to. And this is the submitted osteological remains, which we confront. And you can see, we studied that, okay, pelvis is that good indicator for sexual dimorphism. Now you can see we got only that is sacrum. What you will do? So you have to see what are the possibilities to determine the sex from the sacrum individually. Then from femur, as I told you, one of the most important feature for Burkitt's triangle. So at least femur head was intact. So from this one area can be useful, just like that head. So like that, for each and every individual, you have to reach on one small conclusion. You at least, okay, sacrum is showing it is male, but femur is showing it is female. Humerus is showing it is a female. And this is tibia bone. And in the tibia, this region, we all measure the maximum diameter of the tibia. So maximum diameter is always in between the mid. There is no upper region or lower region, but maximum will be fall in this. So this maximum diameter will also helpful determining whether it is male or female. So and then to correlate whether it is belongs to one person or not, that is a challenge. That is a challenge. That is why sometimes we use some molecular level investigation. We will try to find out if some tissue is there, not for DNA, but at least blood or antigen or antibody, and we will match it with each and every bone. So right now, our focus is toward the proteome-based investigations. So in that, we can collect the proteomes of this bone and the quantity and the quality of proteome like that. So these are some things which is still going on. That's why I always say, better to be a lifelong learner, then only you can solve such type of cases. Another case you can see here, the only radius bone is ulna bone is there. Sorry, humerus bone is there. Okay. And then you'll see here tibia is there, only one jaw is there. So these are the scenarios. This is how in reality the cases comes. Here you will got only one part of hip bone. So at least sciatic notch and this acetabular diameter will help us. Whereas these bone are not too much useful. This we will try to find out whether any bone marrow is there or not. So, and this is another case, only one amputated skull was found. So from the trace elements, artifacts inside the root is there. So from the root, we can identify which plant it is and how much time it will take to grow like that. Then the findings, then the skin, then these, these are nothing but ants entered in these things. So many applied aspects is to be used to solve such type of cases. And, this injuries and all. So sometimes it will come in a jumble of bones. You have to be most patient. You have to go through each one by one, and then you have to provide something. We are also in trying to develop some, just like in foreign countries to define the racial affinity and all those things, they have their software. So we are also working on that to develop some software. And right now, one person gave me as an idea to use artificial intelligence and all. That is a matter of research and all. So there's our forensic anthropology unit. We have collaborations, and always it will be just like Ranjit sir is having so much of collaboration with all national, international reputed areas. So we are also having some collaborations, and he is the person. I think you people know that Luis Fondebrider, who was head of ICRC, and he was head of EAF. So we are learning under him. He is also giving some training programs like that. We are learning, we are sharing our knowledge, sharing the cases like that. And as training is most important, from the scene of crime, this is the training programs, to the lab. And at the end, I can say forensic anthropology is in India and is still in growing stage. And we are lucky that we are a part of that. And you people are also lucky that you are in forensics, and future is so bright. And this is my team. We are also running postgraduate diploma for professionals. For professionals, we are running because in MD program, and those people who are working in forensic medicine department, we are offering them to learn that forensic anthropology and odontology. And with this, I would like to thank all of you, our Ranjit Bhai, whole team of SIFS, mentor Veena Vaswani, all the staff, my professor Mopurke, Director of Forensic Sciences, and all the souls and the people whom we learn from the body. And I would be happy to answer anything.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for explaining and such a elaborate talk. I think there is no question in the chat box. There is no question in the chat box, sir. So I think you explained the things very clearly. So with your permission, thank you, sir. Thank you for delivering a wonderful talk on this topic, skeleton examination and the forensic anthropological techniques added in the criminal investigation. On behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to present this e-mementos for your wonderful talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And also this e-certificate for imparting a valuable insight and inspirational talk on the topic skeletal examination and forensic anthropological technique, which is useful in the criminal investigation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And thank you all. All the best for your future endeavor.
Thank you. So moving further, our next session of this forensic summer finishing school, we have Dr. Priyanka Verma ma'am from Chandigarh University, and ma'am is going to talk on the topic role of forensic and disaster victim identification. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly introduce our esteemed speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. And moving further to introduce Dr. Priyanka Verma ma'am. She is an associate professor at Chandigarh University with a strong background in teaching and research. With 14 years of experience in academia, she has made significant contributions to her field. She has a remarkable publication record with over 30 papers published in esteemed scientific and Scopus Index journals. Her research work demonstrates a commitment to advancing knowledge and making valuable contributions to her area of expertise. Additionally, she has authored 3 books and contributed to 4 chapters and publications, further showcasing her scholarly achievements. Recognized for her expertise, she is actively involved in guiding doctoral students and has supervised 6 PhD students with 2 PhDs already been submitted under her guidance. Moreover, she has successfully supervised over 50 postgraduate dissertations, providing valuable mentorship to aspiring researchers. She serves as an editorial member and guest reviewer for several renowned journals, where she contributes her expertise to the evaluation and selection of the research articles. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. We hand over the session to you now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for such a warm welcoming. It's a great pleasure for me to be on this platform and dealing with such a renowned personalities. Thank you, Ranjit sir, for providing me this opportunity for sharing this particularity, so that it becomes very important and really nice to interact with such a group of students as well as researchers, so that we can give our best over there. And definitely it's a very basic part that I'm going to deal out, because we being a forensic, what we generally do is we think so that yes, this particular part is only an aspect for us because we are just solving out the crimes. But basically what exactly is there, we are actually dealing with the maximum aspect that needs what? That needs exactly the scenario where we have to deal with the mass disaster cases. And which becomes difficult for us forensic investigator as well as forensic scientists to come into conclusion. That is why I have chosen this particular aspect to deal with, so that everybody sitting over here can actually know to solve up the crime, to go on in the research is comparatively very easy as compared to the one which we are actually dealing, that is a disaster victim identification, which is really a tedious task and actually heads off to the personals who are involved. We should be involving more of the research so that this thing can be proven out. So I, Dr. Priyanka, can just go on. I hope my presentation is clear, visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's clearly visible.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be dealing with the role of forensic in disaster victim identification. Before we go on with this particular aspect, that what exactly is the forensic and how it is involved, we should know about what is disaster, what is the management system, and how the scenario is going on in India and overall worldwide. Disaster, as a general terminology, if we talk about, is a sudden accident or a natural catastrophe that causes a great damage to life. A disaster is a serious disruption of function of a community or a society, which actually involves what? Which actually involves the impact on the society, on the resources on which we are actually dealing through. That involves the loss of what? Not only the humankind, the widespread humankind, the materials, the economic, the environmental impacts, right, as well as the overall community or the society is being affected. Whole of the resources are being affected in this particular disaster. And that relates to really a difficult situation to combat it out. We are having a management system over here, which we generally call as a disaster management. And this disaster management is what? That is taking care of different steps. That is prevention, mitigation, that is the processes, if it happens, how it has to be combated out, and what are the precautions we should take before we go on with any type of aspect. This management is what exactly? This is a creation of plans, through which the communities reduce the vulnerability to hazard and cope up the disaster that we are going to have. Definitely the disasters could not be stopped, but it's prevention. It's actually the vulnerability, the hazardous impact that is going to happen. We have to stop that particular part. We have to actually not stop. We have to just create a plan which can actually reduce that specificity. And this disaster management not avert or eliminate the threats, but it does what? It focuses on the creating plans to decrease the effect of these particular disasters. We all know there are so many types of disasters that happen over here with us. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, which are actually increasing. Natural disasters are also the one which is being created by human system itself now. So I know everybody would be knowing about what are the disasters, what are natural disasters. It will be nice if we can just have a good discussion or something. What type of disasters we know? Natural disasters. If anybody is interested to give a reply. What type of natural disasters? Water climatic conditions that related to the disasters, geological disasters, right? The ones which we make out, the chemical disasters, nuclear related disasters, accident disasters, right? That can happen at a spot, right? Which can be accidentally, which can be natural also. Biological related disaster, which we are actually suffering. Its pros, its impacts that we are actually dealing these days even, which is one of those. If we go on with the small examples of those, what are the water or climate related disasters? Very simple. We all know about that. Flood and drainage, cyclones, tornadoes and hurricanes, hailstorms, heat and cold waves, then sea erosions, thunder, lightning, so many types of water climatic disasters we actually know about this. Geological, we know that can be sometimes of failures like dam failures, bursts, or any type of mine fires that could happen, mud flows, landslides, which is very commonly going on these days because of the rainy system that is there, right? We are hearing it out. We are making a plan to go to Shimla or somewhere. No, but what happened? The landslides are so much over here. This is what we are actually going through all these aspects. Then chemical disaster, which we are actually creating, right? A very well-known Bhopal gas tragedy, one of the example, world's worst type of a disaster that we have faced. And so many types of disasters that goes on, which relates to this chemical industrial related nuclear weapons. One of the example can be accident related disasters, forest fires, right? Any type of urban fires, mine fires, building collapses, bomb blasts, right? Village fires, any type of rail accidents. These all involve what? These all involve a type of accident related disasters. Then biological disasters, we are actually going through epidemic conditions. We have seen such a COVID-19 conditions also, right? Some type of cattle or pest disaster, epidemic conditions, food poisoning, these all are what again? These all are the type of disasters that we have seen. When we talk about the major disasters that happened, what are the all major disasters that we have seen or actually are going through? Very famous in 2014, Kashmir floods, where 500 dead bodies were being recovered. Uttarakhand flash floods, 2013, again 5,000. This year, what now you can just see the scenario as the years have been advanced. We are having a less type of dead cases because the forensic and the management system is coming into consideration. So this is a positive aspect for us, but definitely we are unavoidable conditions. We could not stop these types of any type of disasters, right? And Indian tsunamis, ocean tsunamis, right? We are 2 lakh dead bodies in 2004, which was being reported. Gujarat earthquake, 2001. Remember, everybody remember these type of cyclones. Calcutta and Koringa cyclone. In 1737, where 3 lakh people died. Bengal famine, quite back, 1 crore people died, right? Where there was no management system, where there was nothing that was going on. Super cyclone that stuck in Orissa. Everybody remember those particular things, right? Which is killing more than 10,000 people and affecting 15 million people across the 12 districts of Orissa. So these are what? These are a typical type of disasters that the India has really faced. And we are combating up with these situations. This is something which is very general that we usually talk about. What are the disasters, right? Like these are very impactful photographs that usually we all would have seen on the internet. And which is a very difficult situation, especially the Bhopal gas tragedy. When this photograph came, everybody was just puzzled. Everybody was like, it was very difficult for us to accept these types of conditions, right? Gujarat earthquake, Bhopal gas tragedy, tsunami, and this type of all the things. Bhopal gas tragedy, if you remember, what was exactly that? It happens in 1984, right? And was the world's worst type of industrial disaster that happened. And it happened because of what? Because of 40 tons of MIC, that is toxic methyl isocyanate, which was released by a pesticide plant because of their what? Because of their negligence, non-working situations, incompatible workers. And they have faced a lot. A lot of the world have faced a lot of things like so. The gas was released by this UCIL, that is Union Carbide India Limited. And because of those, several thousand, more than 15,000 were being reported and several injuries, and many of the, even after that, many of the consequences were being seen. Lung infections, respiratory problem, and lung damage, neurological, reproductive disorders. Long proceedings were being going on in the legal proceedings that happened during this lengthy legal battle for justice and compensation that happened, right? Because obviously in India, we know many of the things just get power off. You have a money power, you just get power off. But we comes into existence at this particular time when we want to give a special report. The forensic is a person who can actually give a specified report, because of which this personality, this particular part gives us a exemption, right? we give a special report, we give a special evidence, specific related results, which actually help us out. And that is what? That is a victim identification process that we have to go on, right? Any type of that mishandling that was happened, we have to report. If our reports are 100% authenticated, if we work properly, then definitely we can actually part it out. We can prove the world, we can make the world better actually. And we are not the single ones who have to work. We have to work in collaboration. That is, we are actually, when we are working, we are not working as a forensic scientist. We are actually giving our teamwork. And the teamwork includes what? Teamwork includes the professionals, that is the one which are the disaster response teams, medical examiners, right? Rescue teams, right? Law enforcement agencies, the police personals who are going to work over there to ensure the comprehensive investigation has taken place, the evidence has been collected properly and has been sent. The forensic investigator who is going over there, the very first is what? We have to secure the scene. But before that, the main function is what? The main importance of forensic in VIP is identification of victim, right? And for identification of victim, we need a special collection technique. It's analysis of the evidence, it's collection, it's process, right? To prove it out. And basically what? The final is the determination of cause of death, the manner of death, the tragedy scene that has happened, why it has happened, what was the situation that has happened. So we have to collaboratively work with the particular team in those cases. So before we go on with any type of plan, we should know what is a disaster victim identification and how we generally do that, right? And what exactly this process includes. DVI, that is disaster victim identification, is not exactly just a process. This is a processes and procedures for recovering and identifying the deceased people and human remains in multiple facility incidents, right? It is internationally acceptable terminology, right? And we are not only over here just to recover, to identify. We are working with the team. We are going to emphasize the particular persons who are actually under the harm, the family members who are actually having that particular tragedy. So we are working in that particular terms. So this process not only works in a post-mortem information, this works together, this works in conclusion with that of an ante-mortem information. The process involves bringing together the ante-mortem as well as the post-mortem information. See, up till unless we are not having any record, the main function of a forensic only works over there, the evidence only works over there when we have some corroborative evidence and it should match with that of a standard. If you're not having any type of standard, if we are not having any type of database, a deceased we have got, right? The face is totally not identifiable. We have a fingerprint if we are going to identify, but if we do not have any standard to compare, right? We do not have a record of their database, right? We do not have any family member, the DNA could not be done, or any specificity. That particular evidence is zero for us. So for any evidence that we are solving it out, the main thing that is needed is what? That is a standard to compare or standard to justify. So that is why the process involves bringing together of the ante-mortem as well as the post-mortem information to make a positive identification by scientific means in a dignified manner, taking into account the needs of investigating process, the needs of the bereaved who are actually suffering from those, the family members that we are talking, and the needs of the community even. What is the preference that we have to take into consideration? That all things actually is working with that of the DVI, with the forensic team, right? When we are working, we have to see more towards the humanity side, which is a prime goal. We know the forensic goal is what? Obviously, to identify the victim, right? To punish the accused or a criminal. but the motive or the very first thing, that is what? That is the innocent should not be punished, this which is the prime goal for us. So taking that particular process or making that particular thing into consideration, we have to work accordingly. So the process involves the bringing together of the antemortem as well as the post-mortem information. Collaboratively, we will be giving an evidence, we'll be proving or we'll be identifying the particular victim. This is the basic aspect. And for this, we need what? We need a specific team. And that team is going to do what? The team is going to have a specific process. That is importance that we are going to talk about. What is the importance of disaster victim identification process? Why we actually generally do this? Why we are involved in this particular process, right? Thousands of people have died. Unidentifiable bodies are lying here and there. What is the basic need of that particular aspect? Identifying the disaster victim is important as it enables the investigator to know about the modus operandi in the case of man-made disasters. What was the mode of operation? Modus operandi, right? What was the events that has fallen through? How we have proceeded? So these things are very clear. When we are clear with these things, we are more clear towards our investigation process. Comparing the post-mortem and peri-mortem records. Why? To determine the victim's identity, to help the expert determine the person's true identity, and in some situations to determine the likely cause of the disaster. When we are actually identifying the basic cause or death of a particular person, when we are identifying the victim, that definitely it can be through that we can cause that what was the cause of this particular disaster. Was it a natural disaster, man-made disaster, or how it happened, right? So this is very important when we are dealing with this particular aspect of post-mortem and peri-mortem records. Next is reconstruction of crime scene. Knowing the victim's identity, right? When we know the victim identity, the extent of their injuries, whether they were discovered post-mortem or ante-mortem, right? The likely cause of death will allow the reconstruction of whole of the crime scene, that the disaster, how it has happened. Was it actually a normal disaster or it was intentionally being made? This is very important. Determining the impact of disaster and magnitude of an earthquake, eruption, or explosion made it possible to recreate the disaster effects, right? And determining how many people were killed or injured, we can know actually, or we can compile up a list of those missing, which is an important goal. Is it only that the ones which we have recovered is the total population or any missing person, right? So how it was being done, when it was being done, whether this impact has taken place only in this particular area or it is in this impact has taken in the nearby villages or nearby area also. These all things has to be jotted down. So which will help us out to compile that particular result of the missing persons. Then determining the number of assets and the property damage is also essential. Economical disaster that happened. It's very difficult for a particular person after the disaster to actually go through those particular conditions. They are not even lying with the food or other stuffs. How much damage has taken place? We all have to go on into record. We have to see their assets, what damage is being done, what type of things are being done. We have to go through these particular, which is very important as a disaster victim identification process. Right? Next is well-coordinated team, which is very important. Well-coordinated team is actually important to give a key success of a disaster management system. Well-coordinated team is actually important. which is one key to success in a disaster management. This not only involves forensic personnel or police personnel, it's a coordinated team like police services, which is very important, right? Only not for search, the rescue team that is also involved with the police personnel, right? So they have to work in team. Ambulance services, first aid type of a team is required at that particular position. You would be knowing that National Disaster Management Authority is headed by whom? By Prime Minister of India. And Narendra Modi ji is actually taking a lot of interest in these types of cases when it happened. Definitely, it's a very disastrous condition for whole of the world, especially for we all people when it happened. So it has to be worked in a team. Ambulance services give a first aid to the personnel who actually require at that particular time and who can suffer just with the minor treatments, and they can be further taken to for a further treatments by medical officers. Fire services at that particular time, definitely when the cases of the fire are being reported, they have a quite assistance over at that particular area. Forensic examiner teams, right? We know, starting from an investigator till the analysis is very important. Forensic pathologists and other experts, right? Odontologists for type of anthropometric measurements, any dental records, right? To identify the victim is very necessary, right? Fingerprint experts at the time of a scene to recreate the fingerprints and to collect the fingerprints and to compare it with the specific database can be done, right? Ballistic experts are needed during the cases when there is a high type of a disaster related to a war or something, right? Pathologist, medicine related to entomological evidence, any type of persons, forensic expert when needed. The team is always over there to help us out because the collection process is better, the analysis could be better. Right? So a forensic team, definitely all the members are not over there, but a group of members or mobile services are there. So we can actually go on with the basic identification processes, and the final processes are generally done in the forensic labs. Social workers. Social workers are actually the awareness and the generation teams, which are not only required during the disaster that has happened from the starting of the disaster, right? They actually are the awareness teams. They aware the ways of mitigation adverse effects of an event and preparing for and responding and recovering to that particular disaster, making a soothing condition with the family members. That is also a team of social workers that are working over there. Then volunteers, definitely. Many of the volunteers are working to rescue out the particular persons or the ones who are actually suffering over from in that particular conditions. Different types of disaster management systems are working in these particular conditions, not only at the time, but before the time and the ongoing processes, which actually have 5 different types. That is prevention, how the disaster can be prevented. If it is going to come, how it cannot be finished, but it can be combated out. That is a prevention step. Mitigation, preparedness, this disaster is going to come, and how much we are aware, how much we are actually prepared to solve this particular condition. Response, we can eliminate that particular village because we are prepared that the tsunami is going to come, right? There can be fire explosion in the forest. There can be any type of disaster that is going to happen. So all these conditions, we have to be very much prepared. And what is the response we are going to give? What response at that type of disaster that happened? That is also very important to note it down. And when that response has happened, what is the recovery process that we have gone through? So this is the management system that has to work with that of a forensic team during the coordination process. So this is something a small type of video where we can see how the collection and the crime scene happened. I think so it's muted. This is something, see, so very first thing, whenever there is a type of a disaster or crime scene, the very first process that we have to take into consideration is securing the crime scene. Obviously, the family members will be rushing at that particular area, right? Other type of evidences could not be disrupted. So this is a prime motive for us to actually secure that particular crime scene, which is very, very important aspect for a investigator, right? Recording of the crime scene, videography, photography, right? Different search methods that has to be followed. Documentation has to be done properly, right? Note formation, everything has to be considered so as to we can actually note it down what type of evidences we have collected, how we have collected, all the records. Chain of custody has to be maintained. When we are actually going through the chain of custody, we'll be getting into consideration that what type of management we have done, right? The proper chain of custody will relate to a proper solving of the case. Better evidences will be submitted. See, experts should be over there, because if we are not actually dealing with that particular aspect, what will happen? Contamination of that particular evidences would take place. And the contamination of a single evidence, that means we have actually disrupted the evidence. And the solving of the crime becomes so very tough for us. So the forensic team has to take into consideration the whole of the aspect, how it is being done, and all the specificity has to be taken care of. The rescue team has to go on in a specific mode so that maximum rescue can be done. Now, the coordination of the activities. Till yet, we were talking about what? We were talking about how the collection, how the rescue team has to be done. But the very important aspect is what? The very important aspect that has to be seen through is that is a psychological assistance that has to be given to the family members. Psychological assistant unit will work over there, right? In those cases wherein the family members are involved. Firstly, we have to give a first time of a satisfactory factor to that particular family. Then a family interview has to be taken off so that the antemortem data can be there, then can be collected for a identification purpose. Next is a coordination of a corps, a police team, a rescue team, a reception, and an identification unit is working over there so as to we can identify the victims and can actually make a data or a list and can compare with that of antemortem records that we have collected. Radiology is very important. Radiologists actually go through the, see in the cases, giving a simple example, we have to take care of ourselves also before we going on of any type of disaster, like that of a biological disaster, right? Any type of radiologist conditions are there. Any type of microbial factors are there. Any type of different identification sorts are there. So we all should be prepared in those cases, and the radiologist will actually help us out for the legal doctors, for the nurses, for the rescue team. And those all can actually help over there for identification and seeing the factors that this should not be communicable also. The legal doctors are there. We can go on for medical diagnosis. And if there is a type of a toxicological or genetic related identification which is needed, toxicological and forensic genetic or forensic team is over there to go through the particular process. So this is the overall coordinated activities that has been seen during the disaster management, which starts not only from the identification, which starts from the one-to-one interaction with the family members, because that is actually which is very, very important. Next is examination of a scene of disaster. How we examine? We have also seen a small video related to examination of this particular disaster. What exactly is that? How we examine? The very first step is what? The very first step is to secure the crime scene, right? to secure the particular site of the disaster with the particular fencing or with the taping method, whatever is preferred or whatever we think so is very, very important for that particular area we have to go through. Photographing the sites, making a video, detailed particular videography. If it is a very long aerial view photography, videography has to be made, right? If it is a small out part, definitely we'll go on for a normal search. We know the different search methods that can be going through. But in the disaster management, definitely we don't go on with the small type of a research methods, right? Search methods. The different aspects, whenever you are going to go on with the photography and the securing of the site, the important aspect is to create a sketch of that particular site. The sketching plan of the site is very, very important, indicating the location of wreckage and position of the bodies, up till which area the rescue team has gone through, up till which area the disaster has been affected, and what can be the pros and cons of that particular aspect, right? So these things are very, very important during the process also and after the process also. Any type of rebate, any type of compensation that we have to give, we have to see what was the last point, what was the beginning point for the site where the disaster would have happened. So all these aspects are very important when we are taking into consideration. We have to make a plan of that particular site. We have to sketch it out. Identifying the mark identify and mark each body with the mass casualty card, which will indicate the number of victims that has been we have received at that particular, or that has been because of that particular disaster, the dead bodies or any type of mishappening that happened. So the mass casualty card is very important to tie out on the, we tie out on the toe, right? As you can see in the figure, the labeling of the victim, it can be with the name, it is generally done with the numbering system or specific coding system, which is being done, right? This is the sketch of a disaster site. We may usually make a plan out, right, for that particular site. So after putting an identity mark, right, we should ensure that even mutilated bodies or fragmented remains are appropriately labeled and assigned a unique number. That is even important when we are dealing with these aspects. To conduct a thorough search for bloodstain pattern analysis, right? If there is any bloodstain being present, before collection of the bloodstain, we should go on for the pattern of analysis that has happened. If there is a firing at that particular place, bullet collection, right? Blood collection, blood stain collection. Before that, we should go on for the what are the patterns being formed, because the pattern will actually help us out for the entry and exit of that particular area, right? What was the mode of operation that actually deal it out, right? So these all things are very important when we are dealing with these particular aspects. Bloodstain, search of bloodstains, fingerprints, identity cards, which is very important. It becomes easy for us to identify the particular person if we are having an identity card of that particular person. Remnants of explosive materials in the event of explosion or radiological examination, which is very important again. The finally, that is very important, is chain of custody and documentation that has to be made during the disaster management system, right? Any evidence that we have collected should be properly labeled, should be assigned a specific number with the signature of a particular investigating person. Date, time has to be mentioned and has to be processed out, seeing the particular fact that this particular evidence is not going to be contaminated, is not going to be disrupted. Accordingly, we have to go on with the process of its collection and packaging. So examining the particular scene of crime, this was a small scene during the particular disaster. This is a disaster site where it happened. The labeling of a victim or its remains has to be done, which is very, very important. The sketching of the site, as we have already discussed, is really important, because when we are making videography, we'll actually give a clear-cut and detailed structural combat for that particular aspect. Police personnel and the forensic investigators are actually involved in these all type of cases. Now, coming to the identification of victim. When we have to identify a victim, what we are going to identify? We are getting an identity card. Quite easy for us. Directly, we can label it out and we can just produce it out. But in those cases, when we are having a mutilated bodies, or the cases when we the facial features are not very clear, right? Even though we are not able to identify the person, just the fingerprints are there, which can actually help us out, right? So there are different methods, different categories that we can involve for the identification process. In those cases, forensic anthropology comes into existence. There was, I think so prior also, I was just hearing there was a very good session related to this that happened. I think so that would have made more clear in these aspects. Forensic anthropology and skeletal analysis are essential components of mass disaster investigation, particularly when the victim's identity cannot be established through traditional methods, right? Like DNA analysis, fingerprint identification system, where these systems do fall, right? The skeletal remains are there. We'll prefer the anthropological method for its identification. If you're having a fingerprint, definitely these days, Aadhaar cards, the database is there. We can definitely identify. We all have given a fingerprints for formation of Aadhaar cards. So we have a centralized library for fingerprints. From there, if we are having a specificity, we can match it out. DNA, comparing with the families. We are doing these things. Anthropological aspects, in the cases when the fingerprints and this particular aspects fail, right? We can actually go through the anthropometric. We can take a help of anthropometry actually, right? Facial reconstruction that are going on. So in these cases, the number one, identification of human remains. How we actually identify. Forensic anthropologists are actually employ their expertise in skeletal anatomy to identify the biological profile of an individual. Biological profile means they can actually give us an indication that yes, this particular person was a male or a female. Right? Very easy. If you are a forensic, if you have undergone with these things, you know the basic aspects. With the help of a skull or the bones, we can identify this is a male or a female. The gender identification, right? Age identification. We have got a skull, pelvic girdle, right? We are actually having a boom for us because it's very easy comparatively to identify the basic stuffs, right? So in those cases, we can help us out. This thing can help us out for its identification. Then is stature estimation, ancestry. These things can also be identified when we are having a expert, anthropological expert for the victim identification. Skeletal trauma analysis. Forensic anthropologists assess the skeletal trauma observed in the remains to determine the cause and manner of death. How it has happened, why it has happened. Was there any injury, right? In the cases, we can identify the traumatic conditions. Post-mortem interval estimation, PMI. We have already heard related to entomological evidences. Even anthropologists can actually estimate the PMI by examining the skeletal remains. How much deterioration has happened, right? They consider various factors like bone withering, with time it happened. Insect activities that would have floated out, right? Taphonomic changes to infer the time since death that has happened to the body. Estimating the PMI helps to establish the timeline of the events related to the mass disaster cases. So this identification process becomes easy for us when we are actually dealing with the identification of the victim in cases when we are not actually giving a full-fledged criteria with that of a fingerprint zone. Now, during these cases, when we are actually dealing with the investigation process, there are so many challenges that we all have to face. What are those challenges? During the mass disaster, we involve a large number of victims and extensive damage. See, when we are just solving a crime scene, we have a specific crime scene. It can be a burst, it can be anything. But when we are dealing with the mass disaster cases, road accidents, train accidents, right? A small cases, we are not having a single or 5-6 victims only. We have a number of victims and extensive damage that happens. So to identify, to just go through that process, it becomes very tedious task. And the large number of victims and extensive damage that happened, right, making an investigation more complex and more time consuming. We could not float n number of forensic investigators or scientists over there because of that crime scene would be disrupted, right? Definitely will increase the number, but we will not, because there are already so many personals who are actually attached or who are actually going through, police personnel, social workers, and n number of volunteers, and so many things are there that is going on, which is making the investigation more actually, right? Because when we are saving it out, where only fragments are being kept. When you are saving one person, you can just disrupt or spread out different types of body parts here or there, which becomes difficult for a forensic scientist or forensic investigator or anthropologist to actually go through the process. Not only this, the time constraint and urgencies. You have a back call from the higher managements, the government. What you're doing, what is happening, why this is not being solved, how many are being left, how many, what was the number, total number we wanted. So that time constraint and urgency to save, to identify, to give 100% data, because the family members are already waiting for the missing list. Those all things becomes troublesome for us. It's very difficult. That is a challenge for us actually. Preservation and handling of the evidences, right? It's again, large number, extensive damage, preservation, handling, it becomes again very difficult, a challenging aspect for us. Coordination among multiple agencies and experts. Definitely, we are not the only one who's working over there. Multiple agencies, multiple experts, right? And number of people who are just giving through and fro. We need coordination. Up till unless we are not getting the permissions, we could not go through here and there, sending the data. So we need a long data to be compared, to be matched. Like fingerprints, we are just sending it out. We are sending for 100 people, just take it out. Who all are those? So we need a coordination of other people to go through those. That is a challenge. This is not a challenge of 1 or 2 persons that we have to deal with. It's an extensive damage that has happened, right? So we have to see these things, which are a great challenge. So this is really difficult for us to compare and complete the mass disaster cases as compared to a normal case. When we are dealing with the victim identification, we need many of tools and techniques to solve this particular aspect. Not a generalized, we'll talk about that this technique, that technique, but we have to think a broad terminology because we are dealing with the mass disaster. In those cases, portable labs are important. Mobile forensic labs, right? It should be fully equipped. Equipment should be hand-on. At a spot testing should be there, right? It should not be like I'm collecting the blood, I'm going over there, I'm testing for preliminary, I'm then testing for the confirmatory, then I'm going to give a result. No, I have to go on with the aspect that, no, I have to take a quick action at a spot testing. There are so many strip methods, chemical methods that are involved in solving these particular aspects. We have to take a at a spot testing. I have made, if you would be knowing, I have made I have got a patent also related to portable device, on which, like in some of the cases, we are in need of heating process. These days, we know we have a strip method. Chemical is being we just add our blood sample, we get a result, it is yes or no, right? But in some of the cases, in some of the techniques, we need a heating process. We could not burn it out. We could not go on. So for those reasons, me and my colleague have invented, one of my student was there who invented it out, a technique that is a flameless portable device, which actually help us out and at a spot crime scene identification. I don't know how much marketed it would be, but it actually helped for a particular personals to actually go through those particular aspects. So such a type of research has to be done. Such a type of extensive use has to be done. We have to think which particular things are actually capable, actually able to be produced at that particular time, right? So mobile forensic laboratory is very important at that particular aspect, which should be fully equipped. Lot of these days, we can say kits are available, fingerprint kits, right? Testing kits, DNA kits, which have made the work of a forensic science more easy. So such a technology has to be advanced, right? Then forensic anthropology, this advanced imaging technologies. Yesterday, we were having one development program. It was very interesting. In this, what was there? We used to have an ECG machine where we used to put the different types of codes, we can say. Then the ECG generates. Then we have to go to doctor and all the process has to be done. They have invented a small portable device. It was just that much size. What you have to touch is you have to just touch your 2 fingers over to that particular portable device, and whole of your ECG record is recorded as a whole of the data is recorded. You can just send it through your WhatsApp at the same time, your doctor will reply. A quick process that is called as advancement. The same type of, we were just discussing, this could be a very good aspect when we'll be involving this as a polygraph method. Or such a technology has to be done. Just touch, DNA extracted, got a result. That is called as advancement. And we have to think out of the box for these particular things. That is, advanced imaging technologies have come into consideration. CT scan, 3D technologies, reconstruction, 3D reconstruction, imaging techniques, help in visualization and analysis of skeletal remains, which makes our work better, easier for its identification. Right? Forensic anthropology and skeletal remains. Forensic anthropology examine the skeletal remains. We have already discussed to examine the age, stature, gender, potential injuries, and contributing to victim identification and pathological aspects also. Chemical analysis and trace evidence examination. Right? So many chemical discharge, which take out as a dangerous tragedy mode. Analysis of that particular aspect. Trace evidences, soil fibers, concentration of particular metal in a soil. Priorly, it was not very happening. Now this is a quick process. How much valuable information you'll be getting during the disaster conditions? Very easy. How many victims were being involved? That is an examination process we have to do. A very important that goes on, DNA profiling, rapid identification methods, and molecular genetics, which is actually important during the disaster management system. I'll just take a quick process. I think so the time limit is less. Technology involved in victim identification in forensic, generally we have primary methods. We involve fingerprints, forensic odontology, taking out this dental records and all, radiology, anthropology, and DNA analysis. Secondary methods involve visual identification, photography, personal description, medical and evidence clothing, and etc., which are again important to recreate the scene of event. Fingerprints, odonto, DNA, and medical implants. These days, these things are very important to identify the victim in the disaster conditions. Any type of implants, heart surgeries, right? Heart implants, pelvic implants, tests, dental implants, many of those conditions, having a medical record. That is why the antemortem or premortem data is involved with that of a postmortem to get a better result for identification process. Disaster management, yeah, tattoo marks these days, very in. Everybody is involved to go on with the tattoo marks, right? These are very important for identification. During disaster conditions, when we are having emulsified bodies, or we are having some fragmented bodies or fragments, right? In those cases, the tattoo marks, if it is being done authorized, right? We can actually search it out from the database and can identify a specific match of a particular individual. That can be a very good aspect. DNA profiling being a very important victim identification method. Extraction going on for specific type of SNPs or specifications. You can go on for PCR something. Then RT-PCR is done, or we process it out for sequencing. The sequencing is further undergone through a different methodologies. Either we can go on in a proteomics analysis, or we can go on by generally by the confirmation of an individual by comparing with that of a database, or with that of some standard with that of a family, which is both a stipulated method, right? Now, these are what? 4 essential disaster victim identification phases, which are actually involved. What are those? That is number 1. This is something which we are just compiling it out, recreating the overall methods, recreating the overall process that we have talked about. That is scene processing, right? Human remains and property at the disaster has happened. We have to check it out. Postmortem detail examination, right? What was the postmortem examination? We have to check it out, right? Detail examination of remains in the mortuary, how many it has been sent, label it out. Antemortem, collection of missing persons, data from various sources. Reconciliation, matching it out of postmortem with that of an antemortem data, and debriefing, concluding it up. This is the overall process or essential things that are needed for the recreation or management or disaster identification system. Concluding it out, if we talk about, when we talk about the humanity's sake, right? The families of the victims who have passed away, it's very difficult, painful, and stressful in those conditions. We have to combat it out. Rescue teams, social workers are actually there to actually give them a debriefing. Establishing the victim identity by comparing the postmortem and antemortem records. Then identification technologies. We have discussed so many identification technologies, research fields, right? Molecular techniques, diagnostics tests, right? Anthropologies and DNA, molecular, all are aspects for that are actually involved, and they're leading to an immense growth of the market. So human identification market has been projected to reach about this much million, which is very high. And if you talk about these things, right, it is increasing day by day because of the technology. So finally, I'll just go through the final challenges, or we talk about the futures that are involved in forensic science during the mass disaster investigation. That is DNA, right? A high DNA method, traditional DNA methods are time consuming, really need a laboratory equipment, have to travel out, give a results, come back, long time process. With the advancement of rapid DNA technology on the site, DNA testing should be done. That is what the aim is. High throughput sequencing, large amount of DNA samples can be quickly done, rapidly analyzed, and these sequencing, these relates to forensic genetics, which can actually help us out for the disease management or any type of ongoing things that are the disasters that are going to come. So we all have to just compile it out, have to just work in coordination with each other so that we can actually take this level of our forensic to that level, which can actually manage disaster conditions in a quick response. Hope this basic type of a presentation would be actually helpful to you all. If any questions, I'm open over there. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for explaining each and every steps of the disaster victim identification, from primary identifier to secondary identifier, collection to identification. So, participant, do you have any question? Ma'am, there is one question in the chat box. Can we say forensic team over any disaster management change with the disaster, and can you explain with the example of any natural disaster, what personnel will be included in the forensic team?
Sir, can you just repeat the last line? I'll just check it out.
Can you check in the chat box, ma'am? What personnel will be included
I'm
in
just
the natural disaster team?
Forensic team over any disaster, for example, natural disaster, what personals will be included in the forensic team? Okay, forensic teams over the disaster management change. See, these days that we have actually talked about so many simple COVID-19, right? We have faced a lot of disastrous condition. Definitely, it was not a direct, taking into the same condition. It was actually a biological type of aspect, and we can say this is not a natural aspect. This was something which is a man-made aspect also, right? The legal aspects are going on. They are just fighting through these particular aspects. But definitely when we are talking about these, the forensic is coming out with n number of things to go through. And not only forensic, the management team, medical, research, government, right? Police personnel, everybody has played a role to just fight this particular aspect. Making a specific antidote, making not exactly the antidote, a vaccine, which is protecting. That is why we are just over here roaming out these days. Otherwise, we were locked out with the fear of this COVID-19 that would have been taken place. Military system, definitely, if we talk about, right? Lot of system has taken place. When there is a disaster condition, it becomes very difficult for us to take care not only of the victims, right, or the particular disastrous conditions, but we have to control the particular population to come at that particular time, the sufferers basically, who are actually suffering. So military people, the police personnel actually help us out in those particular cases. Even the total counting, which is not being done by the police, forensic investigators. We are just one part of those teams. So these all type of things are actually, we are working in collaboration with each other, because there are so many disasters. We could not stop a man disaster. We could not stop a human disaster. We could not stop a natural disaster. But only thing is what we can just prevent it out. We can just find out the new technologies which can actually help us out to make the work easy and fast, which is actually demand of the society these days. Hope I would have solved it out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the answering the questions. Thank you, ma'am, for delivering a wonderful talk in Forensic Summer Finishing School on the topic role of forensic and disaster victim identification. On behalf of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to present this e-mementos for your wonderful talk.
Thank you so much, Ranjit sir. It's a pleasure to work with such a team. And heads off to you for making, you are actually the one who are actually enlightening the overall aspect. So really nice feeling to work with the team.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the appreciation. Also, I would like to present this certificate for your valuable insight and inspirational talk on the topic role of forensics and disaster victim identification.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be glad.
Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of this Forensic Summer Finishing School 4-week program. And today we had the esteemed speaker like Gaurav Gill, Dr. Manu, Karan, Dr. Tandru, Dr. Nasir, and Dr. Priyanka ma'am. I'm sure that you have all learned a lot from all these speakers. So looking forward to all see you in our International E-Conference that is going to be on 24th to 27th August 2023. You can still submit the abstract for your presentations. So you can register through the website forensicevent.com and this foundation certificate course. So there is one question always I received from the students, how to download the certificate for the event. So it's very simple. You just have to go through the website forensicevent.com, and once you go over there, there is a button download certificate. Here just you have to put your email address by which you have registered, right? So by putting that email address which you have registered, you can download all your certificates, and like this, Forensic Summer Finishing School, it is finished. So you can download from certificate here. Don't forget to post this certificate on the social media so that more and more people can know about this forensic science work which we are doing. So looking forward to you all to see you